All right. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Happy Africa Liberation Day. Woo! My name is your host, Nina Womack, and we are ready to start our show. We've got some wonderful guests. We've got Princess Angelique Monet in the house. Let's say good morning to her. Woo, 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 woo. And we are going to start our, we're going to start our opening libation ceremony with the great Kemetic priest Makakuvu Ali El Bey. So let's give him a round of applause. Makakuvu in the house. Open up, please. Let's start. Okay. Can you hear me, Makakuvu? You can start now. Can you hear me?
Drop it.
Okay. Go for
I
it.
can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, let's start our opening libation for this wonderful.
Urumakayo. Urumakayo. Lion of the New Dawn. Urumakayo. Lion of the New Dawn. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to One Africa Day, USA, worldwide. I'm Makakubu, the more. Mbagala Nazima Atu Mwazi Umutu. Mbagala Nazima Atu Mwazi Umutu. Call before the Most High, standing in his name. Call before the Most High, standing in his name. Drop the camera. Mbagala Nazima Atu Mwazi Umutu. Oh, gracious Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother Moon, clear our mind of debris and purify our heart. To and Wazi Umutu. O Susanet, most sacred mother of creation, who breathes the life breath of our men, the breath from which our ancestors worship you. Our spirit seeks the warmth of your bosom now. Send down your glory, the glory of 900,000 trillion million angels, to shield, guide, heal, strengthen, and protect us into Amenta, the land of our paradise beyond the waters of Nu. O Mother of Dawn, lift us so our harmony sings praises unto you. As the Nekru and the ancestors guide us along the golden pathway and the healing momentum through the pardon through the bosom of the Most High. O Mother of Dawn, the face of Undakim, the sun is your smile. The rain, your tears, the water, a dry earth to life abundance. A dry earth, the dryness of the mind of our people. A dry earth, the dryness of the heart of our people that brings about the disease of self-hatred, the disease of hating our black skin. So it is time for the resurrection of the consciousness of man. As we go into the libation will be the Lion of the New Dawn verse. And it begins with this melody. Aum Nasio Nashana. Aum Nasio Nashana. And if you're listening and you can pick up that, I would encourage you to sing it as I do the verse And those of you who wish to, call out the names of your ancestors. Aum Nashio Nashana. 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 It is time. It is time for the resurrection of the consciousness of man. A time evil will be diminished. A time when the presence of the Most High will rise in awe, and all will attest to the magnificence in one voice and deed. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Ahum Nashio Nishana. It is time for the resurrection of consciousness of man. A time when evil will be diminished. A time when the presence of the Most High will rise in awe, and all will attest to the magnificence in one voice indeed. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Ahum Nashio Nishana. It is time for the resurrection of the consciousness of man. A time when evil will be diminished. A time when the presence of the Most High will rise in awe, and all will attest to the magnificence in one voice indeed. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Ahum Nashio Nishana. Udamakiyo, Lion of the New Dawn.
Yes. All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Again, you guys, this is African.
Welcome to One Night and our host, Nina Momack.
Yes, thank you. Excellent job. Thank you so much for blessing us, Makapuzu. How'd you like that, Princess Angelique? Can you hear me, Princess Angelique? That was wonderful.
My
You guys,
audio is dead.
you can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can't hear nobody.
Okay, we can hear you. We can hear you. So, everyone, yes. Can you hear me, Princess Angelique? All right, you guys.
No, Nina, sorry.
We cannot hear. All right, we are having a little.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. I can hear you just fine. You guys bear with us. We are having a little audio difficulties, but we will get through this. So the purpose of Africa Day and this event
I do not hear anyone. Can you hear me?
Is to address the transatlantic slave trade and to acknowledge that we were once a great people in Africa, and the European ancestors happened to take our people and bring us to America and to other parts of Latin America, to all over the world, to Europe and so forth. And we come from a land of royalty and of gold in Africa, where there was organized political institutions and people made people created art and culture and so forth. The African continent was so rich, and it's still so rich in resources, until we were colonized by the Europeans. And it is our time, it's a new dawn to reclaim our status as great kings and queens that we are. So today I have my Kemetic attire on, and I will be celebrating in the spirit of Kemetic African spiritual culture. So one thing I want to bring up to you guys that the United Nations, they have also have a day called the International Day of Remembrance for Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. And also, we're in a decade that they started, the United Nations, called the International Decade of People of African Descent. So I would like to now play a video. Let's see if we can hear from our guests while I get this video ready. Can you hear now, Makakubu? Can you guys hear me? Angelique, can you hear?
Can I be heard? Because I don't hear anyone.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. All righty. So let's go to the United Nations.
Each day, the United Nations honors the memory of millions of Africans forcibly removed from their families and homelands over hundreds of years.
Can you hear
National Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade also shines a spotlight on prevailing racism and cultural slavery. It is imperative that we work together for equal opportunity, justice, and sustainable development for people of African descent. That is why the United Nations Remember Slavery Program is reaching out to young and old alike to create awareness, promote understanding, and change attitudes. The theme of this year's observance is Remember Slavery, celebrating the heritage and culture of the African diaspora and its roots. The dynamic culture and traditions of Africa continue to enrich life in the countries that were once involved in the transatlantic slave trade. Africa's influence and legacy are plain to see in the vibrant music, bold art, rich foods, and inspiring literature that infuse modern culture. Less recognized, perhaps, are the contributions that the people of the African diaspora have made to medicine, science, government, and general leadership in society. Tested to the limits of their spirit and endurance, slaves from Africa left their descendants a wide range of invaluable assets, including fortitude, courage, strength, tolerance, patience, and compassion. On this day, let us renew our resolve to fight racism and celebrate the heritage of Africa that enhances societies around the world today. Each year on this day, the United Nations honors.
All right, you guys, that was amazing. Thank you so much from the United Nations. Let's see if Makakubu, can you hear us now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Thank you. Princess Angelique, can you hear? Testing.
Excellent.
Yeah. All right. So Makakubu, can you tell us a little bit about the significance, as a Kemetic priest, about the significance of Africa Day on the diaspora as well as the continent?
Well, and I thank you, Ms. Nina Wong, for inviting me to participate in this very significant production. And I welcome all those who are viewing and all those who will view. And in relationship to the importance of this event and the Africa Day, first and foremost, Ms. Womack mentioned the diaspora. The African Union has divided the continent up into 5 land regions and has declared the diaspora, which is the disbursement of the people from the continent throughout the world, as the 6th region. So this is a Africa Union 6th region production, and the significance of this is very impactful. I would like to first begin by speaking about our enslavement. The most common propaganda narrative is that the African American is a descendant of slaves. And that is a psychological implication. A psychological implication that implies that slave is an identity and slave is an ethnic group. And that's not correct. Slave is not an identity. Our condition of captivity was enslavement. So if slave is not an identity and slave is not an ethnic group, nor can African American be an identity or an ethnic group. The second most common propaganda narrative is that our captivity enslavement began in 1619. It did not. Our enslavement began over 2,000 years ago. Over 2,000 years ago, when the Ptolemies invaded Kemet and they outlawed our spirituality. They outlawed Ma'at. Ma'at is the weighing of the heart against the feather of truth, judgment. So the Ptolemies, the ancient Greeks, invade in Kush and outlaw one of the spiritual constructs of creation, which is judgment. And all of you know Ma'at, but you don't know you know Ma'at. Ma'at is the symbol that they adopted to represent the criminal justice system. The woman that's blindfolded with the scales with nothing on the plate of each scale. So what is she weighing? In antiquity, Ma'at was represented as a woman, and on the plates of the scale was the heart, representing the Ba, and the feather of truth. The Ba was part of the soul that was divided when it goes through the Wasket Ma'ati, the door of death, so-called death. The Ka is judge. You have the Ba and the Ka. The Ka is judge. If it's judged favorably, it's reunited with the Ba into the Ku. So when they outlawed Ma'at, now here come the Romans, and they changed the time construct. That's why right now you think it's 2020. 2020, which means there have been two complete 1,000-year periods and 20 years going into the next millennium, which is the beginning of the third millennium of the Greco-Roman. The Kushite cosmological time construct, based upon the rising of Sapdet, which begins rising over the Giza Plain July 25th, ascends to its highest peak on August 3rd, which is the Wetpet, the new year, and then it starts to descend before it disappears for another year. That construct, the time construct based upon our reading of that from antiquity, is 6,259 going into 1,060. So I'm talking to you from that time construct and not the Greco-Roman time construct of 2020. Our enslavement is over 2,000 years old. So to begin to liberate our spiritual consciousness, to align it with the cosmological construct is very important. So now, the captivity of our people in slavery. They often talk about how great America is, the wealthiest country in the world. Well, you and I would both be wealthy, very wealthy, if our people had enslaved millions of people for over 250 years. You'd be real wealthy too. So you're bragging about a theft. You're bragging about a theft, a genocide, and murder. Yet, you tell me that you believe in a just and righteous God. A just and righteous God. But your God not only has imprisoned, killed, raped, and destroyed cultures, you have also, under your God, destroyed the earth. 1849, the most destructive revolution in the world began, known as the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution from 1849 to 2020 is 171 years. Your genius, your paradigm, has brought the earth to the brink of disaster. So this day, the Africa, the One Africa Day, is the day you must feel the vibratory frequency of spiritual liberation, Udama Akayur, the lion of the new dawn. The lion is our consciousness, which is enslaved, believing in false ideologies, worshiping false religions, worshiping false religious concepts. The new dawn is the resurrection of our consciousness, the spiritual liberation of our people. The shifting of the paradigm is very significant. I spoke about Ma'at a little while ago. Ma'at is the weighing of the heart against the feather of truth. It is judgment, people. It is not a woman. It is represented as a woman. Why? Because a woman has compassion. And judgment is a compassion of the Nachair, the Ulu Nachair. That's
all right.
Meru Necha for the creator. So I ain't talking about your God. I'm talking about the Una chair of the language of our ancestors, the Maduna chair. Madu means words, the chair means spirit, and that's why fools us into calling it hieroglyphics, because they don't want you to know the truth. They changed the time, they outlawed judgment, they brought us into captivity, and they destroyed the earth. One Africa Day.
All right.
Is the seed for the resurrection of the consciousness of man. Udama Akayo.
Thank you, Makakubu. Thank you so much for those powerful words. Just, yes, very, very enlightening. So let's move on to our next guest. I want to bring on some very special guests. We have the Prime Minister of the State of the African Diaspora. I am the member of Parliament for the diaspora, for SOAD. That's the State of the African Diaspora. So let's welcome Prime Minister Tin. Prime Minister.
Hello, how are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. And meet Princess Angelique Monet. Can you hear us, Princess? I'm not sure if she can hear. So, Prime Minister, can you talk about the significance of Africa Day today and what the State of the African Diaspora is all about?
Thank you very much for your invitation. So, yes, of course, I can only concur to what was said by His Excellency. So we have this past history of domination. However, I think also the African Liberation Day is a very good opportunity to change the narrative, to be aware of the strength of Africa. If Africa was a unique country, like Kwame Nkrumah wanted it to be, it would be the sixth power in the world. We have the same population as India, and we have the same wealth as India. So we would be the sixth power in the world. If we could include in Africa also the diaspora, which is 350 million inhabitants, we would then be the third country in the world. And if we could stop the bleeding from Africa, stop the bleeding, because every day there are billions of dollars going out of Africa, gold, diamonds, cobalt, raw materials. So all these resources go away from Africa and they enrich the world when Africa is impoverished. So if we could stop the bleeding and then redo the calculation, then you would find out that Africa is in fact the greater Africa, continental diaspora, the first power in the world. So today, it is the Africa Day. It's time for us to say and to repeat, in spite of all these genocides, all these crimes against humanity that we suffered from, we are in fact the first power in the world. It's just because we are not organized enough. It's just because we are not united that we cannot see the result of that. But in reality, we have more than the potential. It is a reality. If we include all the diaspora, if we unite together, we will definitely be able to repair all the injustices that were made to us and become then the first power in the world. We need to keep that in mind. When you think you're going to fail, you do fail. When you think it's possible to win, you are about to win.
Excellent. Thank you. Prime Minister, can you talk about why you started the State of the African Diaspora and the significance of it?
Yes. In fact, the African diaspora was included in the Constitution of the African Union in 2003. However, for many years, nothing really happened because nobody was designated to do the job. That's why a few years ago, the president of the African Union asked me to do something about that. So with an international team, we created a constitution. We formed a government. We launched 50 programs of action. And in these programs of action, some are in agriculture, culture, education, health, economy, finances, transport, infrastructures, whatever it takes to create a state. The only difference between us and the other states is the fact that we are a state without borders. And at a time when so many people try to build walls everywhere, we want to build bridges everywhere, especially between Africa and the diaspora. So basically, to put it in a nutshell, I can say that our aim is to reinforce Africa through the diaspora and the diaspora through Africa. That's basically what we're trying to do.
Excellent, thank you. And for people that are interested in being part of the State of the African Diaspora, what's the best way for them to go about that?
There are many ways to do it. Of course, we have a website, www.stateofafricandiaspora.com. But the best way, the central way, is to become a citizen, because we are a state, and in a state, you have citizens. And the citizenship is has a symbol, that's the ID. So we decided to launch the state ID today for the Africa Day 2020. So we are very proud, you know. So if you go on our website, you can click, fill in the form, and then you can ask your own ID. So the ID has 3 different functions. The first one is symbolical. It is the symbol of our belonging to an international community, 350 million people in the world, our past, our present, and our future. This ID has also a political function, because with the ID, you will be able to vote for the members of a parliament. And you can also have citizenship in one of the kingdoms in Africa, partnering with us. So you may become a citizen of a state, and you may also become a citizen of one of the 50 kingdoms in Africa, partnering with the state. So that's political. And also, with the ID, different social or economic benefits are coming. For example, if you are a citizen of a state, you may have a free access to our telemedicine program, a free access to the program for internships, a free access for the program of scholarship, a free access to the Chamber of Commerce. So, there are many social and economic benefits if you are a citizen. So we encourage people to join, to become citizens, to work with us as citizens, as NGOs, as members of parliament or ambassadors. There are many ways to do so. What is important is to unite and work together for the new Africa. Pan-Africanism is already there. All our ancestors have done a lot of things. They have already shown the way. We just need to follow the way for the 21st centuries. And we have new technologies to do so. Look at the beautiful site that you have, Nina. That's wonderful. Our ancestors didn't have the opportunity to do so. It was much more complicated for them to organize any kind of international revolution. So the revolution will not be televised, but it might be on internet or through internet and through people like you. So thank you and congratulations for your job.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister Ted. Thank you. Now let's see if we can hear from Princess Angelique. Angelique, can you hear? Can you hear us now? Hello? Okay, so she's having some technical difficulties. All right, so Makakubu, what do you think about what Prime Minister said? Is this just amazing? I'm very excited to be a part of the State of the African Diaspora. It is a wonderful, wonderful government. What do you think, Makakubu? Can you hear? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear us? Yes, now we can hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The Prime Minister, very, very informative, and my work with the Gambia is part and parcel to the construct that you outlined. The Gambia, as you know, was ruled by a dictator for 22 years, Yahya Jammeh. And in 2015, they initiated talks with that had been sent over to speak to the diaspora, the Gambians in the diaspora, to develop a dialogue for free and fair elections. That dialogue began to, and it resulted in the current president, His Excellency being elected. Documentary that do called The Gambia, the Flower of the African Conscience, which is the first and only documentation of the initial talks to bring about free and fair elections in the Gambia. So upon that, I am currently expecting a delegation to come to the United States when this health crisis is lifted, so that they can meet with my team to begin to do economic development initiatives in the Gambia, as well as other parts of the continent. So the construct that His Excellency, the Prime Minister, has outlined is one that our footprints are already on the ground with. And to hear him speak that way, and to know that other countries on the continent will be welcoming us as all of us, is very, very pertinent. But I'd also like to say before I end this, is that one has to recognize that all of the countries on the continent, the boundaries are false boundaries. They were not delineated by our people. They were delineated at the Conference of Berlin by Europeans. So those boundaries were not delineated for our benefit, They were delineated for the benefit of our oppressor. So His Excellency is very on point, mentioning that we will be welcomed as a people, not only to become citizens, to build the foundation for the new Africa. Thank you. I don't have audio. I can't hear anybody.
Yes, Nina, I believe you are on mute.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I had muted myself and forgot to unmute. So, Makakuvu, we are going to wrap this segment up and bring in some more speakers. And I want to thank you for your opening libations. Audience out there listening, Makakuvu will be back on with the Universal Zulu Nation International Hip Hop for Humanity Tour at 12:30 Pacific time. That's in about 5 hours. So Makakuvu, thank you. Great job. Wonderful information. If people need to contact you, how do they find out? How do they get in contact with you?
My email address is makakuvualielbey@yahoo.com. So I'll spell that out. Makakuvu Ali Elbey, MAKAKUV as in Victor, U, ALIELB as in boy, E as in Edward, Y as in yes, at yahoo.com. MAKAKUVUALIELBEY at yahoo.com. Uduma Akiyua, Lion of the New Dawn.
Thank you so much, Makakuvu. So we will see you later in 5 hours. Thanks again. All right.
Uduma Akiyua.
Great. Wonderful, wonderful. So we've got to bring him into the state of the African diaspora, Prime Minister.
Exactly. He needs to have a citizenship of honor, an honorary citizenship for the king.
Yes, yes, yes. Now, can you, Prime Minister, we're going to bring in Teresa next. So can you tell people how to get in contact with you if they are in, well, you gave them the website, but is there any other way that they can get in contact?
No, the best way and the easiest one is really the website. So www.stateofafricandiaspora.com. And then, of course, you can contact other people through the website. You can fill in the form if you want to become a citizen and have your glorious ID. So today is really a new start for the diaspora. And that's also the way to unity, because we are in different countries, different colonial countries, but we will have our own political identity. We do not depend on other people anymore. We have our own citizenship. And many of our brothers and sisters are undocumented, because of migration, because of many things. They will have their identity with us. We recognize them. So other people may disregard them. We will give them the respect they deserve.
Yes, yes, yes. Again, you guys, I want to encourage you to get involved with the state of the African diaspora. Go to the website, sign up. I'm a member of parliament. I'm also spearheading their global food bank. And so we are bringing all of our members together that have food pantry services, including mine in Los Angeles. And we're mobilizing to feed the people, to feed Africa, as well as the diaspora. So, and I'm also involved with the media program. So there's plenty of programs, over 50 to get involved with. So come get involved. It's strength in numbers. Let's do this together, one Africa. All right, Prime Minister, thank you so much for your time.
Goodbye.
All right, goodbye. Princess Angelique, can you hear now? Hello? We can't hear you. We cannot. All right, Teresa, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. How's
Good
everybody?
Great, great, great. So we'll have Princess Angelique come back on once she gets her audio situated. Okay, Teresa Kemp. You guys, this is a gem right here. Teresa, can you tell the listeners a little bit about who you are? This is very significant because she's the Queen Mother as well in Ghana. So go on and explain.
Yes, September 6, 2015, I had my installment in Mankasim traditional area, central region of Ghana in West Africa. And I was installed, and my stool name is Nana Afua Adezuwa I. I'm the visionary Queen Mother of Mankasim. I am a historian, a griot, and a master quilter, and I have one of the largest privately owned collections in the country. I have 44,000 artifacts and over 1,000 textiles that tell the story of my family migrating from East Africa to West, being a metalsmith and a textile artist. Then they were brought to America for slavery. They came through Valongo, which is Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, brought off the coast of Sullivan Island, quarantined 2 weeks, sold at auction in Charleston, South Carolina's Slave Mart. They were sold to a Glenn County, Georgia, Dover Hall plantation. And in 1858, Peter Farrell purchased his freedom and his wife Eliza. And they worked on the Underground Railroad doing what's now called the Underground Railroad Quilt Code. So the book Hidden in Plain View is written about them. So what I do is I transfer history and culture from one generation to the next, internationally, culture to culture. I work with at-risk populations so that they will know who they are and they will take their rightful place. Everybody has done great things, and we need to hear about all the great things that we've done, and we'll do better.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So tell us a little bit about the history of slavery. You guys, I do want to say before she starts that Teresa will be back on at 9:15 doing some very important slave database workshops. So can you tell the listeners a little bit about what you'll be taking the people into at 9:15, and then you can talk about the transatlantic slave trade.
At 9:15 Pacific time, we will be talking about Voyages, which is the transatlantic slave trade database. Slavery was abolished in 1807 by Great Britain, and they spent the next 60 years stopping slave vessels and removing the captives. At the time of removal, they recorded their African names, where they were from, their height, their weight, their age, male or female, and then where they started, where they left, the captainship, all the details. So we'll discuss that. We'll talk about white slavery in America, not just indentured. We're going to be discussing the Native Americans, slaves, and slave owners. And then finally, the fact that we did not lose African names. There are several databases here in the United States that contain the African name, where they were from, and then the Christian or American name that they were given. And those databases, with a lot of other details that you can't get in the U.S. Census records because they're every decade, are really important for people doing genealogy, for companies that are working to review their historic data and slave-only policies, and also for historians and teachers and just people who love history.
That's amazing. Mm-hmm. That's amazing. You guys tune into that workshop. I know my family has done our genealogy very extensively. We were able to trace our European slave masters' roots to Scotland. Okay. My maiden name is Nina Hairston. My married name is Nina Womack, you know, so that's my stage name. But Nina Hairston, the Hairstons were from Scotland, and Peter Hairston came over to America, to the South, and he was one, you guys can look this up online. Peter Hairston was the largest slave owner in the South. He owned something like 20,000 slaves. He had multiple plantations all over the South. My family directly comes from Martinsville, Virginia. And so we are a mix of the African slaves that were exported over here, as well as the Scottish and also Cherokee Native American. But our family had, we've had an author, a German author, who wrote a book on our family called The Hairstons, An American Family in Black and White, because at some point our white Hairstons also brought us or acknowledged us Black Hairstons who were descendants of African slaves as family. So we have a Facebook page with thousands of Hairstons. We probably got about 10,000 Hairstons, and we all call each other cousins because we come from the same Hairston tribe, which was the European slave master as well as African. I'm sure some of my ancestors were royal in Africa. I know they were.
The question, do you celebrate the Irish and Scottish holidays here in America and go participate?
No, I do not. I do not.
But it's important that you let people know that the Irish heritage is very diverse and celebrate all that we are. We should not be ashamed of anything that happened in our history before us, and we should celebrate and let people know the true history of our families and celebrate who we are, and never ever be ashamed to show up and say, I'm of Irish descent, or I'm of Scottish descent, or I'm of British descent also. We're a combination of very diverse things, and it's important for people to get along. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just brought in a wonderful guest to come in and talk to us. This is Mama Imachus with One Africa in Ghana. She is a U.S. American, and she repatriated over to Ghana, and she's been there for years, but we're going to hear Mama Imachus tell the story. So tell us a little bit about your background.
Well, good afternoon, sisters. As she said, I am Imachus Njinga Okofu Ababio, and affectionately known as One Africa. I am the CEO, owner of One Africa Health Resort and Guest House Restaurant in Itri, Elmina, located between two of our major edifices, the Elmina Castle Dungeons and the Cape Coast Castle Dungeons. I've been in Ghana since 1987, visited a couple of times. The ancestors told me that that is where I was supposed to be. So in 1990, my king man and I packed up bag and baggage and went to Ghana. So I've been there for over 30 years. Currently, I am in Rwanda working on a project to empower women and youth to become entrepreneurial. And I'm just really glad, as I told Sister last night, as we were talking, One Africa, when I saw the sign, I said, I'm not doing anything. But One Africa USA. So I'm happy to be a part of the program.
The beauty is One Africa, everybody is One Africa. All of us are One Africa. So there's not any one particular organization or person that can only use One Africa. We all are One Africa united. So
it's true. It's true. Yeah. And, so I just really felt very good. It's what you call divine timing. Yeah. All right. It was definitely divine timing. So I'm glad to be here. And I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother.
Wow.
I have 25 grandchildren and 15 great-grandchildren. Wow. And this is my best life I'm living. So hello to all of my folks out there who are listening. And it's going to be a great program. It is a great program. Yes.
So, Mama Imachus, can you tell us where we should be headed and what should we be thinking now in 2020, with us being under lockdown and we can communicate online now. What should the diaspora be doing with the African continent?
I think the diaspora should be preparing itself for the move, because I see so many more diasporans coming into the continent or desiring to come into the continent. And being on lockdown should not prevent us from continuing to make plans for that exodus, because it's that time. So we have to look at, everybody, a lot of people are saying, I want to come to Africa. Are you prepared? What do you have to do to be prepared? How are you going to care for yourself when you get there? So when people tell me that they want to come to Africa, my thing is start doing your homework. Let's look at what the laws say in the country that you want to be in. There also, do I need a visa to get there? Can I get a job? How much money do I need? And the fact that so many people now want to come, I think it is a great thing. And for those of us who have made the move, we have the responsibility to join with those who want to come. That's my job, to help as many people exodus the diaspora as possible.
Okay.
And
all right, so she bounced off.
Where in is she?
She's in Ghana. She's in Ghana, in Elmina, which is,
yes, she did say that.
Away from
near the slave castle. Got it.
She said about repatriation. Some people may or may not know, but since last year, I've been working on bringing development to Cape Coast, Ghana, where she is speaking of. She's a neighbor to Cape Coast in Elmina. So since last year, I've been mobilizing with the team of African Americans to come together to bring development, bring our skills, our resources, our knowledge to the motherland, starting with Ghana to do development. We'd like to put in alternative energy. We'd like to bring agriculture, high-tech agriculture with aquaponics and so forth, and hydroponics. Also, we plan to build housing there. As she said about repatriation, the president of Ghana is asking the diaspora to come over to Ghana and invest or build a home or whatever. So we want to build, we want to build places for us and for the diaspora to come over to Cape Coast and other parts of Ghana, as well as eventually other parts of Africa. We're starting with Ghana and then we'll move to other parts, but it's about development and connecting with our people over in the continent, and just being one Africa, one Africa.
I was sitting here looking at all the different people signing on. Welcome. Thank you for saying Happy Africa Day. We're glad to have you from Utah, from Nigeria. And it is really exciting. And we appreciate your comments. We want you to tell other people that we are on live. I'm here with Nina Womack. I'm Teresa Kemp. I'm the author of Keeper of the Fire. That's the companion book for the databases and things we're going to be talking about, Nina. But it is important that everybody do what you can. And if you cannot go to Africa, there are many African students here. You can be the liaison between Africa, the United States, the Caribbean, throughout the world. Whatever your expertise is, then that's where we want you to start participating. My family every year, Nina, would do what they call AfriCare. Every generation goes back and contributes in some way. We find out where we're from. We learn about the culture. We tell our children. We tell our friends. We send information back. And in whatever way we can, we move Africa forward. When you think about it, the people who were highly skilled, literate, worshiping God of all ages were taken from Africa. And so you can imagine how it felt to be a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, seeing your children children taken, they left elderly people, they left people who were sick, and you're devastated. Our country is going through the pandemic right now, and it is up to us to tell you to stay home, wash your hands, but use practical sense. You know, they know that it's 27 feet. So if somebody tells you you can go 27 feet, don't just sit 6 feet. We have to teach and make sure that we know what a great people all of us are, and that we all came from Africa, that we should be one group. We are not separate. And people, Nina, how often have you heard Africans don't like us? Have you heard that?
Too much. Yeah, too much. And the same thing with the African Americans, you know, they have had issues with the Africans. I now with the COVID-19, it's been a very interesting time for me. I've been on lots of Zoom calls. I'm sure all of us have been on lots of Zoom calls. So I'm on Zoom calls with different groups in Africa, and one in particular is a youth group that I am now the director of diaspora outreach for this group. It's a nonprofit NGO called Africa Youth Diaspora Organization. And so it's made up of youths in their 20s and 30s. And they asked me last weekend or so, we were on a Zoom call, a chat, and they said, Nina, why is there a disconnect with the African Americans with Africa? And so I didn't realize that youth the African youth don't really know our history as far as slavery. So I explained to them, well, one, it is because of them capturing, the European colonizers capturing Africans, taking them over here to America. And I said, so we were, tortured and all kinds of horrible things. But two, that the media is controlled by white men. And so they told the stories of that Africans were subhuman. Africans had a smaller brain than the Europeans did, that we were unintelligent and so forth. So any person of color in America did not want to associate with anything African because it was
or hear about it. Or hear about it. You don't want to revisit the fact that you came from people who were substandard, or you came from a substandard place. But the people were highly skilled, which is why they took them. And in the databases, we're going to see they took 3-year-olds. And so when they said the people couldn't read and write, it's because their books were taken, burned, and moved. But the books still exist all over the world. And the measure of intelligence is not just in America. And when you go to the archives, you will see that all of Africa had multi-languages and usually speaks between 5 to 25 dialects and English, or learn other languages. So they're not taught that.
Exactly. And I'd like to share my story briefly. How I came into this Pan-African knowledge is, again, I remember growing up and seeing in media, on TV, that the African was less than, was subservient. We didn't have a backbone. We weren't intelligent. So I didn't grow up really proud of myself as a Black woman of color. And I used to idolize Shirley Temple. And so I loved her because she was cute and she was wealthy, and I was a child actor and she was a child actor. And then when I would see the Black girls that was with her, these pickaninnies, and they had braids, looking all crazy, and they could barely speak proper English. And I was like, as a little girl, I remember, I don't want to associate with these girls. I want to be like this blonde white girl who has everything and who's so smart. And then, so that formed, those media images formed in my mind. And then I also remember watching Roots. And so I saw Roots, and when I saw like Kunta Kinte and all the different African descent slaves, they were being beaten, and they were saying, yes, sir, master, yes, sir, master. I was like, ooh, I don't want to be like that, so I didn't have pride in my culture. Right. And then when I was 24, I enrolled in college to study theater. I have my theater arts degree. And so I had to take a history class. And I went to go sign up for American history. It was like 7 classes available, 7 offerings of American history, and all of them were filled up. So I was so disappointed that I could not take this American history. And the only class that was open was African American history. That was wide open. And my counselor said, you can take this, that will count as your history requirement. So I was forced, I had no choice to take this African American history course. And let me tell you guys, when I took that, it changed my whole entire life. It opened my eyes at 24. I had no idea that Africa had gold, that they had iron, and they were creating tools. I had no idea that they were carving masks that were so beautiful, and pottery, and all the beauty of Africa, that they had organized political institutions. They had educational institutions such as Timbuktu and Mali. I had no idea. And that's what started my passion. That's what started my love for Africa, because hey, this is who I am. This ancestry dwells in me. I'm not worthless. I'm not dumb and stupid. I'm royal. I come from a royal people in Africa.
That's right. That's right. As one of our guests said, now you're preaching. When you know who you are, you can see how you lit up.
Yeah.
How you feel about yourself. And if you get to meet the people, they're welcoming. They're happy to have us. They're honored to be part of us. And they want everybody to know. Everybody to know. And if they can get here, we can get there, Nina.
Yes, yes.
And Queen Mom down there.
What'd you say?
We can. I'm just saying, we can. We have been lied to. I must say that when I first went to Ghana in '87, I was totally pissed off because it was anything except what they told me it was.
Absolutely.
And I was mad because it took me so many years to get there.
Yes.
So this is about bringing as many of us home as possible.
Right.
Because that's where we belong. The what's going to help Africa more than anything is the diaspora. The diaspora is going to bring Africa back to its greatness.
Yeah.
And we have to be the ones that are out there in the front. And right now it's looking so good. I mean, we are powerful.
Very.
And we have to definitely utilize the matriarchal principle. It's the matriarchs that are going to carry this forward. It's not putting the men aside, but sisters are in the lead. They have to be. In Rwanda right now, over 61% of the government is run by sisters. So we have the power and the passion. So we have to set aside all of that ego and all the rest of that, and let's get down to doing the work. And how do we do that? We have to prepare ourselves. And I'm not prepared to wait until 2063. It's now. Now is when we're supposed to be moving, okay? And it's 78. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here, but for as long as I'm here, I'm gonna light some fires, okay? And bring us home. So my thing is whenever anyone is ready, we have to make sure that we maintain contact. We have One Africa. We have other organizations there in Ghana and in Rwanda. And we want you to come home, talk to us, because we've been there on the ground for more than 30, 40 years. So we know a little bit. I'm not saying I'm the smartest person in the world, but I do know a little bit. And it'll be enough to help us to come home. So
very well.
I'm down with you, Queens. I just got off with the sisters organization out of South Africa, and we had 44 sisters that were on from all parts of Africa, and saying the same thing. We're ready. Let us. We can't wait for anybody. We have to move forward as a collective. And there's our sister who was the previous ambassador to the AU for the United States. And she said, we are the ones that are going to do this. No one is going to do it for us. And like one of the sisters said, yes, we are the cooks. We are in the kitchen, but we're not frying no chicken. We are in the kitchen getting stuff together from here. And those people, and what may happen, and this is not a put down for our families, because when I came, my whole family and friends got mad at me because I wanted to go to Africa. There are going to be sacrifices that you are going to have to make when you decide to move, and you will be surprised at the people that are going to be pissed off with you because you want to leave America, KKK. My sister didn't speak to me for almost 10 years. And when I ask people when they come to One Africa, what did people say when you said that you were going to Africa? Did they mash up their face? Yes, they did. They wanted to know what in Ghana we call frowning, mash up your face. Well, they mashed up their face and wanted to know, why the hell would you want to go there? But if you said that you were going to Europe, they would be so happy for you. I'm so happy over here that I don't see white people. I don't know what to do. I'm telling you. So
you're 100% right, Mama. Because I wear, I always am promoting Africa right here in Los Angeles. So I always wear African attire or some African jewelry. So my friends will make a little comments like, "Oh, yeah, Nina, she's into that African stuff." That's what they say. She's into that African stuff. Like, what's wrong with me being into African attire and so forth? So
that's what's wrong with you. You have found your mind. For those of us that recognize Africa, we have taken off the shackles. We've taken the scales off our minds and we finally got sense. I'm so happy we got sense. I don't know what to do. I could dance.
Now, ladies, I want to add that we are the mothers of everybody. I have lots of children, like you said, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and some of them range from very, very light. They ask me, is their father white? Nope. Then they very dark and beautiful. And you know what? Right. They're all my children. We have children, all complexions. And even the white people came from Africa and they're white Africans. I have friends who people say, oh, you're not African, you're too light. Yes, they're white and light Africans originally from Africa. Everybody's from Africa. And so we're multi-complected. So my family being very diverse, at times, my mother had 16 brothers and sisters. My grandfather's born in 1856, and he's very light. He has a Native American mother and a white father. And at times, some of his children are very light and white and had white wives and white children. And at times, they had black wives and black children. So my family is not unique to America, and I have to go around and heal all the wounds of being too light to be black, too dark to get into a fraternity or sorority, to heal that I wasn't a paper bag color, or I wasn't this, or I wasn't that. If no matter who you are beautiful and created by God, and he created Africa and everything else that was here. And he wants us to embrace everything. There are good people of every race, every complexion, and Africans of every complexion that are there right now. So we embrace, or I embrace all that I am and love everybody. And I was surprised that even my own children, my youngest two played tennis. One of the older ones who was darker, she said to me, she goes, you're black as I am. What happened to them? I said, they've been playing tennis. But we've never made any difference in our children, but they noticed the way society treated them. And you're right. But my family was upset when I went to Africa, Nina and Mama. My children are grown, and so they weren't calling me as often. You know, I'm an empty nester. And when I went to Africa, they called me every day, several times a day. And like you were saying, be prepared. The power went off at 6 o'clock. I had everything charged. The water was a little different. The medication in the hospitals needed our help. When I went, I had gotten sick. The power in the hospital goes off, Nina, at 6 o'clock. So it's
Right.
important. Your projects, Nina, are needed all over. Our knowledge, our skills are needed. And you can serve here, you can serve there. But the biggest part of it starts, first of all, in our minds.
Most definitely.
Yes. And I'm so glad that you're there to prepare the way and to teach. Yes, we're glad. And also, you said you talk to women in South Africa and everywhere. That's a blessing and a miracle.
Oh, listen, I told them about Nina and the program that she has, and they really quite excited. It was like, link us. We need to be linked.
Yes.
Because, as the sister said, we're at war. We are at war. Okay. We are the warrior queens that are going to make this happen.
Oh, I have
and can't nobody. Let me tell you, we're ready.
Oh, yes, we are ready. Yes, it's our time.
But let me say this too, Nina and sis, in terms of us getting ready to be able to make the move. We have to change our mindset because, we've been spoiled living in America. Oh, we've really been spoiled. I'm a village person. I don't live in the city. I live in the bush. Okay. I like the village. And so we have to come with a mindset of, I hear people say all the time, well, in America, and I have to remind them, first of all, this is not America.
Yeah.
You ain't trying to be. And so if the Wi-Fi doesn't work all the time, I don't even offer Wi-Fi at my place. My thing is you should come there, relax yourself, take off that America KKK thing that you have on and get to know who you are. Listen to the inner voice of who it is that you are. Mm-hmm. So no, we don't have fancy this and depending on where you live, if you want to live in our farm, you can get all that fancy.
Right, true.
But we're coming to Africa it's a rebirth. Mm-hmm. We're being rebirthed. And
well, Mama Africa, I do want to tell you guys, if you don't know, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook is now investing over $1 billion to come put in high-speed internet in Africa, starting with Ghana. So he selected about 5 countries to put in high-speed Wi-Fi.
Wow.
And
I hope
by 2024 it will be done. He's installing, they started the process and it will be completed in 2024.
I read that. I hope it's not 5G. Okay. Yeah. Because that is not good. Not at all.
Look, we both see people signing on all the time listening to you, Mama. We're excited. Welcome.
So,
yes, and I just want to give a shout out to a couple of organizations. Like One Africa said, she's a member, and I just became a new member of the Diaspora Coalition of Ghana. So if you guys are interested in repatriating or building a business or doing any kind of work over in Ghana, you want to contact Diaspora Coalition or Mama Imicus with One Africa, who is also in Ghana. I'm also a member of the Pan-African Association, Pan-African Diaspora Association of Ghana, and that's Rabbi Kohen, right?
Yeah.
Coalition and the Pan-African Diaspora, is that the same thing, Mama Imicus, or those are two different?
What did you say?
Is the Diaspora Coalition the same as the Pan-African Diaspora Coalition of Ghana, or are those two separate organizations?
No, the coalition consists of about 12 other organizations. Okay. Like I am the co-chair for an organization called BADA, which is the Bureau of African Diaspora and Affairs. Under that umbrella of the coalition, we have the Caribbean Association, the African American Association. We have 12 other organizations, and we're on the same page so that we work as a collective. So welcome to the coalition, sis. We are really, really happy to see you. I mean, I just got off of a, what is this that we're doing? Anyway, I just got off a program with Rabbi Kohen and another Zoom program. So
Okay.
I've been to South Africa today. I've been to Ghana. I'm now in California.
You go, girl. You know, ladies,
I'm
now I have to
all
have,
over the place.
I have to also stick up for the men. We want to make sure that when we're moving, as you said, and you know, that just goes ahead, Nina, and talks about or leads into what I'm going to talk about. That in some places, Africa is a matriarchal society. And
Yes, it
that
is.
doesn't mean that we discount or don't listen to the men. So I want to make that clear to all of our listeners and viewers of how important the men are also in the society to her. But if you're unfamiliar or you're listening to this with American ears, you may think that she may have dissed men. No, our men are important and very well taken care of and highly respected. So we want to make sure that you may not be that familiar with the African culture or matriarchal societies. I wanted to throw that in there.
Well, let me say this. And you know, they always say that behind every successful man
Mhm.
is a successful woman. My position, being a matriarch, is that walking beside that successful man is a successful woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm at his side, not at his back.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm sure that a real man wants me at his side and not at his back. I mean, yes, when we say, I got your back, baby, because I do, but
Mhm.
I walk beside you, your queen. So I'm not putting them down because I love them.
No, you weren't. I knew
But
that.
I'm at the.
But some of our listeners may not have known that. I'm born in Germany,
I know.
and it's so different. I didn't grow up with a lot of the abuse or preconceived notions that many Americans have since I've been here, since 1974. My family came back and forth. My dad was in the military. So I had a very different view, and I found that I don't have a lot of the same emotions around some of the abuse that people have been through here. And that doesn't discount you being abused. I tell people that doesn't make me callous. I understand. Everybody's going to experience some abuse in your life. Something is going to happen to everybody. I said, but I wanted to make sure that I always deliver with peace and joy and hope and faith of where we're going to go and where we have to get to. And so we want to make sure that we include you, and we want those men to be preparing to repatriate too. We don't want them to think, oh, well, if I go over there, the women are going to treat me like less than a man. No. We're a royal family, and family is very, very important. Go ahead.
It is. The other thing too is that one of the things that I've noticed over the years is that a lot of sisters want to come, but they don't have kids. You know, we have brothers, the brothers get to Ghana, and the brothers, they find Ghanaian sisters. No, and that's cool, but it doesn't negate the fact that you sisters cannot come. So if you don't have a mate to come with, then hook up with another sister. Yeah. And the 2 or 3 sisters should come forward. Okay? It's
you know
not
what I did? I came by myself with God. When God says go, I go. And if nobody else could go, I started 4 years trying to get my friends to come with me. I wanted my family to come with me, right? All my children, grandchildren, I wanted everybody to come with me, and they still will. But when it came time to go, and I was there by myself, even though I was recovering from cancer, planning to have both hips replaced and had congestive heart failure, I'm like, if I die, I will die seeing that what I'm teaching and what I wrote the book about is true, that what they've passed down 5 generations to me is true, because I recite it without questioning, do they recite that oral history exactly to the T? And do you know I was not wrong? I just hadn't said enough.
So
but
true.
You can't wait on somebody else to go. God may not have called the group. He might have just called you, and you start, and then they'll go. Just like you went first, and some of us are going to follow in your footprints, right? You're never too old to go. In fact, when I got there, the elders, older than you, much older than you, they danced. Look, if I got down on the floor, they're going to have to help me up. If I drop down, Listen, they dropping down, they're jumping high. They celebrate a funeral for a week. They celebrate a marriage for a week, dancing, getting up at 5 in the morning, already dancing, already celebrating. I said, shoot, I got to get in shape. That's the message. Get in shape if you want to go.
Well, see, they dropping it like it's hot. They've been dropping it like it's hot for a while. You understand? Yes, and they would drop. So the thing for us is that we know the path that we have to be on in educating our children. I mean, I'm so thankful that my daughter, after 30 years, finally came to visit me in Ghana.
Oh, amen. Praise God.
30 years. She brought one of my grandchildren, my sister, but it took her 30 years to get there. But now that she's been there, she's in love. She's trying to figure, well, Ma, how can we make this happen? I've made it. I'm waiting for y'all to come. And so I think what we have done, and I have to give a shout out to Rabbi Kohen and others, Mama Zulu, Big Mama from Detroit, Shikesha, all of these people that walked away from what they had in America and brought it with them to Ghana to say, this is home. And it was a sacrifice. I'm a writer. I wrote a book called Returning Home Easy, but it sure is a blessing.
Okay, I'll make sure I get it.
Yeah, and I didn't want it to appear, it wasn't a struggle. It was a challenge. That's what it was. It was a challenge. And I feel I rose to the occasion. We had built our home, built our business without a bank loan. Because when they told me how much it was going to cost to borrow money, I said, you got to be kidding, 30%. So we did it a little at a time. You know, when people came to visit, and we lived in a house that we were building that had no windows, no doors, no ceiling, no floors, no running water in the house, no kitchen.
Right.
So we just put up screens. We moved in determined that we were going to do this, and also to be able to set ourselves up as examples for people that came so that we could show them it's possible to do this. And so that's what we have to convey to those that are going to come and take a visit, come and take a look-see. Ghana is the gateway to Africa. There are so many other places that we can go if we choose to.
So just what our young people spend their money on right now, whatever it is you want, you make a way to do it, right? And when they used to say, where there's a will, there's a way, you'd be shocked that we spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on detailing cars, on clothes and fashions of people who don't even want us to wear their clothes. We're eating all kind of stuff that makes us sick. And when I got to Ghana, do you know I was healthy? I could then walk around my town every morning at 5 o'clock. You know, here in America, I was on a walker, bent over with my elbows on the walker.
Are you sure you weren't at One Africa? Because you sound like somebody else that came there.
But let me tell you what, moringa and African foods and products. When I was here in America and had cancer, I went to one of my friends said, go get this agusi stew and fufu, okra stew and fufu, pepper soup. And let me tell you something. My former husband just had a stroke, and again, my friends, I took him by a restaurant and he got pepper soup, all of the roots, fresh chopped fruits and vegetables, the herbs and spices. And that was how it says it gave herbs for the service of man. Everything's fresh in the market. You go to the market, you pick out what you want to buy, you go home, put it in a pot. We don't have all this storage and processed food. They have some at the supermarkets there in Africa and West Africa, throughout Africa. But in the village, you eat fresh fruits and vegetables. They climbed the tree and got the coconut down, sliced the top, and handed it to me. I was shocked, and it was cool because I was like, oh, I might not like coconut juice.
I got a yard full of coconut, fresh food. So let me just say this, listeners, in terms of the sister asked, you know, what do we have to do to get ready? First of all, we need to stop spending our money in places with people that don't love us, number one. We have to get rid of a couple of them TVs because you got a television in every room, including the kitchen and the bathroom. So if we had one TV in the house where the whole family would come together to watch it, the money that we will save, those $350 sneakers and that $200 hair and all the rest of that,
$1,000.
put that for hair. Oh my Lord.
Hair and sneakers.
Is this one?
$700 and $800 for the hair. That's what I'm saying. $1,200 for a pair of sneakers.
No, those of you who are serious about making that move, you need to start downsizing. You don't need all of that, especially when you're talking about exiting. You need to put it, you'll be surprised how much you will save.
Mm-hmm. You guys are excellent points, and I'd like to make a comment for the listeners who are in US and as well as in Africa. You may or may not know, but January 2019, Donald Trump and the US government has an initiative called Prosper Africa. Prosper Africa. And this is a two-way bilateral agreement that he's put in place for the U.S. businesses to go and invest in Africa, to trade between the continents and so forth. So I am very, very knowledgeable about the Prosper Africa initiative. I follow it. There's a lot of funding that is in the pipeline with the government in the U.S. to come and develop, to bring agriculture and different things like that in sub-Saharan Africa and other parts of Africa. So Prosper Africa is our opportunity to do exactly what you're talking about. So let's spend less on the hair and the shoes and all of that and save our ducats so we can go to the motherland and invest through that Prosper Africa initiative.
Nina, tell them one more time. How can they find out about it?
I'm sorry. I don't trust them. I don't trust them.
Okay.
Well, I mean, irregardless whether we trust them or not, they have initiatives for us to come in and invest in Africa, the U.S. Americans. So the reason why Trump was very transparent on why he created Prosper Africa, he said, number one, the U.S. should be competing with China. So he wants to compete with China. Number two, he said Africa has over 1 billion population, and that's true. We know it's a huge population. So he's saying, hey, we can do business with all these people. We have stuff to sell to all these people, but it's very important to maximize on those initiatives. Prosper Africa. I know I am as an African-American woman. I'm going to take advantage of everything that the government has when it comes to investing in Africa.
Well, let me also say this. There are many programs, and there are also grants for individuals and grants for organizations that are available for you to travel and for education. And so I know this isn't the program for that, Nina, but I do free grant writing classes so that individuals can write their grants, because there's so many different situations. And she has been, obviously we can hear that she's been in situations where the government has not proven trustworthy to her life experience. So we have to honor that and listen to it, and also teach there's many ways to get there. Go ahead.
Okay. The thing that I'm saying is that in terms of trust, just based on our history, if the West is coming into Africa to truly help us or to truly invest, then their investment should be of an advantage to us and not a disadvantage. So
right.
You come into our country, and for example, oil in Ghana. How is it that Ghana is receiving less than 10% of what comes out of the ground? Why is it in then other African countries we are still poorer for the influx of the Europeans? All I'm saying is that we as African people in the diaspora possess the wherewithal and finance, if we bring it together, then we would be able to take care of ourselves. Trump wants, so that's all I'm saying.
I agree with you. I experienced it.
I just want us to do better, not worse, from their intervention. You know, it's like coming bearing good.
Say it again, Nina.
So
we have to start our next panel, which is at 8:30. People are waiting. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful session.
Thank you.
Let's take a quick question. He wants to know how to get in contact with the rabbi, Phil.
From Brazil.
From Brazil.
Hey, Phil.
How can he get in contact with Rabbi Kohen?
Okay, what he can do is give him my email address, and then I will give him Rabbi's contact.
Okay, can you do your email address, please?
My email address is OneAfrica, O-N-E, Africa _Ghana @yahoo.com.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. It's been a pleasure. You guys have been wonderful. And Teresa, we will see you back at 9:15 for the slave database.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, listeners. Thank you, everybody that tuned in. Contact Nina. Yes, we love you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Nice meeting you.
Nice
See
meeting
you soon.
sister.
We'll see you soon.
All right. You too, Nina.
All right. Oh, Oren, we missed your comment. Sorry.
Let's see them.
Okay, Teresa. So we will see you back at 9:15 with that slave database, a workshop you guys she'll be doing on how to access the databases. All right.
And Nina, please give that last listener, Phil from Brazil, give him my information, because I do have information on the West Africa or African Jews.
Okay.
And,
I'm 2 minutes behind now. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks. All right, you guys. Let's go on to our next panel, the discussion. Hello. Hi, Ms. Charmaine.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine. Kevin, how are you? Kevin Killer.
Doing good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Princess, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Her Excellency.
Okay. All right. Well, we're waiting for yes. Princess Angelique, can you talk to us a little bit about your organization, World Peace Initiative, and what Africa Day means to you?
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, I'm really touched. I was with you in the beginning in the beautiful drumming session, and I'm with you now. And I just have tears. Thank goodness for the virtual web, so that individuals around the globe can see this. You know, I have an interesting, humble beginning. I'm an American, and I'm blessed in that I have Native American traditions behind me, and I'm getting teary with your panel right now, and African traditions that were passed down to me from my great ancestors. And of course, I also have, by grandparent away, European descent. So growing up in a political African American family that paved the way for civil rights, and my family members achieved beyond expectations so that we could have what we have today, I had a lot of pressure behind me. And interesting enough, I've been studying transatlantic slave trade. I've been studying the transatlantic slave trade for a long time, and the role that royalty comes into play, and the role that the ancient Africans that went from the Omic tribe coming from West Africa. So I have a great background in this, and that made me also know that my African name is Ademi Basi, which means my crowns have increased. So basically, a lot of us are coming from the Yoruba Empire. The Yoruba Empire is a big empire in West Africa. and you can see traces of us in Brazil, traces of us all around the world. So opening that up, being a peacemaker around the world, I founded the Artisan Festival International, New Generation in Action, where we use films of purpose and we use the arts in order for individuals to get in tune to culture and history. So we've actually screened films that show Queen Sheba's role in Israel and the Ethiopians. We've screened films that deal with the Native American traditions. And we've also screened films to show our brothers and sisters their role in Africa and how they come from royalty. And royalty isn't just in Africa, it's also in Europe as a whole. So we're doing a lot of work to work on this within the diaspora. And most important, it's important for the Africans to know how much we love Africa and how much we're working so hard to not only study our culture from Africa, but also be included. So I have a host of mentors from the different royal diasporas around the world, and we're doing work to basically bring the children home. And most important, for us to be able to identify with our ancient roots, because we've come a long way. We're inventors, we're politicians, we're lawyers, we're doctors. We have taken such drastic, terrible, harsh traditions that 400 years ago, we can't even fathom, you know, and we're achieving beyond expectations. I can let you know that on my mother's side of the family, on my grandfather's, I actually was able to go to the slave plantation where that particular family was born. And, you know, I'm just really in this and I love what you're doing. And we really have to not only talk about it, but we have to have educational information. So we're going to be producing films, not just exhibiting films, but it's important to use entertainment also as a way and a vehicle for individuals around the world to know where they're coming from so that we know where we're going to go.
Thank you so much, Princess Angelique. So we are going to go on to our next panel, and hopefully you can come back on later on. But thank you so much for your wonderful comment, for being with us on our opening ceremony. You know I love you. You are my sister in spirit.
Thank you. Bless you.
All right. Have a great day. All right. Okay. So, Jose, can you hear? Okay, let me add Jose. Jose, can you hear? We can't hear you. Oh, let's see. Can you hear me? Hello? Audio issues. Hello?
You're on mute. You're on mute, Jose.
Jose. All right. So, Jose, you're on mute. We can't hear you. Okay, so Charmaine, you guys, we are in our next panel. This is this panel discussion has to deal with the diaspora of slave history in Latin America as well as Native America. So we've got Kevin Killer here. Hello, Kevin. All right. While we work on Jose's audio, got the moderator, Charmaine Jefferson. Charmaine, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good to hear you. And I'm going to suggest maybe Jose's underlying mic might be on off. His underlying speaker might be off, even though he's unmuting, and that may be why you can't hear him. And good morning, Kevin. How are you? A pleasure to see you. And while we figure out how to get Jose so we can hear his wonderful voice, I'd love, Kevin, for you to talk a little bit about the work that you are doing in connection with, well, also the Native American slave trade and the understanding of that connection.
Cool. Sure. Thank you, Charmaine, and thank you, Nina. It's good to be here, you know, and greetings from South Dakota. I'll do our traditional greeting Lakota. Halmandak Yapi, Maka, Ikile, Hime, Chante, Washte, Nape, Chuzapilo. That's just, we're just saying, you know, I shake your hands with a good heart, and my Lakota name is Close to Earth. My English name is Kevin Killer. I kind of come into this space as, and coming from the world of politics, I served in my capacity, I served in the South Dakota State Legislature for 10 years, both as a state rep and also as a state senator, and ended up transitioning out the last term, so in 2018, and making sure that, you know, in anytime you're in politics, you always have to have good people standing behind you. So there was actually 2 Native women who followed up in Dakota in both in the Senate and the House seats. So it's always, you know, being strategic and being smart about, you know, when you step into these spaces, about who's coming after you, who's coming into you, and all that. And after I transitioned out of that, I actually went into a fellowship called Leadership in Government, Open Society Foundation, and part of the fellowship was actually looking at how do we look at truth and healing in communities. It used to be known as Truth and Reconciliation, but I had a lot of friends in Canada who kind of told me that, you know, there's nothing to reconcile on our end, so it's more about healing and understanding what the truth is around some of these conversations, and building out the important work that that went on in Africa, you know, in South Africa and Kenya, around truth and reconciliation, and understanding that how do we, you know, begin to explore the truth in the 21st century. So that's kind of that's kind of how I ended up on this panel meeting Nina and in this space. So thank you.
Thank you. I love that. Before we start our conversation, can we just check, Jose? Can you see if you can speak for us? He may look like he's frozen. Not sure he can hear me. All right, so while we figure out whether or not we can get Jose on, let me ask you a question, Kevin. That talk a little bit about the notion of the way that Native Americans were either engaged and also enslaved right here, I know, in the United States. And I know that it's possible that some of our listeners know, because we've got a lot of very conscious people on, but others who may not know that one of the trade routes not only took a lot of the slaves through the East Coast, New England. They didn't start getting in through the southern part of the United States. But in fact, part of what they would do is capture Native Americans and then trade them for the slaves that they had captured in Africa, and would do that switch on the theory that the Africans didn't know the land as well, and therefore would be less of a flight risk, which moved a lot of Native Americans from this land and moved them to other parts of the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see the parallels between, you know, the histories of what happened when the Africans, and then, you know, eventually becoming African American, not by a choice of their own, but, you know, and then how we became Indian because they thought, you know, they were landing in India, and then eventually we became Indian American, and understanding that. And you know, I think one of the things that really kind of opened my eyes is that, you know, we've had a lot of people come to, you know, where I'm at in South Dakota is Wounded Knee, and it's a historical atrocity. And, you know, and for people that don't know about Wounded Knee on the broadcast, Wounded Knee happened on December 29th, 1890. And it was basically, you know, that was at the end of what the so-called Indian Wars were in the Great Plains in South Dakota. And it was the 7th Cavalry, which, you know, our tribe defeated along with some other allied tribes, the Cheyenne and the Arapaho. But, you know, in 1890, that day in December, it was below zero. It was really cold out. And, you know, there was a band that actually was running from, or it actually took shelter on a reservation. And it was a band, it was Chief Bigfoot's band. And Chief Bigfoot's band knew that they could come to our reservation in Pine Ridge be safe and all that. And unfortunately, the cavalry actually illegally entered the reservation, seeking out Chief Bigfoot, and they ended up, it was a massacre, and I think over 300 people died that day. And the crazy part about it is that all the soldiers received the Congressional Medals of Honor, which is crazy, like, as you think about that. And so, and just retelling that history and understanding it, how does it impact us? I've seen a lot of people actually come to our community, and I see the emotional and the visceral reactions that people have, and rightly so, to that atrocity. And I was thinking, like, to myself, I was like, how do I, as a Native person, be a better ally and understand this history, how it relates to others, and understanding, my own context in politics, my own understanding of truth and healing, what the truth needs to be told in history. In my fellowship, I proposed initially going to South Africa to understand, deeper about some of Mandela's stuff and seeing the conditions and all that. But then the trip to Ghana actually came up, and so a friend referred me to that, and I began to look at how do we, begin to understand that same, the same kind of reactions that people have when they come to my community. Is like, how can I, do that, understand that, deepen that understanding, and then take it back to not only my own community, but to others within my political circles. And how does that kind of come out to a policy that, and this is like a bigger discussion, but this understanding that, how does this come out to something that's equitable? And I don't know if it ever will be equitable in our lives, but that's one of the biggest things, I think I learned, especially about, the concept of reparations. And the one thing that, I'll say about reparations is that as soon as somebody says reparations in our country, we're kind of, in the US, you're immediately, your first thought is to money, and it's not about the money. It's about repairing relationships. And I think that's one of the biggest things that, one of my takeaways was, in just understanding the power of prayer, because the other part of that too is that, when I take people to Wounded Knee, we always sage them off, or, like, make sure that they get blessings, because we don't want any ill or any hard feelings like lingering with them to make them think negative. And understanding that, when I was at the Door Nor Return in Ghana, understanding, how that history of what people went through when they actually stepped that door, it just led to this whole alternative universe. But one of the things that I begin, through all my work in politics and charity and philanthropy and all this kind of stuff, is I begin to understand how, how the power of prayer is always with us. And whenever those ancestors, even before, the 1520s, 1519s, 1492s, whenever the slave Atlantic trade actually begun, we prayed, we prayed to our creators, whatever that may be. In our language is Tinkashla. It means like the great mystery. Dakush, Kaskan, that means great mystery. But also, we prayed, and you think about, like, in the 1490s, and before those ancestors stepped through the Door Nor Return, they probably said a prayer that they don't want their ancestors to go through this, and to think about how that prayer translated into all the way into the 2000s, and also 2020, 2019, for, all those dignitaries that came over on the, as a part of the delegation. That was like what really stuck with me, made me really think about, okay, there's more into understanding about how do we translate history, but also how do we translate healing, in how do we do our work. So
I really appreciate that. I will tell you that I had the great fortune of meeting Nelson Mandela twice, actually. And it was here in the United States after he was released. And I remember I was one of those people who was on stage when he did the Ted Koppel show behind him. And I remember meeting him and him putting his, and you of course you hope you're going to be able to shake Nelson Mandela's hand. We've spent all this time, fighting against apartheid. This man is free. He's going to clearly be in a point where he can run the country. And I'm expecting from him, when he puts his hand out, not only does he see me, but it was like an energy that came through his hand, and what my expectation was about what he'd gone through and what his battle was that he would be full of this sense of rage and anger, and that I should probably want to take all that rage and anger and take it on me. And instead, what I felt was a sense of empowerment. I have never forgotten that moment. And it was, and he certainly said it was nice to meet me and all that other kind of stuff. And I met him again and etc. But there was the power of that handshake at that moment, especially when you think about this time when we can't all touch each other, that let me know that what empowered him was a bigger picture. What empowered him was the very reason why he went into truth and reconciliation and making people understand that you have to tell the truth in order to get to the point of reconciling, in order to get to the point of moving forward. And so for all of our natives who were on this land and what they went through, for those of us from the diaspora of Africa, the combination thereof, and even thinking about Nelson Mandela and his journey, I can tell you that power was in his handshake. And I knew from that moment that how I looked at these issues was always had to be from some sense of empowerment from those struggles rather than anger from those struggles. And I think that keeps you from then freezing and being stagnant and allowing you to move forward. And so every time you hear, whether it's the Harriet Tubmans or the leaders who tried to come up with compromises, etc., that's how those things happen. So I really appreciate your stopping and sharing that, Kevin. And I'm gonna see now if I can get Jose. Can we hear you, Jose? Take yourself off mute for a minute.
Yes.
Can we hear you?
My name is Jose. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
We can. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Yeah. What you do.
Well, yes, thank you so much, Ms. Charmaine Jefferson, for allowing me to be part of this and to share about the Garifuna people. I was actually inspired by what Kevin Miller just shared about the native, and that there is a big relationship between the Garifuna people and the native, specifically the Arawaks and the Carib in the Caribbean. So what I'm going to tell you about the Garifuna people very briefly, I'm going to start by the unique aspect about this Black community that is actually recognized as the only Black community in the Western Hemisphere that did not face slavery, because they fought for their freedom right there in St. Vincent. So Garifuna, the word Garifuna means Black Caribbean. So the word Gari means Caribbean and Funa means Black. And let me kind of like go back into the history. So this nation was born in St. Vincent, not too far from Jamaica. And it took about 30 years to emerge into an ethnic group with their own language, their own customs, religion. It was in the 17th century, so in the 1600s. And the Garifuna lived peacefully in St. Vincent. And they were able to relate very well with the Arawaks and the Carib. Eventually, then the British came in, and that's where the war started. So for 30 years, the Garifuna people were able to fight the British. And the British, they couldn't defeat the Garifuna people. So they actually end up bringing the French and the Dutch. And even the three together, they couldn't, defeat the Garifuna. Now, towards the end, after 30 years of fighting with each other, fighting, finally, the Garifunas in St. Vincent were able, they were provided some ships to go to the Caribbean Sea of Honduras in 1797. So today there's over 300,000 Garifunas in the following countries: among Honduras, Belize, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and recent since the 1950s coming to the United States for better opportunities, especially in the city of New York. So that gives you like the big picture about the unique aspect about the Garifuna people, as in compared to other Black communities in this African diaspora. Now, what we have in common, the thing that we do have in common is the fact that today the Garifuna people face racial discrimination, segregation, economic injustice. Maybe you heard about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey, he traveled around all these countries, and he wanted to see everywhere he go, when he see Black people were in the bottom. And I think that that's actually very relevant today, effectively, especially right now, dealing with the COVID-19. The Black communities are the ones that are being more affected by it. And definitely, yeah, it's a pleasure. Now I want to kind of perhaps take some questions.
Well, I have one that's crossed my mind, especially as I began to learn more about the part of the slave trade that did in fact take captives of Native Americans and then trade them for Africans and ship the Native Americans outside of the continent that we think of as North America, which then meant that there were a lot of Native Americans that ended up displaced and becoming a new group of people where they were then moved to. At the same time, I know that the Chinese in Jamaica were, you have this whole Black Chinese relationship that people like Paula Madison have been searching out, that coming out of Jamaica, etc. And so what's so key is understanding how every group, when they were on their native spot, when those slave traders came through, they disrupted and displaced people all around the world. And therefore, it's not just that someone we refer to as a Native American is a Native American here. They may have been a native to the land that became America, but they're someplace else. And it didn't mean that we only came from Africa sitting on Columbus's ship or something. There are lots of ways in which we crossed the lands, and it wasn't until they created the systemic issues of deciding that one race is better than another, the caste system that existed in Europe, that they put in place in India, etc. Those caste systems then started to then break it down according to what color you were.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful to be able to hear that part of the story of the Garifuna, because I don't think that most people know that piece of it as well. And I guess I want to ask the question, when we're thinking of Kevin, when we're thinking about the current moment, where on one hand we're allowing the people who were native to the lands to still have their opportunity to live with each other in these reservations that sometimes deals with, and then sometimes we take them away. Sometimes we treat them like they're Americans, and then sometimes we don't. We're still doing that in the year 2020. I'd say that those are some of the remnants of what that slave trade looked like. And I'd love to hear more from you, Kevin, as well.
Sure. And thank you for, putting that in a context that, is universal. And I think in preparation for this panel, I was looking at Well, I remember one of the first classes I took in college. It was a professor, and Glenn Morris at the University of Colorado at Denver, and he was really adamant about comparing the one drop rule. And when you think about like the one drop rule in the context is like, if you had one drop of African American blood in you, you were considered African American, but that denigrated, all what you were able to access, what you're able to do, in society, how people own property, all this kind of stuff, to really benefit, the country. But also too, how that compares to Native communities is that, if you were a one drop Native American, you were also, you were kind of afforded this kind of mindset of, well, we put people into blood quantums, and you think about like, even on my tribal ID, I still have a blood quantum, which is crazy because all the other people that have blood quantum or all the other things that have blood quantum are actually animals. And to measure like how Indian you are, doesn't even kind of get into the history and understanding like, who were the first people in the United States, but also who came into this country and where they were rightfully at were African slaves. And sometimes those African slaves, were able to get into the tribes and, have kids and all that kind of stuff. And even that blood wasn't counted even that blood wasn't really kind of factored in. And understanding that how, this kind of impacts like a larger thing is that, are we able to when those two people met, the 1500s, all that kind of stuff, they had kids, where's that history at of that family, of those two communities meeting, just understanding that, how does that kind of impact today? And, fast forward to now is that, when you basically became a full-blood Native, the government held everything in trust for you, with the concept that the less blood you had, the more integrated or white you became into the system, and therefore you would have more access to business, to land ownership, to all this kind of stuff. But also that same that application around the concept of the one drop rule applied to African Americans is that they can't fully integrate into society. We have to lessen them with this and that, and understanding that this is how it is, and so I think understanding that context and being able to really reimagine that, what that might look like in the future, about understanding again the history and redefining our own history as it really is, and being able to put that in landmarkers, being able to put that in a lot of other spaces, because I think that's one thing that I was really stringent about being in the legislature, is being able to geographically rename places around me, which was a big concept that Mandela really wanted to do after our apartheid, because basically when apartheid happened, they renamed everything in the country, but they had to go back and rename it the indigenous or the African, the names, because it's just like when you claim ownership of spaces, then you can tell that story. So I think that was one thing that, or a few ways that there was a comparison, I guess. Hopefully that makes sense.
Had to take myself off mute. I know that we also have Dr. Hummer is trying to get in to the site. I think she's sitting in a holding spot, so she may be joining us in a few moments. And if so, she's going to share with us as well some conversation around the clear evidence of the African diaspora in Mexico and other parts of Latin America as well, which is, so prominent. Nina's heard me say lots of times that one of the reasons I love that we all should do, everyone should do, please do your census, but I hate the way that they try to distinguish us, especially when it gets to African American, not Hispanic. And I just like want to pull my hair out and go, I'm sorry. You can be African, you can be of Africa and be Black and speak all kinds of languages. And so I think that too continues that notion that we are not all over the world. And when that happens, it means we're not connecting back to all the places that we are in the world. And it keeps us segmented and separated from each other in ways that we couldn't. And I would just want to say, Jose, when you're sitting here and people are talking with you about where you are from, how do you find that you're able to explain to them what that is in that elevator speech and what it means in relationship to you and I standing next to each other? The cap's going to pass us by one way or the other with no distinction. I remember when I was doing an exhibition on Celia Cruz, and a whole bunch of people were passing by. They were going to a soccer game. So you could tell they were from all different parts of the world with Spanish language or a variation thereof. And you could hear one person go, oh, she's this, and no, she's that. And I can remember someone Black saying, well, why are we doing an exhibition on Celia Cruz? I said, did you look at her? And at that moment, you realize that even here in the United States at times, we don't recognize the depth from which we are connected to so many other people around the world, and that they are connected to us.
Yes. What I always tell is the exact same words that my grandfather used to say, like, we, Garifuna people, we are proud Black people who live, beyond Honduras. We are part of the diaspora, of the Black diaspora, and that we are very proud of our history. We are very proud of what our ancestors did. One thing that is so compelling about the Garifuna history, as it relates to the history of the United States and the colonization, is the fact that the Garifuna people, because the Garifuna, they faced the British, and they were not defeated by the British. That inspired the Americans in the 13 colonies to fight and unite against the British. Mm-hmm. So if you look at it in the context, right before the 1776 in the United States, they got that inspiration from the Garifuna people fighting in the Caribbean for their freedom. So that context, when you put it in the context, that came from the Garifuna.
Well,
and I want to take a moment to tell you about the Garifuna flag. So the Garifuna flag, the black is our race. We are Black people, right?
Yes.
The white represents the peace, that we are peaceful people. And the yellow is our American Indian heritage. That's the meaning of the Garifuna flag.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I appreciate that. I did not know that. And I like the fact that it has some yellow, so we can add that into red, black, green, put some yellow in there. You know what I mean? We can mix it up. It's interesting. One of the things that I need to learn more about, for example, is that my father's mother was part Cherokee, died when he was 12. But I don't know. And when I see pictures of her, I wouldn't have necessarily known that. But was because she was part Cherokee, when there was this moment of reparation in terms of payments that went to the Cherokee tribes, she got some of it. Now, I think later on, I'll spare all the other stories about what I understand happened after that part and which family member tried to do what. But I will say that it's one of the things that I want to learn more about, because the detail of it never really got passed down.
Nice.
My father was 12 when she passed away, so he didn't have a chance to know all of that. And his father then married somebody else, and Lord knows what then happened. But this was in Mississippi. So therefore, there's a connection that you want to understand as to how that happened. And yet I have a grandfather on the other side who played baseball with the Negro leagues in California, and had been offered, this is long before Jackie Robinson, et cetera, in the 1924, 23. and got offered opportunity to play baseball, but they told him he could not be a Negro. He needed to say that he was either from Puerto Rico or that he was Native American, but anything other than saying that he was a Negro. And he refused to do that. And that's in 1924. And he clearly could have passed easily as having been a Native American. I mean, he was maybe a smidget drop darker than you appear to me to be, Kevin, in this on this screen, and had hair that looked like it was Native American. So it's amazing how, and yet when I trace back his family all the way to the slave master, I don't necessarily get to the Native Americans, but they may be there. So I certainly urge a lot of the people who are listening to take these opportunities now that we are finding out how to get to slave databases, and there's empowerment happening with our Native American brothers and sisters and people like Jose. And then, you know, I'm praying we're going to get Tony on this call, because even Mexico, I tell folks all the time, do you know what Cinco de Mayo is really all about? Because if you do, you know it's not about spinning around the maypole. It's not the celebration of spring. It's the celebration of Mexico defeating the French. That's what it is. And if they had not defeated the French, slavery would have gotten deeper into the colonies of the United States and into California, which is why people like Biddy Mason, when she gets into California, when her slave master brings her along, is able to say, no, I'm in California now, I'm free. And we owe Black people on Cinco de Mayo, all Black people I know should be celebrating on that day, because if it wasn't for Mexico defeating the French, slavery would have been deeper in the United States.
I have a question for Kevin. Kevin, I was reading, or no, let me take that back. I heard that the Native American is not acknowledging people of African descent that has Native American heritage. So some friends were saying that some Black people were part of the tribes, and now that they're not entitled to the same benefits of the Native American because they're Black. So I wanted to know if that's true, you know, what your opinion is on that.
Sure. I mean, I can't speak for all tribes, but you know, because our nation is really unique, our Oglala Lakota Nation, and we have a history of, and we're in the Great Plains, but that question I think kind of occurred. Well, I know that the Cherokee Freedmen, there was an issue there where, you know, they had this history, documented history, as Charmaine was talking about, of where, you know, there was, you know, linkages between the Cherokee and also like this band of Cherokee that, you know, that had certain features, as you're saying, but you know, but I think again, it you know, and I was thinking about this when I was again preparing for the panel, is that there is influences of of that whole concept of one drop rule. You know, it's like if you're one drop of this, you know, it's going to make you think like this. If you're one drop of this, people are going to tell you, well, you can integrate into society, but you got to, you know, accept this common denominator of, you know, what I think is right as a broad society, as a white person, you know, and demonize people that are darker than me. And I think some tribes probably did that to survive in some ways, you know. But I can't speak for what some of those tribes are doing back in the day and all that. I could only, you know, tell you about like what our tribe does, and you know, we had kind of limited experiences too with African Americans, I think, to a certain degree, and really one of the first instances for Lakotas in the Great Plains was actually as buffalo soldiers. So it's kind of, you know, interesting to see that history of where it's kind of reversed, and the buffalo soldiers are actually going out as part of the U.S. Cavalry, but also fighting against Native Americans. So it's just really interesting to see, you know, and understand those linkages of you know, of how that history works, but also, about, the broader goal, I think, in the conversation is to acknowledge that, and say that, okay, well, this is an issue that Native communities had. There is anti-Blackness in some certain tribes, but also it relates to benefits, because I know that recently the concept around blood quantum that I was talking about earlier is that, some tribes were actually disenrolling people, even their own kind of, even they had direct links to the tribes over casino benefits. And, so again, it goes back to this concept that we're using antiquated history, knowledge, and perception, and it's based on biological and physiological things that really don't document or talk about how our histories are. So hopefully that helps. Yeah.
That did help. Thank you so much. So look who we have, Charmaine.
Thank you. I jumped off. It bounced off for a second, but hopefully we're all here. Thank you, Kevin. Hello, Dr. Humber. How are you? You're on mute, Tony.
I've been waiting in the Netherlands for a good 40 minutes and didn't look at the new one. I'm so sorry. Well, I can at least say
all right.
hi.
It is.
Can't hear you.
Tony, yeah.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. That I mentioned to all of our other panelists that you have this great understanding also of the Black presence in Mexico, and I already did my spiel about why what we really should be celebrating Cinco de Mayo on. But could you take a moment and talk a little bit about what you found in terms of how early you were seeing the Black presence in the area of Mexico?
Okay. I follow the research of Van Sertima, so this weekend I was rereading him. If I could just read something I wrote about him, and to me that is the center of importance. And it says, what manner of man was he to follow his truth and passionately create pathways for knowledge about African peoples to become commonplace, no longer reserved for debate and discussion within the confines of the academic world, but fires burned within his heart to live a life of personal sacrifice, to become a truth seeker, with spirits from an ancient past called upon him and anointed him to be the one to say that came before Columbus. And so in the research that I have compiled, he talks about evidence. He had 12 categories of evidence. He had eyewitnesses, including Columbus's son. A part that I really think is important is he talked about evidence of remains of 2 African men off the coast of the Virgin Islands dating back to 1250. And they knew they were African because of dental markings. And that dovetails into some new revelations that was in the paper on May 1st. The new gravesite that they found in Mexico City with 3 African men. And again, they go to dental markings. And then in Campeche, where I have been, it is supposedly the oldest gravesite in the Americas. It's unmarked. You never know it's there. But in it, again, they talk about dental markings. This also parallels the New York burial site, that when they have analyzed the remains, again, they look at the dental markings, the phenomenon or the cultural practice of West Africa, and they're finding this as a way of identifying African men. Another piece of information that I think is really important, that these eyewitnesses noted Africans in Campeche, as I mentioned, Cartagena, Colombia, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, South America, Brazil, and even off the coast of Florida. There were pre-Columbian sightings, and we have to stop using pre-Columbian. They were just ancient sightings by indigenous people of African people. Van Sertima talks about these gold-tipped spears. He always spoke about it when he made presentations. And he said he ran across some indigenous people. They had gold-tipped spears, and they said they got them from Africans from across the sea who had been there. And they sent those spears to Spain. They analyzed the combination of gold silver, and copper, and it was identical to gold tip spears that they find in Guinea. Again, all of this information that speaks to Africans crossing the Atlantic and having contact. And the one thing he was really adamant about, he said, I didn't say that ancient Egyptians were the founders of the Olmec civilization, the ancient Olmecs with the huge heads that we know have these African features. He said he talked about influence and contact. He was very meticulous about that. He had linguistic evidence. He talked about botanical evidence. He talked about in St. Thomas also, there was on the island of St. John, a script that they traced back to ancient Libya. And it says, you know, cleanse yourself for prayer, essentially is what it said. So he had all of this evidence and people refuted it, and he was dogged for his entire career after they came before Columbus came out. And people said he had lied. And so he wrote Early America Revisited, which is a book I used among my students. If you can get it, the Journal of African Civilization. He condensed They Came Before Columbus. And in it, he's angry, he's sarcastic, but he really takes point by point of his critics and talks about and lays a foundation for us to easily understand that African people had made contact. Some were hostile, some were integrative, and certainly we have the magnificent heads of the Olmecs, of which I have in the 2006 through 2009, I did tours with Mother Tanetta Muhammad, visiting, having pilgrimages to these monuments. So when COVID-19 clears up, would love to see people make that pilgrimage again. And I want to say something also about Campeche. I went with a colleague, Ed Tellis. We were down in Campeche looking for this burial site that my students had mentioned. And there was no marker. And we ran across a waiter who saw the excavation of this area because they found an ancient church. And so there's a marker for the church. There's no marker for the grave of these, and it was a mixed grave. And you can go online and put a grave, ancient burial in Campeche. And so my dream is, before I close my eyes for good, is that we have a marker placed there to identify those Africans, and they can trace them back to Ghana, to Elmina. And they do that because they look at, of course, the dental markings, isotopes, and that sort of thing that I'm not well versed on. But we have the evidence there, and it is as if it never existed, even now in 2020, when Van Sertima's book was written, 44 years ago. So it's hard to explain the cover-up and the denial. And there was even one, Beatriz de la Fuente, who talked about the Olmec head that has braids. And she was startled and talked about it. And then they turned around and denied, oh, but it's not African. I've been in a cave that has a painting, Hutzlowaka, and it is a duplication. It is very similar to the opening of the mouth ceremony that comes out of ancient Egypt. I met an archaeologist and I said, have you seen the painting in the cave? She says, yes. Is it Black? Yes. Is it African? No. And so the constraint within academia to deny an African presence that is very strong from the ancient world up to contemporary is very sad. So thank you for this time, and just sorry I was late chiming in, but was in the wrong place, but I was there.
No, Dr. Humber, you were perfectly timed for this. I know that Nina's been so gracious to let us go over our time. And I know that I've seen people pop up and ask for contacts and emails and all that stuff. And our producer, Nina, I'm going to give it to you to figure out how all that happens.
Jose, can you give your contact, your email?
Yes, I just send it to everybody on the chat.
Yeah,
it is Malibu Education. It's malibueducation@gmail.com.
Thank you. Malibu Education at
Yeah, Malibu Education.
Yes, all right, you guys. Wonderful. This has been very, very informative. Oh, wait a minute. We got one more comment. I'm from Jamaica. Thanks so much for the forum. Learning so much. Great. I've longed to know about what you're student. I've been looking. I would love to connect with the system that can connect me with my African. Dr. Humber's contact, please.
I just put it. I put it in caps by mistake. Let me put it in again.
I'm sorry, that's a private chat. So that's only what you guys are sharing is only upon us on this account. So this is not going to the public. So if you can share
Right.
it.
So maybe what you do, Nina, is put it on a band. You know how you bands on the bottom, and at some point you can just put in contact Dr. Humphrey, her email. I see Kevin did his as well, and you can always stick mine on there too if you need to do it. Every one of these people are extraordinary resources, not only for their own personal life stories, but for the history and the things that they fight for. And I would certainly encourage everyone to try to dig, because by the time we're through, we're going to connect all these dots, and the power is going to be enormous. I can't thank all of you enough for being with us. We could have done this all day long, honestly. So thank you. Okay, so now I can see that Nina's leaving some email addresses up there for everybody, for our guests that are with us. And let me just also add that I've had the pleasure of watching Nina put this together for a long time, motivated by the doors of no return, motivated by the power of healing and what truth does for healing. And so there are so many stories that are truth, that once they are out there, connect the dots, and then no one can make you think that you can really understand why we had a civil war in the United States. You really can understand why we look like each other, but we're from different parts of the world. We really can understand how Africa might be a little nervous when China seems to be coming in to Africa, and what that means and whether they should trust it. We should be concerned when we look up and we have a COVID, but yet our brothers and sisters on the reservations don't seem to be getting the same resources as everybody else. But we're happy to collect taxes from them. There are things that, if we know those truths, it makes it very, very possible for us to support each other. So thank you.
Thank you, you guys. All right. Next up, we're going to be going into our slave trade.
Yeah, bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey.
What
Good
you
to
doing?
see
I
you
saw you
again.
earlier today. Yeah, you were good. You were on it this morning already.
Oh, listen, this is the day to be on it. Time for being out of it is over. Time for us playing is over. Good morning, Nina. You all are looking gorgeous this morning. Hello, everybody. I saw that we have people from Brazil, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Haiti. I saw people from South Carolina. Good morning and welcome. Happy Africa Day.
Happy Africa Day to you too. And did you get a chance to hear our last panel?
Oh,
because
of course.
It just blends so well into the fact that you've been doing all this database search and work. And there's some people who are just coming on with us who didn't meet you before. So Teresa Kemp, can you tell them a little bit about what you've been doing in terms of the database slavery database research?
Yes. Well, we were looking for what ship my family came to America on. They would have come from West Africa. When I started, and I'm Teresa Kemp. Good morning, all you listeners. I'm coming to you from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm an author, a griot, and a master quilter and basket weaver. And so this hour, we're going to be going into the transatlantic slave trade database, the ones that list Native Americans as slaves and slave owners, the California insurance slave insurance database, and the African names database, and white slavery in America. They were not just indentured. So if you've tuned in with us now, we're going to be covering those topics, and their databases are coming out of my book, Keeper of the Fire, and Ebo Meadow-Smith from Oka. And my family, over 7 generations, compiled documentation, photos, visited archives, 33 different countries to pass history down to us. And though at the time, Charmaine, I was ill, I went on and published the book in 2014. So we're redoing it and editing it, but it was important. I was in hospice twice in palliative care. I'd had cancer that my parents had preceded me in death 2012, 2013, and here it was 2014. So I published the book as it was. So it's not perfect, but it's a resource book because so many people didn't know that between census years, you can look and see what voyages, in terms of the voyages database. It was done as a collaboration with Emory University, with Harvard, with the University of California at Santa Cruz, and the Hutchinson Center is the one that was at Harvard, and a grant from the National Endowment for the Arts. This transatlantic slave trade, I hear so many people saying they're celebrating 400 years of slaving to America. That's 400 years by British, and that doesn't encompass the Spanish, the French, or the Portuguese slavers or African people. And then before we get to the databases, we have to start by saying African people came to the Americas, as you all heard on the last panel, when we looked at the history books to find out what was the oldest Native American civilization. All our history books say it was the Olmec, but it does not show the photographs of the Olmec people. So I then went to Africa to make sure that what I was teaching, what I had learned, what had been passed down was accurate. And when I got there, I was amazed at the detail at which they had passed down our family legacy. And unlike other people in the United States, it was passed from generation to generation, 5 generations to me. And I'm 63 this year. My grandfather was born in 1856, my mother's father. And so he told us a lot of things, but that was not what I was learning in school. I grew up in Germany. My father was in the American military. And what I learned was a combination of world history, German history. Then we studied American history, and African people. It was taught to me that they were highly skilled, literate, worshiping God when they came to America for slavery. Then in 1974, when I came to America for college at Ohio State University, I was shocked to find out the image that African people of African descent had of themselves and had of African people. And that's when they were telling me, my professor had many PhDs, and I think it was 32. He said Egypt wasn't in Africa. He said that the African people couldn't read. They didn't have books. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. We saw those books. We saw the Torahs and scrolls, and I knew where they were. And I would raise my hand, excuse me. But I was 15 years old and didn't have a voice. So since I have been older, I started by having museum exhibits with my parents, and we've been doing them more than 40 years before they passed. So the Transatlantic Voyages database, go to voyages.org. And Charmaine, if you have that database, you can go ahead and pull it up. Or if you've opened up, not Charmaine, Nina, if you pull up the document that I sent, what we're going to do for the audience of listeners is we're working in between the streaming so that we can bring you the databases and we can bring you some of the photographs out of the book. If you send or put your email address up here, I'll send you a copy, an electronic copy of my book. And that way you'll be able to find all the databases that we discuss. So with the Voyages
let me tell the listeners while Nina's trying to pull up your card, I got it and it's wonderful. It's great. Uh-oh, did we lose her? We may have lost Teresa. I hope not. She may have spooled off and is going to
She'll be back on while I pull up this website.
Messenger video.
Yeah, 1 second.
So one of the,
Okay, she's coming back in.
oh, great. Thank you. Sorry, we lost you for a second there, Teresa.
That's okay. Things are going to happen since we're doing it live. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the Voyages database. And again, for our listeners, that's voyages.org. And when you go into the Voyages database, you will see that it covers quite a bit. It has the names database, African names of people who were taken off of the ship. But it discusses the years of the transatlantic slave trade. So it covers more than 36,000 slaving voyages. It tells you where the voyage started: North America, Europe, Africa, Brazil. And when we look back, or when I looked back, I saw that in the early 1500s, or mid 1500s, 1561, that trips came from Africa to the Caribbean. Thousands of people were brought. And I thought, well, they're saying, you know, they didn't come to America. I see we're going in and out, but that's okay. The voyages started in Africa, and people were brought to the Caribbean as slaves as early as 1561. Again, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see your charts yet that you wanted to show, but you keep going, and Nina's going to try and bring them up. So keep going.
I will. Okay. Well, if it's going to drop the video, I guess we'll have to do without the live database, which is okay. Or maybe, Nina, do you want me to share my screen? Nina, should I share my screen? Okay. So let's go into the transatlantic. Okay.
You can share it right now. We'll have it up shortly, you guys. Thanks for being patient.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see, the entire screen. I'm going to share the audio, and I'm going to hit the share button. Nina's been in a lot of Zoom meetings. Unlike me, I have not. I have been quarantined. And for all of you listeners, it's very important while you're in quarantine to learn as much as you can. So here we are at the Transatlantic Slave Trade Voyages database. And when you go into it, you will find that it's an extensive, it has maps, and you can actually pull up the maps of slave voyages, and it gives you the overview of the slave trade out of Africa from 1500 to 1900. And one of the documents that I brought today to show you was the letter written by a king in Mankasim, Ghana in 1914, because they had taken African slaves out of Ghana. And the children were left with the men in Mankasim in Salt Pond. And so, you know, that didn't work very well. They had 22 captives. But here, this is the migration of the sugar cultivation from Asia. Here's an old world slave route, trade route in the Atlantic before 1759, it shows you. But you can access all of these maps for your use. The other feature, and we're going to ask you all also, it has lesson plans here. So teachers, you don't have to make up what you're going to do. It's already been done for you. I'm going to click that. Go ahead, Nina. Were you all able to see my screen?
No, we're not seeing your screen, but we're understanding what you're saying. So you keep talking like you think we're seeing it, but we're understanding what you're telling us.
Okay, perfect. So what I did is I clicked on the voyages. If you're at home, like I said, go to voyages.org. I clicked on the Voyages database, and it tells you a little bit about how to understand the database, how to search the Voyages database, and how to download materials, and also how to contribute. When we go to the Voyages database, it comes up like an Excel spreadsheet. For those of you that may not be familiar with Excel, it starts with columns. We have the voyage's identification number. We have the name of the slave ship. We have a captain's name. the year it arrived with the slaves, and the principal region where the slaves were purchased, and the principal region of slave landing. I do want to qualify this, that there are not slaves out of Africa or African slaves. These are African people, and they were enslaved. But for the sake of time, in the database, it talks about slaves. But it tells you the nation that owned the slaves or owned the ship, the outcome of the voyage, the itinerary that they listed, the date, the captain, the crew, the number of slaves, and then slave characteristics. So it actually gives, when we click on that variable, you can find the age of the person, male, female, boy, or girl. I found children as young as 3 years old had been taken, and from Nigeria, but you can put in whatever country you want. In my book, I also have the old maps that show us the names, because many of the names have changed. The countries' names have changed. The oceans' names have changed. On the maps, you'll see that the Atlantic Ocean was called the Ethiopian Ocean. Ethiopian Ocean. Amazing. So it's fascinating to see how things have changed, but we should be forever learning and educating ourselves, and it's up to each of us. The most important thing I want to remind our listeners and viewers of is that you must teach cursive writing while you all are home, because you won't be able to read many of these things. The Voyages database, people say, well, where did they get the data that this is coming from? They used maps and archives and libraries and photographs when photographs became available, but before that, there were sketches. And so in the Voyages database, you can actually see images. There's an entire image library. Hello there. And it shows you the drawings of the people as the captives came off the ship. So in 1807, England abolished slavery. It was still going on here in America, and the Creek Indians continued slaving here in America until 1899. And what many of the people did, or slave owners did in America, or slave holders, they took their slaves to Brazil when slavery was abolished here in 1865. Slaving continued, as many of our viewers know, if you're a student of history, even here in the United States. And I'm sad to say that human trafficking still exists in America today. So it's really important. Our time is going to escape us. So I want to quickly go ahead and move on to the California Slave Insurance Database. In the Voyages database, we're going to put these links up. I have a website, which is www.plantationquilts.com. I have blogs. If you Google my name, Teresa R. Kemp, what you're going to find is all my different social media. And I've gone out to update it so that you will be able to get and use all these resources while you are at home in quarantine. Yeah, now Nina's kicked on the transatlantic slave trade, and you can see the database comes up. And here, this is already populated, so there were variables put in there. But you can see the place where the voyages began. You can see the place where they were purchased, the principles. It has so much information. I was told they didn't take children. So in the book, Keeper of the Fire, go ahead. I can hear you, Sherman.
I was just going to ask you a question. As you've done your database research, did you ever cross the issue of Native Americans being traded for people from the continent as slaves? Mostly happening in the Caribbean, and I believe happening mostly in the upper East Coast areas.
Not just that, I came across Native Americans as slave owners and purchasing African people. And I came across American Indians as slaves. And so Nina has pictures. I'll put them on my blog too, because I have the photographs of the Seminole Indians and many other Indian populations. The Native Americans were slaves and slave owners, and the Cherokee chief owned as many as 1,000 slaves. The Caribbean population, and we think of them as being far, but for the Native Americans, when something happened in Virginia, what is now Virginia, in South Carolina, in Georgia, and further west, the Native Americans owned all that land, and their relatives populated that land, and they would let someone else know, and there were repercussions for what happened in Virginia. So here on the screen, you're looking at the different, that summary was the African origins. She clicked on one of the people's names, and over on the right-hand side of the screen where it said African origins, it gives a summary of each of these individuals in the database. And it tells you, you can see the ages, these are all adults. But over on the left-hand side, you can see where it says boys and girls. So if we had clicked those boxes, you would actually see that they took African children as young as 3. And I do want to remind our viewers that African people are all complexions. So there's entire groups of white African people. All people did come from Africa, all complexions. Their slave trade in Africa, as we know, was biblical. It's never stopped. All countries have had slaving with the exception of Ethiopia and Switzerland. Slaves were taken from Ethiopia, but they had never been colonized. And they said the blood ran as high as rivers when they were fighting the Italians. But the history of our world is so complex, 1 hour isn't going to do it justice. So the main thing I wanted to do was to give our listeners and viewers databases and the resources where they could search out their ancestry. If you have a work for a company or have a business that's been called into accountability, the California Slave Insurance Database, and you'll find that link, Nina, and bring that one up. Scroll down in that document. It has a slave insurance policy. It has the person, the owner who took the policy out, whether it was on death, dismemberment, or if the policy was paid. It gives the name of the person enslaved. I have insurance policy copies that are women, some are men, some were miners, some were blacksmiths, some house servants. There were just some were worked at the docks and in seafaring. So we have some coppers and coopers and carpenters, but basically skilled labor. They insured them. A lot of people say I sugarcoat slavery. And I go ahead and say, this is the database. So as you can see, in 2000, the governor decided, go ahead.
That's it,
That's
right?
it. This
Okay.
is it. And as you scroll down, Nina.
Teresa, I just want to stop long enough to say the significance of this that Teresa's pointing out is that California said, wait a minute, the public ought to be able to access this database. They ought to know that this information exists and therefore be able to use it to find their own people. So it's really important to know that here in California, where we don't think of ourselves as having been a slave state, yet you can in fact find information about who had insurance on slaves that gone through California.
And Nina, if you scroll down in the document, I'm very proud that the governor of California did say that the descendants have a right to know. So right here, you'll see these are the things that are contained in this database, that it gives you a description. It tells you the location where your ancestor may have worked, and it tells you the location where your ancestor whether it's African-American, people of African descent, had slaves and took out slave insurance also. It is not only white people that owned slaves or people of European descent in America, and they're black people who are of European descent. So I don't say people of color. We all have color, and you can't just say African descent. Everybody is from Africa, yes. And African descent is one of the hashtags that you can find a lot of this information on our One Africa USA Day celebration. We're having this celebration for the United Nations and for UNESCO World Remembrance. They are having a decade of transatlantic slave trade remembrance. So it's very important that they recognize that African history had been changed, modified, deleted intentionally, and sometimes by accident. So it's very important that if you have not had some type of remembrance in your area, get in contact with Nina. She'll tell you how to do that, and plan to do something over the next decade. So in this database, and Nina, if you want to go down, you can click on any one of the categories. on down. There you go. And so it gives you the name. And as you can see, it gives the first and last name and where they were, Natchez, Mississippi, for in case of the one gentleman, other identifying information, who the slaveholder was, the county, country, parish, or state, and who submitted. Those are the companies. And you're looking at New York Life, but also Aetna, North Carolina Life. Many of the companies are out of business. But American businesses, colleges, universities, individuals owned slaves. Black, white, north, south. Somehow people think slavery was just in the South, but nope. Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass escaped from Maryland. In New York, they had abolished slave trade and in 1843. So I was shocked that we still had slavery and people were still trying to get rights in 1870, and even today we're seeing the disparity, Charmaine.
And I'll add in the point that at one point Rhode Island had the largest number of slaves in the country, and that was obviously well before we hit the Civil War, etc. And I remember the day I found the fact out and was just like baffled to dig deep into slavery. Was in the New England states of Connecticut and Rhode Island and Vermont and etc.
My favorite narrative on abolitionists is there were 6 brothers and their family were slavers in Rhode Island, but the youngest brother was an abolitionist. So they were bringing them in on one side and he was taking them out and hiding them and running with them.
Exactly.
And even people who love Westerns, we didn't realize that Wild Bill Hickok, his father was an abolitionist and he learned to shoot on the wagon when they were carrying slaves through the night. They had the fastest horses in the North. So our histories are intertwined. People of all races and faiths did great things. So Nina, go ahead and pull up. You choose where you want to go, Nina. Any of the databases, anything on the document is fine. If you want, we could do. Let's see. With their Native American photographs that clearly show that the people are African. In the document that I sent Nina, I start with the Olmec as being the oldest Native American group and that they look like Black African slaves. And I don't know if the other panel mentioned this, but for them to take stones that are tons, 16 to 18 feet tall, and move them over 200 miles was simply amazing. And here we have Native American, the Native Americans, ancient Native Americans in this country average 9 and 10 feet. Well, these are the insurance policies. So that's the Georgia Insurance Trust. And Nina, you can just pull it on down and show the next one. But you can see that we have their business cards in existence that say dealer of slaves. It wasn't something that was hidden. So this is the Nautilus Mutual Life Insurance Company. It shows the age. There's quite a few documents still in existence, and you can get copies of the originals. It shows you the age, how long the policy is for. This one's the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, and it lists the directors for 1860 and 1861. So it's a lot of information that these documents contain. It tells you who were the officers of this slaving insurance company. And there were newspaper articles advertising, you are welcome to buy slave insurance from our company. And then this one, this is a slave policy, and that's what they call them. They advertise, and sometimes they said Negroes, sometimes they said slaves. They had to distinguish because there were Indian slaves, there were white slaves, there were Irish people who were enslaved. And one of the documents I have, and this is not partisan, but it's the Democratic Party wanted to enslave Irish and German people. Irish and German people were enslaved and not just indentured here. The Republican Party of old was predominantly African American. So this one is, again, another one that was in a newspaper. When you see columns like this, and it tells you that it tells you the slaves running away on steamboats or otherwise employed. So, these are slaves who were running the steamboats, I'm sorry, and the insurance was on the life. So if the person was killed or died, then they would pay the owner or holder of that person at the death, and they presented a death certificate. It's amazing what our history has. So this goes takes you for the links in the African names in the California database. So go ahead and slide through this one. Now, if you want to view the documents that we're talking about, go ahead, Charmaine.
I was just going to say, one of the interesting things is that when we talk about trying to look at truth and understand databases, etc.,
yeah,
we're talking to a very lot of people who are of African descent. But the important thing about this is that it also points out how white people lie to each other.
Yes,
and
African
how
people lie.
The story according to what it was they were trying to pull off at any given time. So even if you went back and looked and realized how much slavery was going on in the New England states, etc., before such a big deal in the South, when you realize how the Civil War actually happened, which by now I hope we all understand it wasn't because everybody really wanted to get rid of slavery. It was an economic conversation, and that economic conversation required that the North start changing the storyline about slaves in order for the North not to become behind the South in economy. So I'm just mentioning that because I'm hoping that we have viewers from all over the world listening, but I also want our people listening to be able to say to our white brothers and sisters that in fact they can learn from and understand how not having the truth also held them back as much as it has held us back, and that data this give them truth and allow us all to reconcile.
Yes, in the Voyages database and in the archives here in America, you'll find that there were African people, a Ghanaian woman, she was a slave ship captain, and she sold over 300 African slaves in Savannah, Georgia. You will find that on these slave ships, there were free African people who were slave ship workers and who were employed, and then some of the enslaved people were. So here, keep going, Nina. These are the African, these were the statues they talked about, the Olmec heads. Keep going. These are clearly African. Any statue where you see the noses cut off, they were of African descent. Keep going. This is talking about the Native Americans. We think of North America as being separate, but America, Africa, the whole world was one. African people hid things for different reasons. Europeans hid things. Whoever is in power often change the truth and modify it. Because I was born in Germany, we spent our life going through African museums. One of the things that we saw were these pictures. I thought everybody knew that Native Americans were black, white, all complexions. I thought everybody knew that African people were all different races and faiths, and they don't, because there was a golden circumcision chair. Keep going, Nina. And my great aunt Ozella, the book Hidden in Plain View, was written about our family working on the Underground Railroad using the quilts. When she came to Germany, she said to me, she said, "That's African. That's African. That's African." I was like, "Mama, didn't she think white people did anything?" She said, "I heard that." She said, "We're the mothers of all people. We have children from light white to so dark they're purple, and you can have a dark child and a light child at the same time." So she said, we have to call all of our children into accountability. We are the mothers of the world. She said, and it's important that if they loved them, we loved them. And my family, though black, white, Native American, and Hispanic, we are all one. And so I'm trying to gather them. You can see he's got locks. The hairstyles are unique, but the patterns, after the quilt patterns were carved into the bodies of the people. Keep going, Nina. You're going to have to scroll real fast because I see that we're down to
I wanted
2 minutes.
I wanted to make a comment too about that. A friend, a neighbor of mine actually is a Apache. He's an Apache Indian, and he showed me pictures, ancient pictures of the Native Americans with locks. He said, "Nina, you know, we had locks," and he said the white man, the Europeans call us Apache. He said, we're not, our original name isn't Apache. Whatever he said the name was, it sounded very African. I forgot what he said their Apache is, but he said Apache is a European word that they gave these Native Americans, but he said they have lots.
And so what you're
right.
going to see some of the pictures. These women and men are African people. This picture that's coming up now, this is Native Americans in England dressed in European clothes. And this is talking about them doing slave trade with Britain. And then these are some videos, Black Slaves, Red Masters, and Indian Slavery and Unspoken History. I have a playlist on YouTube if you go to Teresa R. Kemp, and I have over 200 videos. I have the greats, you name it. I have Ivan Van Sertima. I have Civil War stuff. I have 160 white Confederate family members, 58 Union, and my great-grandfather has both a Union and a Confederate one. Here I'm talking about dead match. I have over 400 surnames, and on familysearch.org, which is a free genealogy website, I've listed my European ancestry back to 1352. So if you put my name in or any of the Strothers, it'll come up. My first ancestor came to the United States in 1658. But my one of the women in our family, Martha Pixley, 22 of her children were sold away. So the way I'm looking for those, and you can stop right here, Nina, but the way I'm looking for those children is by DNA. So my grandfather, Milton Strother, was born in 1856. His father is born in 1814. I have photos of all of them or pictures of all of them. And he did this poem, and I'm going to pull it up and read it to you. It is a narrative. He wrote articles in the South Carolina Edgefield newspaper on News of the Colored People. And I always tell people, do your own family history, because we had to purchase the books of my great-grandfather's newspaper articles. But he would tell you all kinds of things. But
let me just say, we're going to have a Q&A shortly. So as soon as she wraps up, I'm going to pull up some of these questions that they've already made. But if you guys have questions, now's the time to start writing your comments so Teresa can answer.
I saw a question come by earlier where the person was asking about his family having been in Spain and whether or not the data records. Yeah, see, there it is. Tito. And I believe your data records, in fact, would help Tito see the information he's looking for.
Okay, and what I did, Nina, you're recording. Do you also get the comments in the recording?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be reaching out to each of you that tuned in to give you an answer. So this is the last thing I always tell people. So he wrote this. It says, "Be ye faithful unto death, and I will give you a crown of life. All men and women are servants one to another. It is a great honor to be called a faithful servant. The greatest man in any community is he that renders the greatest service to his community. The only difference between men is that some are serving in a higher capacity than others, but we're all servants just the same." I can hear him saying this. Whether serving in public or in private, those who are ashamed to be called a servant make a great mistake and are greatly in need of common sense. While writing these lines, I have in mind some of our boys and girls who are blessed with the splendid opportunity of attending our schools and colleges. This mistaken notion can only be corrected by fireside training, or what is called home training. Teach them that education means more work and better work and is an honor, and idleness is a disgrace. I have more respect for a woman with a bundle of dirty clothes on her head returning home to wash them than I have for one walking the streets, all dressed up, with nothing to do and nowhere to go. There is room in this country for every industrious, law-abiding man and woman who is willing to work. And he signed that, M.J. Strother, colored, November 17th, 1937, Edgefield, South Carolina. So with that, we know we are all blessed to learn as much as we want. And I want all of our viewers to take this time to educate yourself. Use some of these resources, and I want us all to celebrate. And I'm so happy that they selected me to be a guest and be able to share my family legacy with you. So Nina, you want to cover some questions?
I'm going to create a banner with your email, but can you give it one more time, please?
Sure. They can email me at trkemp@plantationquilts.com. PLANTATION quilts with an S.com. My family did the Underground Railroad Quilt Code. The book Hidden in Plain View was written about it. And because the quilts were done on plantations, we're proud of that legacy. And we didn't think it was anything to be ashamed of. And it wasn't until we named the museum, they said, you can't put plantation anything down here in the South as a name for a business.
Can you do it? Repeat it one more time, Teresa?
Sure. It is TRKEMP, T as in Teresa, R as in Renee, Kemp at plantationquilts.com. And my website is plantationquilts.com. You can Google my name, Teresa R. Kemp, and all my social media and everything will come up from there. Blogs, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook pages, museum pages, videos on YouTube and LinkedIn, Tumblr, and a couple more things. But please reach out and follow me. I will respond. I will answer. Thank you, Nina. That's my email address. And when you go to Plantation Quilts, in the right-hand corner of every page is my phone number. You can actually call me and I'll answer. What are some of the questions, Nina?
You answered this one, right?
Somebody asked, are there U.S. records based Solus? They're asking, are the U.S. is it for a U.S. database? Are there slave record resources for Spanish slavers? Yes, there are, and they are in the Voyages database. And you could probably look up this person's name or what ship she came from, because the Spanish brought African people to the Caribbean, and then from the Caribbean, they brought them here to America as early as 1561. But there were African people here in the Americas even earlier. The Olmec were here centuries before that. Chinese were here. East Africans were here. The Swedish were here. There's so many different groups that could sail the world. And she said she hopes there's a document with links shared today. If you go to YouTube, what I did is I put the links in videos. One is called, it's Teresa Kemp, the California Slave Insurance Database. And I did another one that was called the Voyages Database. And I have one that's coming out. I did little infomercials on YouTube videos. One is called What Your Name Is. Basically, slave names not lost, African names not lost. Because they're asking, are there documents that have the links? We're sharing all these links with our viewers today, and we're so thankful that all of you tuned in. We have people from Haiti, from Brazil, from Ghana, from Nigeria, from South Carolina, California, Utah, and Washington. Thank you all so much. Richard Reese say book recommendations. Book recommendations. Okay, this is my book. It's called Keeper of the Fire, an Evo Metalsmith from Oka. And it's available on Amazon or on my website, Plantation Quilts. I did 2 different versions. One is $35 because I had 8 kids and they did not have one book that was under $100 in the university. And then we have the color version. It's at $89, and I've seen that as low as $50. So go to Amazon.com, Teresa Kemp, Keeper of the Fire. And that one Keeper of the Fire is actually my Instagram name. So I hope you all will enjoy it, but I hope you will join me. It has more than 4,000 photos. It has about 25 databases. And then if you scroll to the end of the document, it has the Jewish database. It has the Louisiana Catholic Church database, and that has African names and their American names. Yep. It has the U.S. Census record for 1870. Now, they said there was a fire, but you can go to heritagequest.com and get the 1870 census. You can get the 1860 census from this library in Virginia, University of Virginia. William and Mary have a lot of the records. We have qualified for DAR, Daughters of Confederates, Daughters of Unions, Palatines, Huguenots. many there are organizations that have access to original history. And people say, well, why would you want to be in those organizations? Because it gives me access to original history documents and artifacts. On the slave database and the Voyages Project, they want you to tune in because they have a recording with all of the African names recited. They want help in discovering what countries those people came from, the captives that were taken off the ship. And when you look at the ages in the Voyages database, you see why African people couldn't read and write if you take a 3-year-old. But if you took any of us, the 3 panelists here, then you would understand that we read and write. So even if you abolish teaching reading and writing today, we will be teaching reading and writing because we know how to read and write. So African people wrote books. And where I'm from, I sent Charmaine pictures of Benin bronze. In the Benin bronze, they show scenes with Moses on horseback, marching around the walls. They show the Great Britain minted coins with the Jewish star for Nigeria. Also, coins with the Star of David were minted for Sierra Leone, Ghana, East and West Africa. And my family came from East Africa West, captured in West Africa, and brought to America for slavery. I have 9 relatives living over 90 years old, and the oldest has been 109. So we cross centuries the way no one else has.
So can I say that I think, Nina, as we come close to what's supposed to be our ending time, if I'm not mistaken, I want to make sure that the listeners stop and think about this moment. Obviously, Memorial Day in the United States has lots of different meanings.
Yes.
We're in Africa Day. We've got sequester time. This is a wonderful moment to ask people to turn to someone that you know or a family member and ask them a question. Just ask them to tell you what they remember. Ask them to share with you something about their childhood or a fact that probably everybody in the family knew, but nobody was talking about it because it was at the exact same time it was happening. And when you're in history, sometimes you don't know it, and it takes a couple of generations to realize something significant has happened. But now everything happens so fast.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the good news is that you can get to this information through electronic services. The bad news is that they change the platform for the electronic service every 2 seconds. And what I may have gathered is only in my little sphere and is not somewhere else. And so this is the moment to take not only your documents and have them digitized, don't get rid of them. And now is the moment to make sure that the information you are gathering is in lots of different formats, so that later on, when somebody changes the format, you'll be able to have your history researched and told in the same way that Teresa said, do not stop learning how to read handwriting. Because if you do, you will not be able to read your history from the past.
That's right. People are thanking us. Go ahead, Nina.
I want to say to you guys that I'm going to be doing this ongoing. We're having these kind of workshops. All the people that you've seen since this morning are people that I know, friends of mine. Charmaine has helped refer, like Tony, I didn't know until Charmaine introduced her to me, but I'm going to be having these ongoing dialogue. So please like Let's Be Whole on the Facebook page, Let's Be Whole. Also go to Unveiling Slavery Together. That is where we are also live streaming. This is a website, Unveiling Slavery Together, where we will have ongoing talks and discussions about slavery and how it's affecting us today and what our new paradigm, how we're going to move into a place of healing and empowerment. So please go to Unveiling Slavery Together, UNVEILING Together.com. www.martinlutherking.com. And any last words, you guys? We're going to bring on our next up, you guys. I have Martin Luther King coming in to talk about the relationship between U.S. and Ghana and Africa. He was very much appreciative of the motherland and all the work that they had did for liberation, for independence.
Nina, may I just say that Africa is not a country. Africa is a continent, and on the United States or on the global maps that you see, they have shrunk Africa down to fit. Africa is 4 times the size of what you see on globes. Thank you all the people who made comments. I want to say happy Memorial Day. We appreciate everything every veteran, every supporting person has done, and the families of veterans. I want to thank the frontline people. Now, when I hear frontline, they have left out the computer engineers that make these live streams and all these television connectivity possible. So those are our real frontline things, because we were told before that you could not have unlimited data, and we are getting unlimited data these days to keep these things going and to connect and to watch all these TVs. Spend less time on just insane television stuff, spend more time educating yourself, your community, and take their money and put it into your community. Take your money and go visit these places and see it for yourself. If you've been told something you think is not true, go see it for yourself. Nina, thank you. And the Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs, thank you to the United Nations and UNESCO for letting me present. I love you all, and you all have a blessed and happy day. We're praying for you all and for world peace. Again, this is Teresa Kemp. Visit plantationquilts.com. Thank you, Nina.
Thank you, Teresa. Great.
Bye, Charmaine.
Bye. I'll talk to you later. And Nina, I'm gonna chime off and go and bring everybody else on, and I'll see you later on this afternoon.
Yeah, well, you're gonna be with Warren Z, right? Charmaine.
Beg pardon?
I said, we're up with Warren Z shortly.
Right. I'll be back with you.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll be off the screen. You got it.
Thank you. Look who we got here. So this is our Martin Luther King today. This is performed by Lamont Young, who is an awesome actor. Welcome. So tell us about Africa Day and the connection between the U.S. and Africa.
Pardon me, one more time.
I said, let's hear from you about your sermon today.
Okay. Well, a little bit about it. Martin Luther King actually was, some people, they wouldn't call him a Pan-Africanist, but he was definitely about Black solidarity and about commitment towards Black healthcare issues, Black civil rights issues, and all these other different things. And it translated past beyond just American soil. He was about the diaspora of Black people, period. So, and this speech is very telling of that. And I'm going to perform it for you now. Greetings, family, friends, my tribe. After coming back from Ghana, West Africa, I was inspired to deliver this sermon to you called The Birth of a New Nation. Prior to March the 6th, 1957, there existed a country known as the Gold Coast. This country was a colony of the British Empire. This country was situated in that vast continent known as Africa. Now, I'm sure you know a great deal about Africa. That continent that has some 200 million people and extends over and covers a great deal of territory. There are many familiar names associated with Africa that you probably would remember or recognize. And there are some countries in Africa that many people never realize. For example, Egypt is in Africa. And there is that vast area in North Africa with Egypt and Ethiopia, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Libya. Then you might move south to South Africa. and you think of that extensive territory known as the Union of South Africa. There they have the capital city known as Johannesburg, which I've read so much about lately. Then there's Central Africa, with places like Rhodesia and the Belgian Congo. And then there's East Africa, with places like Kenya and places like Uganda and other very powerful countries right there. And then we move down to West Africa, where you find the French West Africa. And you find places like Nigeria and Libya, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and other places such as that. And it is in this spot, in this very place, in this section of Africa, that we find the Gold Coast, here in West Africa. You also know that for years and for centuries, Africa has been one of the most exploited countries in the history of the world. One of the most exploited continents in the history of this world. It's been seen as the dark continent. It's been seen as the continent that has suffered all of the pain and affliction that could be mustered up by all the other nations. And it is that continent that has experienced slavery. It is that continent that has experienced all of the lowest standards of living that we can think about. And it's been brought into being by the exploitation that was inflicted upon it by all the other nations. The Gold Coast is a little country in West Africa with only about 91,000 miles in area. The population is less than 5 million people. And for years, the Gold Coast was exploited and dominated and trampled over. The first European settlers came here in about 1944. The Portuguese, and they started to legitimize the trade with the Gold Coast people. They started dealing with them and their gold, and in turn, they gave them guns and ammunition and gunpowder and things of this nature. Well, pretty soon America was discovered, and a few years later, in the 1400s, and then the British Empire with the West Indies, and all these new discoveries brought in the slave trade. You remember it started in America in 1619, and there was a big scramble for power in Africa. With the growth of the slave trade that came into Africa, into the Gold Coast in particular, not only the Portuguese, but the Swedes, the Danes, the Dutch, and the British. And all these nations competed with each other over who would win the power of the Gold Coast. And so they all started to exploit these people for commercial reasons and to sell them into slavery. Finally, in 1850, British Empire won out, and she gained possession of the total territorial expansion of the Gold Coast. And from 1850 to 1957, the Gold Coast was a colony of the British Empire. And as a colony, she suffered all of the injustices, all of the exploitation, all of the humiliation that comes as a result of colonialism. But all that slavery, like all that domination, like all of that exploitation, it came to the point where the people got tired. There's something in the soul that cries out for freedom. There's something that cries out for freedom. This was the birth of a new nation now. A new nation was being born. And when the prime minister stood up before his people, becoming the country's first prime minister. I stood there thinking about so many things. Before I knew it, I was weeping. I was crying for joy. And I knew about all of the struggles and all of the pain and all of the agony that these people have gone through for this very moment. And after the prime minister gave his speech, we could hear little children 6 years old and old people 80 and 90 years old crying, freedom, freedom. This was the birth of a new nation. Ghana teaches us that you can break loose from evil through nonviolence, through a lack of bitterness. The thing that symbolized to me that old order is passing away and a new order is coming into being. An old order of colonialism, of segregation, of discrimination is passing away now. And a new order of justice and freedom will be born. Thank you.
Woo! Yes, 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 yes. That, you guys, is called "Birth of a New Nation." That was a sermon that Martin Luther King delivered here in Los Angeles. So that is amazing. Wonderful job, Lamont. Thank you. So next up, you guys, do not go away because we have a wonderful monologue by Charlene Monica. So let's hear from her.
Have a wonderful day.
And thank you so much. I will see you later, Lamont.
Have a wonderful day.
All right. Peace. So now we've got a Woman of Wealth monologue written by Stephanie Mari Bonker.
Excuse you. My funds have passed back and forth between my hands and yours for years. And you treat me like a thief. Like your Saks Fifth Avenue. I walk into your fancy store. The cash and credit in my purse worth nothing. Because you think that black is the color of poor. Talking at me with that same stanky tone. I remember white social workers and white teachers and white experts talking at my mama. Now, when you talk at me like that, you got to pay the price. Give me what's mine. My pride. My dignity. And my damn money. Oh, yeah. You lost a fortune dissing me like that because I'm rich. Rich. With my ancestors' blood. Their feet. Walking on the land that mothered us all. Bursting with gold and diamonds and platinum. The food that feeds us. The water that quenches us. The trees that give us the air we breathe. Oh, yes. I'm heir to that fortune. I'm rich. Too rich for your thin blood. I'm rich. Rich. My treasure beats within my chest.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Charlene, Monica. Excellent, excellent, excellent job.
Thank you,
Excellent.
Nina.
So, can you say a little bit about what Africa Day means to you?
What African Day means to me?
Yes.
Well, personally, I have been to Accra, Ghana. So it has very deep meaning to me because until you've been there and actually witnessed and saw what happened to us, a lot of times you don't understand our people. So we must unite. We must unite the Africa with the African diaspora. We have to understand that we are the same blood, and we should unite. We have to unite. We're all being persecuted and oppressed by the same master. So let's join together and unite. Nina, this is beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm learning so much today.
Great.
I really am. Thank you, cousin. Nina's my cousin.
Fellow Harrison, fellow Harrison.
I'm a Harrison too. I'm from the Cooley Plantation, and she's from Martinsville.
Martinsville Plantation. Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much. And
thank you for this opportunity.
Not go away. We're going to now see some real slave artifacts and learn about art. So this is a day of discussions. We've got performing arts, live performing arts. And now we're getting ready to get into some real historical, see some slave shackles and different things like that. So
I'm with you. I've been watching.
Okay, thank you. See you later, cousin.
Okay, thank you. See you later.
Awesome job, Charlene.
All right, Oren Z.
Good morning. Good
Oh,
morning.
my brother.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Let me. You sound a little low.
Okay. How about now? Is that better?
Much better. Much better.
Good
Much
morning.
better.
First,
Good
I'd like to thank Jehovah God for another day. And I want to thank Nina. She has always had my back for years. She has gotten me into festivals and the African marketplace, and she is just a wonderful queen, unlike any other person that I know. And I want to thank you for this opportunity. I also been to Ghana a couple of times, and I met Amakus. In fact, I stayed with her back in the 90s with Dr. Jeffries, Leonard Jeffries. We was on a tour, and I went there and met her. So I was really happy to see her. In fact, I was going to buy a chateau, but that's not what we're here to talk about. I'm going to get back into our discussion. Now, like many of your guests, I'm also a writer. I have about 60 pieces up on Amazon. And one of your speakers had told about us teaching our children. And we have to do that because they don't know a lot of stuff. And we are really at the mercy of, like one of your guests said, that we need to learn how, teach our children how to write cursive. I have a book on Amazon called Daddy, I Can Write Cursive. And what this book does, it not only shows the children how to write cursive, but it, instead of A is for apple, B is for ball, it's A is for Africa, B is for Benin. And this shows you different things that it teaches our children how to write cursive. We have one that is called a kid's activity book. And in this kid's activity book, it not only shows how to write and do different things in Africa, it also shows how to write both regular and then when it goes like this, for example, is Morocco. And as you see Morocco, I don't know if you can see that it's spelled here, and then it's written real lightly. And then at the end of it, it shows you Africa, and it shows you where Morocco's at. And it shows you how Morocco really looks, not like how Morocco or any of the other ideas. Because a lot of people think that all Africa is just a bunch of shotgun houses. So this book here is on Amazon. And one of the things that is happening right now with me, I'm not putting my books up on Amazon anymore. I am now just giving my books away. My latest book I wrote, I was telling Nina about this, is the Transatlantic Slave Trade. And this book I'm giving away to anyone who joins our museum or joins the Black Heritage Preservation Society. And we have other books like, so the Black Heritage Preservation Society is writing a lot of books and they're giving them away free. This is one on Imhotep, the first multicultural genius in the world. Now, another reason why I stopped, I'm not off of Amazon, so you can go to Amazon.com and a lot of things, but one of the things that really upset me was this book here I wrote was Black African American Men. And it's a calendar. Now, if you go to Amazon.com, you will see that this book is there, but the picture's not. This picture was too powerful for them to put on Amazon. So you could buy this calendar from Amazon, but you will not see the picture of it. Another thing that the one I'm most proud of was the last book I wrote with the calendar was 1916 to 2020. Now, we all know that there were Black folks here way before 1619, but, this is like this is something like they want to talk about 1619 to 2020, colored, Black, African American history. Now, this shows how they change who we are every 10 minutes so that we never get the full gist of who we are. Now, this book, this calendar book here, has been on Amazon it's been in the top 10 for the first 5 months of the year, and it's still in the top 20. I think right today is at number 18 in multicultural calendars. So out of all the calendars, I'm up against ducks and chickens and anything that's not white is multicultural. But one of the things that we're going to be doing today is also showing stuff. Like Nina said, now this is one of my favorite artifacts. And it's usually sitting on a table prep, but I'm going to hold this up for you. This is a lock that was on the window at the castle. You see those rocks. These rocks as a clean up and cast, making it look more friendly for the tourists. They take these rocks out and they throw them in the river, or into the ocean. And some of the chiefs and some of the other preservers of our history goes out there and picks these out of the water at night. And then they gave me a jar full of them when I was in Africa last as a chief. And so that all these little pieces of brick to me represents slaves that were thrown in the river, and how they are trying to make the slave dungeons, what they call slave castles, look more like inhabitable places and not as rough and rugged as it were. There are several types of slave chains, this is one type of a shackle that was used, and this is a very old shackle. Here's one that is more common with the key. Excuse me for my that. Now this is ankle chain, and on the chain it's got a little tag, and it showed who was the field worker, number 66. and this was Troy. The slave that wore this name was Troy, and he was number 66. Now, one of my favorite pieces.
Oren,
Yeah.
can I ask you a question? This is Charmaine. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, Charmaine. How are you?
You know, to give some tactile understanding to the people who are watching, they've just watched you pick up what are in essence the ankle chains. About how much would you say they weigh?
Okay, this is probably about, I'd say, 10 to 15 pounds. It's really heavy, as you can, you see it got the chains and it's got to it. And this is a heavy thing. And they would have to wear this on their legs, and sometimes with a lot of people with them. And sometimes they would wear them on their arms. But most of the time, they wore this particular shackle on the legs. And carrying around 15 pounds just in a little bag. My arm is hurting.
Stop and say that because a lot of times we don't stop and really think about the impact of the physicality of this. We're talking about people who weren't being fed well, are carrying around this weight on their legs and against their skin, which is now rubbing against their skin. It's cutting against their skin. And this is day in and day out, day in and day out. So when on this Memorial Day in the United States and this day of celebrating the continent of Africa, it's important, I think, for us to stop for just a moment and imagine what that physically was for someone who had to be enslaved in that way, and to remember just how much we respect their survival skills, because they had some kick-ass survival skills.
Now here's a piece that was worn around the neck. I'll put that to the camera so you can see. That also had little hashtags on how many slaves wore that. This was back in 1857 when this particular artifact was used. So this would go through here, like that, and would tighten up on their neck, and they would lock it in the back like that. So they would have to wear this, and this is made of metal on leather. So you see the band itself is leather, but the flex is copper. And this piece is very, very uncomfortable. Now, can you imagine working like that? It's on your neck. And on it also says for horses, mules, and Negroes. So that's, horses, mules, and Negroes had to wear this. Now, if you could imagine putting this on a horse and then putting it on a man, it's not great. Now this piece.
Oren, there's a question. Shyla's asking, what are the specific areas that those shackles come from? Which countries in Africa, and how old are they?
Well, the exact age I don't know. Some of the shackles are from Ghana. Some of them are from the from more inland. But a lot of the shackles were used over and over again, and a lot of them were used here in America to keep the slaves in place after they got them. So I imagine the oldest one I have is probably going to be 1700s, and as we've seen this piece here within the 1800s, and some of them I don't know. Now another thing that we were going to talk about is Manila.
And yeah, while you get the Manila, Shyla, Oren Z is a friend of mine. He's been a art collector for many years of Pan-African art. He has over 1 million pieces, no lie. He's got containers and containers of every kind of memorabilia, Pan-African, from Egypt to slaves. So he's, in honor of today, he's showing us the slave artifacts.
Now, one of the things about Manilas that I find is quite interesting was that they are called slave bracelets. Now
And this is interesting. When Oren told me first about a manila, I never heard of it. We know about slave shackles, but these were trading bracelets, which are really interesting.
They call them slave bracelets. And I'm trying to find one of the most common, because some of them were common, some of them were fancy. But as you see, they are. I had some overlays that I was going to pop up on this platform, but they are. Now the interesting thing about this is that this was the main thing they were using to buy slaves with. It was slave currency. Now this is how the most common one looks. And it was about it was about the size of this one. I've got some of those here, but I don't. Now,
can you tell them what was the purpose of manillas versus slave shackles?
Okay, well, manillas were basically the currency that they bought slaves with. And they did this from the 1400s, and they didn't stop it until 1968. The British actually wanted to stop that being sold. So it's so the 1560. So a person could be bought from 1 to 10 manillas. The heavier the piece of manila was, the more valuable it was. Now, one of the things they did was some of these were worn by some of the Africans, but there are a lot of the Africans that were not the slaves. Some of the Africans that were like the kings and the queens would actually love these things, and they made them more beautiful. Now, the British, the Dutch, and the Portuguese made these. They made them out of copper and alloy. They made them out of bronze, and it was just, they loved them. So the British themselves had factories that did nothing but make manillas so that they could take these over to Africa and buy slaves with them. One of the most interesting things that I find is that here in the world, there's a lot of collectors, and coins and money and things of trading is very important. So you can get books that show you coins from everywhere in the world. But here is a item that bought and sold slaves for hundreds of years, and we hear nothing about it. All we hear is slave bracelets. So I think there should be some scholarly work done on it. I was going to make a book on these and scholarly work, but I was in a hurry, so I just did I just made it into a book with calendar and showed some of the information about these different.
Oren,
yes.
let me if I want to make sure that our guests who are listening are really understanding your point, because we think of the purchasing of slaves as a cash transaction, and in fact that transaction happening with manillas means that they might have taken even to the continent of Africa a manila that wasn't made of gold or wasn't made of silver, but might have been made of some other metal, and taken it over and traded it. But meanwhile, cash was not what was being used. Manillas weren't necessarily being used in the United States.
No, because the people in the United States probably didn't know much about them. Now, in this book, it shows you about some of them in the dates of when they were used, and the different alloys that they were made of. So they wore them in as jewelry and as just something to trade the slaves with. Now, it's amazing to me that this could go on for hundreds of years as a currency to buy slaves. In fact, they're called slave bracelets because this is what they use to trade slaves with. But we know very little about it. We know virtually nothing about it. And I think that we need to do more scholarly research on these items. Now, one of the reasons why I'm no longer putting my books up on Amazon is because we need to teach our own self. We need to teach our own lessons. And there is a thing that they call an academic pay rate. And they want you to pay to get information. They don't want you to be able to learn all the things that you want to learn. For example, they have pictures of me that the Getty has pictures of me that if I want to use them, I got to pay them $563 to use a picture of me in a book that they've got.
I got a couple of those too, and I know what you're talking about. Yep.
So I'm like, we need, so now on the Black Heritage Preservation Society, all the books I've made, I've got about 300 books that I've got in some kind of formal way. Some of the books I've been working on for over 40 years. Like one of the books I'm working on right now is the Encyclopedia of Black Inventors. And I've been working on that book for 43 years. So it's not like I just got up this morning and said, you know what, I'm going to put a bunch of books up. But we have books on a lot of our scholars and also on some of our historians. This is a book that one of my latest ones on one of my favorite inventors, Dr. George Washington Carver. And some of the things that he did was just outstanding, as you know.
Talk about the doors. I'd like to show my artifact too, because it's a show and tell. Both of us are showing. So, you guys, what I started this whole Unveiling Slavery Together. What prompted me is I'm working with a traditional chief in Cape Coast, Ghana, Chief Nana Jeppy. That's him right there. He lives about 3 blocks away from the Cape Coast Castle, or they call it Cape Coast Fort. These are forts that Europeans came and they came and built castles along the west coast of Africa, and they built dungeons where they held the slaves to export them across the world. So Nana, he, happened to be walking past the castle one day, and this was about 15 years ago, and he saw some maintenance workers doing, tearing down the bricks that were on the walls and so forth, because the castle was built in the early 1600s. And so Nana asked the maintenance workers, what were they doing with, they had a pair of old wooden doors on top of some old bricks outside, like trash. And he asked what they were doing with the doors, and they said, oh, this is old and we're going to burn them as firewood. And he knew that these were the dungeon doors. And so he says, no, please, you cannot burn these doors. Let me take them. He understood the significance, the historical significance of it. So he took the doors, and then Tavis Smiley, if you guys know who Tavis Smiley is, he heard about Nana owning these doors, and he asked Nana to put him on put the doors on an art exhibit that he was doing called the America I Am art exhibit. So Nana's doors from the Cape Coast Castle was on tour, and let me show you guys the doors. This is Tavis Smiley, and this is the pair of the well, he said Nana's calling now. This is a pair of the original dungeon doors. So this is about 1700. This was created in the 1700s. The doors went on tour, and then last year Nana was telling me the story about the doors, how he acquired the doors because the maintenance workers were going to throw the doors away and burn them. And then he told me about Tavis Smiley, took the doors on tour. They had gone to the New York Public Schomburg Institute, the library. They were at the California Science Center. They went everywhere across the U.S. on Tavis Smiley's art exhibit. And so then last year I said to Nana, Well, I wish I had the doors here in Los Angeles because I would put them on exhibit for the 400 year of return. So he said, Nina, we can contact the Cincinnati Museum and have them ship them to you. So we contacted them. He gave an authorization letter and the doors were shipped to me here in Los Angeles. I've had the doors in storage. I was about to unveil them in March and then the COVID-19 hit. So I had to cancel my event. And that's what this event is I'm taking it online. So I cannot, unfortunately, show the doors physically to anybody right now, but these are pictures of the doors. They're here in Los Angeles in the Museum of African American Art in storage. And hopefully this COVID will let up soon and I can put the doors on display. But I just want to give honor to Nana Jeppy for saving these doors. And this is a part of our history. And I'm going to do everything that I can to have these dialogues and to use these doors as a symbol of what our ancestors went through.
And Nina, allow me to step in and give a little testimony. During my tenure as the director of the California African American Museum, when the America I Am exhibition came into Los Angeles, it was at the California Science Center because of the size of the way of that particular exhibition. And it was the docents of the California African American Museum that actually led the tours and talked with the people and etc. And so we were very intimately close to and near and with those doors. I saw the exhibit in several places, including outside of Los Angeles, and obviously lived with it while it was here. And so we too are grateful for the fact that the doors had a chance to come into Los Angeles and that there may be a chance to actually have them come once again, because they were a part of the exhibit, but you didn't get to have the kind of backstory that you gave and the amount of significance and time and attention that could be given just to the doors as beyond just the whole exhibition of America I Am, I think fits right in both with the kinds of artifacts that O&Z has and the kind of ways in which these doors are a symbol of power, that we understand our truth and then it empowers us to go through the doors again to a new place, to a different future for ourselves. So I thank you for stopping to make sure that everyone understood not only the power of those doors, but that he's giving an opportunity for them to come back to Los Angeles one more time. And I also just wanted to stop and say to O&Z, who I have always had such enormous respect for, and you have always right there in the community made sure people could get near stuff that sometimes in museums you can't get near, that you could touch it and feel it and get kinesthetically involved with it. And not only do we appreciate the work you've been doing in the community, but I want to add one more point. You raised that they changed our names lots of times over the years, and we were colored and Negro and the other N I'm not going to say, and all kinds of things like that. But it was in the 70s, for those of us who are gray hair enough, to remember when we decided that it was okay for us to be called Black. When we changed the meaning of that term and said that's how we'll define ourselves in terms of racial identity. It was later when Jesse Jackson decided that maybe we should call ourselves African American, so that we would be more like Italian Americans and Polish Americans and all kinds of stuff like that. Today's day shows us that because you have people who look like us all over the world with all kinds of origins and backgrounds, that perhaps the best thing we ever did was say, you know what? We're Black people. And then that way we can, and by the way, I'm Black people from this country, and I'm Black people from this land, and I'm Black people from all these other lands. And I just want to appreciate exactly what you've done, both with your books, Oren, and with Nina in making this day happen. See, you got it. There you go, brother. That's it. Someone wants to know how to join the Black Heritage Preservation Society, Oren, tell them. I think you're on mute, Oren.
Somebody's muting me. Am I unmuted now?
Yeah.
Okay, go to, you can go to bhpsi.org. And on
Say that
that,
one
you'll
more
see,
time,
okay, B as in Black Heritage Preservation Society Incorporated, but just the letters, bhpsi.org. And
Great.
you can join, you can join us at, right, that's right. And I also want to say this was a tape that I did back in the day on the slave dungeons of Africa. I don't call them slave castles, like they call them. I call them slave dungeons. And this is Amina in the background here. And this is another one of the slave castles. And on the back, this is with me. And I don't know if you remember the sister that had the Traveling Black Inventors Museum. This is me and her at President Rollins' front yard. So you see, I don't know if you can see the peacocks running around the yard or not, but it was a very, so that was Sister Salah and myself in President Rollins' yard in Ghana. And this is in front of the Cape Coast Castle, talking to one of the locals, leaning on a cannon at one of the forts. So, and that was back in, like I said, back in the 90s. And I'm gonna try. I guess I'll try to make that available on a maybe
And
YouTube.
Oren, can I ask you, if someone wanted to come and see your collection, how can they do that?
Well, right now, you know, we're trying to. I'm trying to get the collection to a place. I'm getting the collection in different hands. Coming out here is kind of strange. I'm opening up museums and trying to help museums all over the country. In fact, we just before COVID-19 hit, we opened a museum up in Louisville, Kentucky, and we got a building right next door to the Fowler Museum. So now we are me and Lamont Collins is the brother that is doing that, and we've been about 2 years, and we have the building. It's a 5-story, and on the rooftop you can have little parties and you go out to water. And I'm happy to work with Nina with the stuff, with these artifacts. But I guess with the COVID-19, with the way things are now, I don't really know how to get these things out. So what I'm going to try to start doing is doing videos, and I want to try to make a community of people online that we can work together to preserve this stuff with the Black Heritage Preservation Society, and we're making what we call history houses. So this is actually history house number 2 here in at my home in California. History house number 1 is in Omaha, Nebraska. That's actually where the Black Heritage Preservation Society Incorporated is in Omaha, Nebraska, on the historic 24th and Lake area where they had the riots when they burnt Will Brown. A lot of times people see this brother burning, hanging, and they don't even know where he's from. Well, that was actually Omaha, Nebraska, and that was Will Brown, who they accused of talking to a white woman, and the brother could not have done it. And then after they had burnt him and knocked down the yard, they burnt down the courthouse.
All right, we got like 2 minutes before our next panel. You guys stay tuned. It's going to be using the art storytelling to reshape our narrative. So that is up next. I got speakers waiting. Oren, please tune in to this workshop. I have a brother here from Nigeria, Collins. You'll hear him. Me and him are now working together. He's was planning on the Door of Return celebration in Nigeria like they did last year in Ghana, and his event got canceled with the COVID. But he's created a virtual reality, or he's working on a virtual reality African Heritage Museum, and I'm now working with him on that. So I told him about your pieces and us getting it on this virtual reality. So please tune back in, watch this panel discussion so you can hear what he talks about and see the presentation. All right.
Thank you very much, and God bless you both. And I'm happy. And Nina, keep up the good work. I love you.
I love you too. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Oren.
All right.
Thank you, sister. And if I can do anything to help your organization, I'm here for you. So this stuff is just, things that I collect because it's our heritage, and a lot of it, we throw it away. So we got it.
Thank you. Thanks again, Oren. All right. We're going on to our next panel. Let's bring in James Burke, Jaquil, Colin, and Stephen. All right. We are all here. Welcome,
gentlemen. How are you?
Right. Great. How are you?
I'm because I know we've already jumped into the time, and I'm going to let each of you talk a little bit about what it is that you do in the space of trying to use our art and our culture to tell our stories and move our narrative forward. But I point right now to the last conversation we had with Oren Z. He was speaking about the brother Bill Brown, who we often see that photograph of the man who was lynched and burnt. And we see the photograph, and it's nameless, and it's placeless. And in fact, in those 2 seconds while he was talking, he talked about the fact that he gave him a name and he gave him a place. And one of the things that trying to use our culture to tell those stories and change that narrative is to make sure we don't stay nameless and to make sure we don't stay placeless. And so it is just an honor to have all of you on right at this moment. And I'm going to turn right up. I'm going to kind of go to my right on the screen.
Today is that conference.
And go straight to James Burks and go, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing fine. How you doing, Charmaine?
I'm fine. So I'm going to let each of you take a second and talk not only a little bit about what you're doing and how you try to use our culture to help change the narrative and tell the story. And then we'll come back and talk with each other. So go for it, James.
Well, for the last 36 years now, I've been director of some sort of different projects with the Department of Cultural Affairs, City of LA. And from the time I took that job, I primarily looked at what wasn't available for us when the Olympics was here in 1984, which is how to use art and culture to define our community economically, to build a place within our community that we can take advantage of, to build more strategic relationships between artists, arts organizations, and the government, to keep our communities from being sort of gentrified out of existence, simply for lack of relationships and building in our community. So for the last 10 years now, and I've been involved and engaged with 2 projects. Well, one project around the Leimert Park Village. I've been overseeing the Leimert Park Village Theater and developing that to support theater in South LA, because we now are without theaters in South LA. At one time we had about 8, and now there's only existence as LA Southwest College's little theater. And recently some young people, millennials, just reactivated the Mafundi Institute, or the Watch Writers Workshop. Other than that, we've been without opportunities for young people in our community to tell their own story. Theater has always been a good opportunity and to do that sort of thing. And then lately now we've been developing the Leimert Park Cultural Hub, which is building a coalition of theater groups, dance, music groups that are already in creative industries are in Leimert Park. Leimert Park is probably the most successful Black destination in Los Angeles at this particular time. I think Kern Price is doing a good job with restoring the image around Central Avenue. At one time was the major corridor for the Black community. So right now, I'm taking a lot of the same things I used when I created the African Marketplace and Cultural Fair back in 1985 to strengthen our community, to build jobs in our community. And I think that's what's going to happen in Leimert Park. We're working right now on a Leimert Park African American Conference and Entertainment Center that's both a retail center and can host conferences. We don't have a conference facility in South Los Angeles. It's about time that we had one that could host small conferences. We're hoping that it'll seat anywhere between 1,000 and 1,500 people with businesses in there. We're also looking to build it so that it contains homes for 3 museums that have been displaced. I'm talking about the Mamie Clayton Library, the Museum of African American Art that's at Macy's right now in the mall, and the Barbara Morrison California Jazz and Blues Museum. Those are attractions, and once we disperse those, then we tend to disperse our community as well. But building those all on the same platform, building all those around Leimert Park, and then connecting with Destination Crenshaw that we just broke ground on February the 29th, will create that sense of Leimert Park Village and Crenshaw Cultural Corridor as being a destination for tourists. Tourism is a major economic tool in this country, and the African American community, both here in Los Angeles and other large communities of African Americans around the country, get very little benefit from the tourism industry. Although our economic impact on tourism nationally is roughly about $90 to $115 billion annually, but we do very little in terms of getting that community to come to our community and to spend their resource in our community. The thing to do is to attract other industries into our community, to monetize what we do, to understand the value of African American culture, and to use it as a tool for economic development. That's pretty much what I've been really trying to focus on. We've had some challenges, but in all, we've had some successes. I mean, when the African Marketplace became one of the top 100 destinations in the United States twice, that includes all the major theme parks, county fairs, and festivals and concerts, and that's a great achievement when you start talking about having people promote your event not as a festival but as a destination, as a theme park, something we come to. And with the diversity in our community, I'm talking about the African diaspora. With that kind of diversity, you have that kind of opportunity to attract a wide range of people to our community. So we have a goal, to make Leimert Park the destination of choice for people, and that's been pretty much what I put my energies into for the last 10 years now.
And I will chime in and say that Jamesburg has been very, very invaluable in terms of moving Black theater in Los Angeles. I add, not necessarily on this panel with us, but we also have not far away from the Leimert Park territory, the Lula Washington Dance Theater, 40 years old this year, owning Black real estate, has always done so, and telling story as well through dance and movement and music. And so it's voices like these that have made it possible for us to keep telling our story, not only just what they're personally doing, but to make commentary and activist statements. So thank you, James, for that work you're doing.
Yes, Sherman, I want to chime in on that because we have people around the United States as well as in Africa who's tuning into this. Leimert Park is located in South Los Angeles, you guys. This is the arts and culture hub of South LA. If you come to Los Angeles and you want to go experience Black art, you would go to Leimert Park. It's a very diaspora type of community of African Americans, of Africans who migrated over here, Jamaicans. We have a little bit, the whole entire diaspora is in Leimert. We have blues, we have African drumming every Sunday, African art, food, African food, American food. So it's look at it as the little Africa, like you have Chinatown. Leimert Park is Africa Town.
That's right.
Nice.
All right. Well, with that, I'm going to go to Stephan. Can you unmute, Stephan? How are you doing? Nice to meet you. We don't hear you.
can't hear you.
Stephen.
You have to unmute, Stephen. You have to unmute. We don't hear you.
We're not hearing you, so I'm going to let you and Tina work that out a minute, and then I'm going to come over here to Ambassador.
I think it's the last button. It's the last button.
Okay, let's go to Jaquil. Jaquil, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Jaquil Constant. I'm the executive director of the Haiti International Film Festival. Has been in existence for like 5 years. So basically, the impetus of the film festival was to show a positive image of Haiti, you know, especially after the earthquake. And we've been able to, the community's been supported. Yearly we have the screenings at the Barnesdale Gallery Theater, and I'm a filmmaker myself, and just to show a different image of Haiti. So I think it's important being part of the African diaspora, being Haitian American. You know, that's why I started this nonprofit, because I wanted to show just a different image. And I think it's very important. And, you know, first it started off me being a director. I did this film called Haiti is a Nation of Artists, and Haitian artists creating transformational art in 2010. Then I saw there was a need in the community throughout the US, you know, me traveling to New York, Miami, Haiti to shoot this documentary. I was like, we should actually have a film festival. If we want to change the narrative, we need to change the narrative ourselves. So that's why I've done that as a filmmaker and now as an executive director, and to provide, you know, a quality venue for people to see our films and see. And I think it's important for us to, you know, to work with each other. And it's been such an incredible experience from art and from film, just to change the narrative and people to come, and people have been supportive. This year, because of COVID, we're gonna have to go virtual, but it's been amazing. I'm still able to collaborate with other film professionals, have them edit my feature film. I'm getting translations done online. So I think creative people are always creative. They're always gonna find a way. So, you know, if you really want to get something.
Can I ask you a question? Are you finding
Charmaine, I can't hear you.
ways to sell your product?
Can you say that again?
Are you finding ways that you may be able to still sell the opportunity for people to see your film, or are you right now looking at, I need to do a lot of free screenings and then I'll come back?
No, I think I'm a producer, so I always try to find ways to monetize things. So yeah. So that's just in me. Like I'm looking at Vimeo right now to basically be able to monetize the film festival, because I think that's the way it's going to be sustainable. I believe in a model that's affordable, but if it's completely free, I think you can't do year 3, 4, 5. I think you could do that one event, but if we want to be sustainable in the community, just give people quality services, you know, quality productions, but there has to be a fee. You know what I mean? If you want to, and you know, I get sponsors for the film festival, like the Hollywood Neighborhood Council, and they've been supporting me. I get support from the Center of Cultural Intervention, so I get a lot of support from like nonprofits, and so that's the way that I kind of support it, and the community support. You know, we have organizations like Moonlight Kai, who helps emerging Haitian actors in Los Angeles, and they've been supportive, and different other nonprofits, from the Pan-African Film Festival to Bad West. So it's basically the African diaspora that's in LA that's kind of working together, because we support their events. So I go to Pan-African every year. You know what I mean? I'm part of the Black Documentary Association, where I curate Black films once a month. So this is just what I do. You know what I mean? I'm a part of the community. It's not something that, and I've been doing this for years.
Well, you raise a really good point, and that is, and a really good point that I love that you also raised, is that, and one of our panelists raised it in an earlier session today, if each of us bought one less pair of shoes and applied that money to something in our community, supporting whatever we're doing, that in fact we would grow monetarily in terms of our power. So I thank you for raising that, because having been in that role as well, and I know that all of you have been, it's something we can't stress enough. You may only have $10, but if you give us one, we're all more powerful because we can do something with it. Thank you.
I wanted to elaborate when you said Pan-African, because some people don't know what you were talking to. We have a Pan-African Film Festival here every year. So you just said, I'm involved with Pan-African, no one, other people wouldn't know what. That's true.
I mean, it's the biggest Black film festival in the country. So the Pan-African Film Festival, anybody who's into film, we have it for 2 weeks for Black History Month here in Los Angeles. So Los Angeles has made a big contribution, I think, to the African diaspora because we're so far. And I was a Pan-African Studies major from Cal State Northridge. That, and it's warm like it is in Africa, but I think we have a yearning for our culture since we're so far. We're not on the East Coast, we're not down south. So I think you have to have, I think that's where Leimert Park, there's more of a yearning of your, I think, of your culture when you're so far west. And we have a tradition of supporting progressive movements, from newspapers to filmmaking and social realism work. Charles White, like there's a tradition. We kind of really, no one has really talked about our history out here in Los Angeles, and I think that we've been here for a while, but I think we need to promote it.
Awesome. Okay, Stephan, are you back on?
Yes, I'm back. I'm back on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Talk to us about what you're doing in your work.
Okay. My name is Stephen, and I've been involved in advocacy for. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've been involved in development sector for over 15 years, and working with young people. And over the years, one of those things we do is to use media as a toolkit of advocacy, as a very strong voice. And over the years, we've trained more than 5,000 young people who are filmmakers, and using short films and photography to tell untold stories about Africa. And these are strategic things we've been doing, and we've done trainings across Africa. We've done trainings across Africa, and also done trainings in Europe, but working with strong partners with the UN, the World Bank, and the British Council over the years. But most essential things that we've been doing is to train young people. One also in New York is also we're planning to run the Afro, which is the Black exchange program, where we're bringing young people across the whole world. On an enterprise exchange program, which is the knowledge-based transfer, but bringing filmmakers, bringing drone pilots, bringing photographers to tell untold stories about Africa. And that's one of the major projects we're doing. We're using media to navigate social change and global change.
Stephen, can you tell them where you're from too?
Okay, one of those things we're doing currently here is we're putting up 1 or 2 projects in terms of which is the youth media engagement and trainings, and bringing young people. Like yesterday, we had a board meeting yesterday, and bringing young Africans together. And we have like the trainings that we're doing, which is the capacity building training, which is especially also engaging young Africans in diaspora. And so those are the key things that we're doing. And we're setting up an online radio. We're also setting up an online TV. So for us, these are projects that we're doing in terms of engaging young people in diaspora, and also engaging young Africans and young Blacks. And then also, most essentially, we're working on our exchange program that's coming up very soon.
And where would they be exchanging to?
Okay, we have our exchange program between
if you did exchange
young. We have exchange program. We're selecting only 100 young people, basically depending on the fundings that we get. So we're looking at bringing young Africans, either in diaspora, young Africans in different parts of the world, we're bringing them together. So we're having young Africans from all over the world. And they're going to be, the first phase is in Lagos. They're going to be in Lagos for a 2 weeks exchange knowledge-based transfer. And they're going to be where the slave trade market started from, which is Badagry. And they're going to be going to historical places, but to have a knowledge-based roots knowledge about Africa. And after that, we're going to be basically going to Morocco, and they're going to be in Morocco for 2 weeks. And after that, we're moving straight to the US. It's a knowledge-based transfer where we can have young people also learn about their culture, the basic truths, not what they tell us on the TV, but knowing the roots knowledge, having a basic knowledge about the basic root knowledge. When I went to Badagry, I knew more about the slave trade market. So it's, for me as a person, I have more knowledge than what I see on TV. So that's exactly one of those things. And we're going to be shooting a film, bringing filmmaker, drone pilot, photographers, script writers from all over African countries together.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Tell me how, if I'm trying to think about how the work that James is doing in Leimert Park and the work that you are doing, how might there be a way of sharing information back and forth, or ways that this this effort that you're getting to make sure people understand better the African culture of the various countries, how we can exchange that information?
Okay, one of those key things is also having a knowledge, like that's why I said knowledge-based transfer. I heard what he does, and I'm so thrilled about what he's doing, and where we can also exhibit the works of these young people, where also young people who are basically from Africa can also come to the organization and do like a knowledge-based transfer, learn from you, and you can also learn from them. You understand what I'm saying? We can also bring young people from your own community together and also exhibit their work to the global market. So that's exactly one of those things that we're looking at. Basically exhibiting I saw a young man who shot a film. I shot a film about Badagry, and when I exhibited a film somewhere, somebody was saying that, how did you get funding to do this? And I told the guy, I said, bringing together close to 100 young people together for 2 weeks, feeding them breakfast, lunch, dinner, putting them in an hotel, transportation for 2 weeks, was self-sponsored initiative. We wrote letters to companies, we wrote letters to organizations, none of them responded. So we have to fund the project ourselves and run the project in Nigeria. And the video was explicit because it spoke so much. We traveled by water, we traveled by road for more than 10 hours. It was much it gives us much in-depth knowledge, and for us it's also connects our ideas, and we can also see the face of the way Africa is. Africa is, getting to know more about the roots of Africa. That's exactly one of the projects that we did. And for us, for him, we can partner with him in terms of doing a knowledge-based exchange, in terms of intellectual base. I give you our film, you can show the film to the world, and most of all these young people can also come to learn from the organization. That's the thing. That's one of those major strategic goal opportunity that I see we can exchange.
I love that tagline. Now, knowledge-based transfer, absolutely perfect for this time. I'm going to go. I want us to all talk to each other, but first I want to go to Ambassador Collins. How are you?
Good. Hello.
Hi. Thank you. Please talk with us about what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's evening here in Lagos, so I must say good evening to you. It's a beautiful evening, just about 7:30 p.m. in the sweet, beautiful city of Lagos. And just to report to you that everything is moving on perfectly well and fine. And all the predictions of dead bodies that will be dropping on the streets and dying from the coronavirus, none of that right here. So we are good. I would like for Nina, if you can share the screen. My slides. Can you do it from there? Thank you. So we have the, okay, thank you. So we have here the African Heritage Virtual Museum. The concept is to go back in history and tell the history of African heritage in pictures. And you will know that today's advanced technology has brought virtual reality, augmented reality, and even mixed reality, where you can tell stories and even have more experiential visual experiences and encounters going back in history. So here we are telling the story of the 400 years of return, the 400 years history of the transatlantic slave trade, which spanned between 1619 and 2019. So next slide, please. And also, if you look at the first and second point, talking about restitution and reparation, we know that the years 2014 to 2025 were declared as the decade of the African descendant, where we know that the UN has actually decided to accord that status of restitution to African diaspora. So in this decade, we believe that it's the decade for us, the African descendants all over the world, to come together, to exhibit, to use, deploy technology, new and advanced technology in the areas that I described as virtual reality, augmented reality, to tell these stories. 400 years has been a long time, and many generations have transcended. Now we have the generation Alpha. Before that, we had the generation Y and generation Z, the millennials. These are people who are very enthusiastic to learn. And if we can infuse our storytelling, our history, our heritage with new technology, we can elicit a whole lot more, interest and passion and enthusiasm on the new and next generation to want to learn and immerse themselves in African history. So this is the African Heritage Virtual Museum. Next slide, please. And of course, we also know about the economic importance and economic benefits of tourism. And this is taking you on a tour back to yesterday, Africa. And we are actually integrating this virtual African Heritage Virtual Museum to the Door of Return Nigeria, which I am the project coordinator. I designed this project, and I am working in partnership with the Nigerian government through the Nigerian Diaspora Commission and the Lagos State government to organize the biggest diaspora homecoming on the continent, and that will happen in 2020 in Nigeria. It's called the Door of Return. Here, we're going to help the people to see Nigeria, to experience Nigeria in a way that has not been seen before. And referring to what my brother over there, Stephen, who's also a Nigerian, but he's in America. We know that in the storytelling, which is very important too, to rebrand Nigeria and reposition Nigeria for tourism potential and tourism investment. We know that the media has been very unfair to our country, Nigeria, but we want to change the story. A country that has many, professionals, health professionals in America. 60% of African Americans or Blacks in the health sector in America are Nigerians. So we are going to be connecting the dots with storytelling, people like Stephen, whose stories, and a whole lot more people whose stories can be aggregated into the aspect of the museum. All right, so there's a lot of potentials in storytelling also available on the museum, because we will be using 360 degrees camera and 360 degrees technology also to capture the modern day Africa. The developments that have happened in modern day Africa as well will be part of the museum. And finally, the last slide. Here, we bring in the past and the present together to recognize ingenuity among African Americans, among African diasporans. So here, we are celebrating history, culture, and arts. And that is culminating into what we call the diaspora, African Diaspora Hall of Fame. It is a recognition award. And here we will be celebrating the game changers. Like so many of the people who have been panelists on this platform, who have several inventions and innovations and stories that have changed or transformed Africa. So we will be aggregating all that together and putting it on a segment in the African Heritage Virtual Museum. So ultimately, this is a 360 degrees platform that collates and aggregates different segments of the African society from the pre-diaspora to the current era in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you just, Nina, I want to ask you, is the work that Ambassador Collins is doing and that you are doing with 360, how are those connected?
Say it again.
How is the storytelling that you're doing with Transmedia 360 and the work that Collins is trying to do to have the virtual museum, are you guys working together?
Yeah, we're talking about working together now. It's ironic, you know, there's no new ideas, as we say, because a lot of us are on the same page. But I shared with Collins of my vision to create a virtual African Heritage Museum with the doors of no return, and he had a very similar idea, which he just showed you. Our ideas are probably 99% identical. So we are talking about working together now. That was just in the past couple of days. Correct, Colin? Colin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I heard that, Nina. I heard you. Should I respond to that?
Yeah, respond.
Because it was kind of shaky, so I didn't get all the points that you made.
She wanted to know if we're working together, since I'm doing have an idea for a virtual museum.
Right. Okay, yes. We, Nina and I have talked about this. We've been having conversations back and forth in the past couple of days, and there's a real possibility of working together. I see like a lot of synergy. Her work and my work have got a lot in common. And I believe in inclusion, I believe in partnership, I believe in collaboration, and I believe that's the new currency. So I see that we can form a lot, you know, some synergy, you know, and propel the idea forward. Yes, absolutely.
I'd like to have the other panelists also chime in on this, and that includes where we're seeing digital divides that may prevent us from having the kind of amassing of knowledge-based transfer. Stephen, I'm using your phrase. I love it. That we may need, particularly in this time, and it's going to take a moment before we get completely out of the COVID kind of sequester. And so right at this time, when we think about continuing the platform of telling our stories, increasing our knowledge, getting our culture out there, a lot of it's going to be virtual. There's also going to be a lot of ways that we can do it within our spaces. But I'd love to hear a little bit more from each of you about what you are not finding are the obstacles to getting your artistic content out there from a digital point of view.
Charmaine.
Yes, James.
This is James. I think you're absolutely right. I hear a lot of what somebody has their mic on. I hear a lot of what my colleagues on the panel are doing. Been involved with a lot over the last 30 years around the world, both in Africa, in South America, in Europe, in the Caribbean. And I think one of the biggest challenges I see is we're all doing great work, but sometimes we end up doing it individually, independently of and partnering with other organizations. The way I see transmedia is as a project that possibly could align those groups together. We're on the verge of doing that. When I stopped doing the African Marketplace, because Willie Brown up in San Francisco wanted to construct it as a permanent destination. But during that whole process, we did a lot on tourism. We did a lot on building the Global Cinema and Urban Media Symposium, where we brought 49 Pan-African film festivals together in Brazil to talk about a major distribution network for filmmakers, where we talked about building an online kind of project. Right now, we're currently working on an international film theater festival here in Los Angeles. It's going to be both virtual and it's going to be live. I mean, it's just a matter of us realizing there are people who are like-minded and have ideas, and that we just need to be communicating with one another more often so we can see and share information that we know what they're doing, and probably partner with them on some of the things they're doing. I mean, the idea of a festival in Nigeria, FESTAC was the last, and that was 1977. That was the last festival in Nigeria. With Dr. Damian Pono at the Ford Foundation, we worked from 1996 when we convened a conference in Johannesburg with 55 nations to discuss the value of a international festival of arts and culture, and selected South Africa to be the host country at the time, because it was slightly after it's coming out of the apartheid regime. We got to the point where Ubuntu 2000 would have happened, and unfortunately South Africa wasn't able to follow through on it, but the idea is still real. So some of these suggestions are already out there, and as you know, Margie Reese spent time in Nigeria and Lagos with the museums there. So there is some information here that my brothers from Africa, we think that you need to just partner with people here who know what they're doing out of Washington with the African USA International Chamber of Commerce, Dr. David Horn out of Cal State Northridge, Dr. Gerald Horn over at the University of Houston, and other people who are doing things to try to connect these two countries, but connect them so that they both are connected, and not only just through Africa and the African American community, but also through the Caribbean, through Europe, and through South America, and through the Pacific Rim. I just think that we just need to work, and after this conference that Nina has put together, maybe reconvene a conversation where we can really talk about some things that's happening here. I personally have been really concerned about the failure of Africa to invest in its own diaspora, and that should have happened. This is the reason why other communities here are surviving a great deal, because China invested in Chinese, Israel invested in the Jewish community here, and vice versa. African Americans invest over $18 billion in Africa every year, but you don't see any of that coming back to help out Watts and Detroit and Chicago and Washington D.C. and Harlem and New Orleans. I mean, because it needs to be a bilateral relationship between Africa and the African American community.
Sorry, I'm wondering, gentlemen, whether or not the disciplines are knowing what they're doing within a particular discipline, but across discipline, we're not having enough communication.
Yes.
I think about back when I ran Dance Theater of Harlem in 1992, we went to South Africa. We insisted that it be a mixed audience. It was part of the breaking down of apartheid. We opened up the Marketplace Theater that had never been allowed to have across audiences. Arthur Mitchell insisted on it, went into the townships. We also spent the time there, not only, but training people how to actually manage that particular theater, which at the time was a higher level theater than what had been there before. And what you end up happening is you have those conversations take place within a discipline, but then they don't continue on. And so we don't know the strength of all of our history, and they happen in bits and pieces. So I think that you are absolutely right that these are times where the collaboration between the continent and the United States is really important.
I totally agree. I think the COVID-19 has given us an opportunity, and I'm gonna give you a very simple term. Here in Los Angeles, it's like a day of absence. It's giving us opportunities sequestered in our home where we don't spend money on the west side. That now we should be focusing on spending our money just within our community. If a store does not have employees that are black, that look like us, why are we spending our money there? You know, if you go to a shopping mall and it's not having representative of African businesses, why are we spending our money there? You know, the same thing has to do with building a relationship that is mutually beneficial between Africa and the Americas or the diaspora. Because at one point, Gerald Busby and I almost had it together where we can handle intermittent banking for all of African expatriates that are living in the United States. We didn't get it done, but it's still something that should have been done. And our objective was to cut down the amount of money that the Western Union and Citibank and the other transfer companies were charging people to send money back home to Africa. And Africa was getting billions of dollars every year, and they were charging 20% on the dollar. There's other ways that we put our heads together where we can begin to partner with the things that Jakil is doing with Haiti. You know, we have the Haiti Festival in Leimert Park. Well, we need to bring those kind of things together. The sister that owns the gallery up there in Hollywood is Haitian, and she's been working on it from the day I met her. That's been the mid-90s. You know, so there's other resources here that we probably can help you with, you know, in terms of what you're trying to get done and make it more collaborative. So
And
I think that we have work to do.
Yes, and I'd like to make a comment, testimony about James Burks, which I shared with him the other day. James, back in 1998, James gave me my first ever job as a event producer at the African Marketplace and Cultural Fair. And I participated organizing the children's area, the youth area for many years, but just being in that environment, being around Africans, being around Nigerians that were coming to Bend with the African Marketplace component. And we had our cultural fair and hearing the African music, experiencing the food. That was something right here in Los Angeles that I was able to learn more about the culture of Africa. And so, and this is why I'm doing this event. He planted some more seeds in my life. And I just want to tell you again, thank you, James. It really means a lot to me for you to give me that opportunity back in the 90s.
You're welcome. I think we all have to do that to our young people, because our numbers here in Los Angeles are shrinking. You know, 30 years ago, we were about 17% of the population in Los Angeles. Now we're down to roughly 6.5% of the population. And thank you. And I want to send a shout out to Council Member Marquise Harris Dawson, who had the foresight to develop the Destination Crenshaw project. That was a major corridor back in the time when Leimert Park and the West Side was primarily white. And so, but the history of the African American community in Los Angeles has not been told. And contrary to somebody's statement the other day, we're always trying to tell our story, but there's always ways to suppress that. During the time when Charmaine was at the museum, Charmaine and the brother before her, what's his name, was constantly trying to create the relationship between the diaspora and tell the story. It's resources, which is difficult for the African American community. The economic resources. This COVID-19 has proven that small businesses are going out of business. We got to figure out a way to keep them in business.
Can we take a couple of questions, Charmaine?
I'm sorry, did you say we have some questions? Oh, great. Stephen, there you go. How do young people access the exchange program?
So we're going to launch out the website in the next 2 weeks. And neither you're from Jamaica, neither you're from any country, you can apply. And so you can apply to attend the exchange program. So it's a platform that gives the great, it's cut across all sectors. Neither you're into filmmaking, neither you're into advocacy. We bring young people together from all looks and crannies. And I'm like what Beck said some few minutes ago, and mentorship is something we cannot override. and we can overwrite the giving platform to other younger generations. And I remember some times ago, a young man wrote me, sent me an email, and I said, "Oh, Stephen, I need to say thank you to you because some years back I trained him, but now is an executive director of one of the media companies in Ghana." And so for me as a person, programs like these create access and create opportunity and create a future-based gap where we can fill in the gap for a lot of younger generations coming after us. And I take it very sensitive. And I always tell younger generations, don't look for the fundings to come in before you take action. Go ahead and take the leap service. A whole lot of younger generation think that, oh, until I get grants from the USAID, until I get grant from DFID, until I get grant from the United Nations, that's when I can take action. You know, for me as a person, I believe the little drop of water make a mighty ocean. And advocacy for me as a person is something that I'm passionate about. For any young person from across the world who is interested in joining, we can roll out our email and then probably just send us an email, and then we can roll out the application form for you on the website when it comes out. And we'll be glad to get you on board.
I was going to say, Nina, can you put his email address up at some point on a banner? Because I see a couple of other questions that are coming in that are similar to that. And I want to just make sure that we all have the opportunity to know how to reach James and our other panelists as well, if you've got email addresses for them. And can I ask a question? How I'm seeing this particular question asking about the connection and partnership with some of the larger corporations on the continent. And I'm sitting here thinking, I'd love to know what experience any of you have had with the Africa Channel, which is owned here in the United States, but is bringing African content to us. Is that an outlet that we ought to be looking at or learning more from, or going to?
Oh, is the question for me?
It's for any of you guys. Yes, you're on. It's fine.
African Channel has been around for a while, and you know, we worked with them early on when they weren't as situated as set as they are now. They've been around for a while, and I think we should see that as an avenue for both the information and advertising, the things that these brothers are doing, and also for ongoing promotion and marketing of films that are done by independent filmmakers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's important that we work with different communities in the diaspora, and I think you first have to be local before you go global. You know, I think you must use your local resources, like we're expanding the film festival actually to Haiti this year, and there's a film school called Cinema News, so we're gonna be able to get some of the films and be able to distribute it. I think it's and I've have conversations with the African Channel. I think it's important for us to deal with our corporations, our business people. You know, for us to spread our message. You know, we need partnership. I think that's very essential for our economic growth, and somebody who understands your culture. Because I did, you know, like a Haitian art exhibit at Pasadena City College, but it was great having a professor when I was curious who understood the culture. So, you know, it wasn't just a one-day event. You know, we're able to show films. We're able to put. It was very culture specific. You know, so I think like having a partner who understands you on the other end, you know, it makes for a more effective impact to the community. You know, and it's just not. And I think a lot of times we do things where it's just a one-off or one-day celebration, but we need something. I think of having the organization. Even Stokely Carmichael talked about this. We need the organization to really help for us to have the mission, for us to have the point of view, and to help that next generation. Like two of my interns now, they could write about, you know, getting to college through the Haiti International Film Festival. That's important. 5 years ago, that wasn't in existence. You couldn't, you know, and to getting professionals in our field who can share their knowledge with the next generation or the emerging, And to see that, I think it's really important for us to see our excellence. So I think being on panels like this and just continue to, and I think that's the great thing where I've been on a panel last week with Haitian professionals, this week with the African diaspora. Like, this is things that are unprecedented. You would have to go travel to Nigeria. I would have to meet these brothers in Nigeria or go to South LA. Now I could be home in North Hollywood and have a conversation with all of you. So I think that's the thing that's beautiful, is that we're all of us in the same room can communicate and work with each other because we have similar issues. If it's financial, but if we work together, I think it's being creative. It's being creative with these resources and looking at not from a point of scarcity and abundance. If we think of scarcity, then we'll always think like we can't have this. But if we think in abundance of us working together, I can partner with this brother in Nigeria. I'm part of the African Arts Association. When I wanted to start a distribution company, then we had this conversation and like, how can we really do this? And sometimes we need that dialogue of elders and the new generation to be able to create sustainable solutions.
Jakil, we're working with the country of Morocco as part of the Marrakesh Film Festival to reconvene the Global Cinema and Urban Media Initiative, where the plan is to bring the producers of all the film festivals. I did it once in Cannes, and I did it 4 times in Salvador Bahia, Brazil. So I'll let, once I put my number up, and get people to write me, I'll send them information to that. It'll probably be next year as opposed to this year, because with the COVID-19 going on right now, everything's been canceled.
Yeah.
But that's an opportunity where we can have that dialogue that you're just talking about.
Yeah, and I'm doing and the film festival is going to be virtual on August 15th, so we can continue that too. So we could, through the African diaspora, I think we've always been innovative. We've always been the trendsetters. It's just, in a sense, we just need to monetize it. It's just like we do the content, but we just need to. I think if we do that, things would be, it would work out for us. So I think it's important that and I think a lot of us are going virtual. You see us, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're putting out content more than ever. But I think we're connecting the dots. So I think that's really important.
Nina, you have a tab that you often keep on your Unveiling Slavery Together website. I have this vision that you're going to be filling up that tab of partnerships to show all the partnerships that are going on all over the place when this Celebrate Africa Day is over. A lot of them. Well, I know we're getting relatively. We have a little more time, I think, until 12:20. And so, am I correct, Nina? I'm sorry, you must be on mute, Tina. Nina, say it again.
Yes, I said this is Stephen's email. Yes, we have till 12:20. Next up, you guys, will be the Universal Zulu Nation with hip hop and Africa. So tune in to that at 12:30. But yes, we have till 12:20.
Okay, good. So what I wanted to do, the reason I asked is because I wanted to have the panelists stop a second and talk a little bit about what they think some of the driving content issues are in the areas that they're working, that people are trying truly. In other words, we understand that there's the medium that may be film, it may be a museum, etc. But what are you seeing out there that both the artists that you work with want to talk about and the audiences that are coming to see your work are interested in talking about? What do they want to know?
Well,
can I go? Okay.
Yes, please, Stephen.
Okay, well, for me, I think what audience, my audience, and quite a number of audiences I've seen, want, and I've also have a deliberation or exchange of ideas with, is they really want to have more insights, inside knowledge, especially young people in diaspora who have never been home. The last year Ghana homecoming was an eye-opener to a lot of people. Jay-Z was in Nigeria, and quite a number of people were in Ghana, sorry for the Ghanaian homecoming. And it was an eye-opener for them. But young people want to see, not only young people, young Africans or people, the Black Africans want to see and want to know the real story of Africa. For me, it's just changing the narrative, finding a way of using media to change the narrative or rewrite the story of Africa.
You know, I think that refers to what we were talking about earlier, having our own international distribution for independent Black films. They're telling a lot of stories. I mean, I see quite a few films at the Pan-African Film Festival. They're telling our story, but then it comes down to distribution. All of the films, at one time there was only 49 Pan-African Film Festivals in the world. Now there's probably 4 times that. But they're limited in terms of getting to the audiences. And I think the filmmaker wants to get as large a viewership as possible for the film. And I think that's one of the things that's challenging for them. And for those people who are doing festivals, the challenging part of it, you know, I mean, I hit on a larger scale. I'm not just dealing with fine artists and performing artists, musicians and dancers and theater people. We're dealing with the arts community as a whole, because we're trying to attract dollars into these communities. I think the challenge is finding the kind of financing that's not government related, that's not foundation related, meaning they're monetizing their event so that corporate sponsorships say, I still can reach out to an audience. Today, we're not the favorite son, you know, in the United States. At one point, people were trying to reach out to the Black audience, so they're going to advertise to that audience. We have to make ourselves more valuable. We have to understand that our culture is valuable. We have to stop allowing people to take our culture and promote it as if they created. Today, you think white people created hip hop. You know, if you look at the way the media is going, and so the challenge is the media is changing the perspective and not telling the right story. So I think the challenge is taking control of our own distribution network. You know, so that all film festivals are either distributing some of the top films that they're viewing around the world, or building a network.
Okay, I think I can go now. Thank you. Pardon me for the lack of video. I'm just in a location where the network is really poor because I'm on assignment here for today. I want to comment on the content. Okay, now look at the size of the African market, 1.3 billion people. That's close to the Chinese market, which is like the largest media consuming market in the whole world.
Yeah.
Netflix is trying all their best to get into China. That's not working, for instance. So the potential that Africa has is as big and as huge as the Chinese market has, which is quite the Facebooks, the Netflixes, and all these guys are trying to get into China, but that's not easy. Again, if you look at the African market, we consume so much of Chinese content, media content. The Chinese films, both translated and even in the original, manuscripts, are consumed in Africa so much, and then that creates a big, a big deficit. For the Chinese market. They don't consume the African market the way that we consume the Chinese product. Reason being that we don't market to China. We don't have enough content. We don't distribute. We don't have distribution channels into China. I for instance, I did a lot of research on that market, and it's like one of the biggest markets that Africans should actually utilize. I lived in China myself, basically, and I know that the Chinese love Africa. For instance, basketball. Basketball is the #1 game in China, and basically they love Africans. African Americans because of basketball. And right now, basketball is very lucrative, and they're really consuming that that niche market very well. It's the same way that they would naturally consume African content, but because the Africans do not distribute, to the Asian market, especially to that huge market in China. So in 2018, I did a research, and I realized there was a lot of loopholes and how we can get African content into China, and that's actually how I came about the virtual reality, the concept of virtual reality, and using it to deliver content. So it's also another very huge market where we can actually use hardware, the virtual reality headset, and get our content on it and deliver to that huge Asian market, because they are waiting for this content. The only content that we have from Africa shouldn't only be about the history of the slave trade. That's not our biggest market. Our market is in our uniqueness, because the African race is unique in every aspect of us. The energy that no one else, no other tribe, no other race has that energy. Whether we are dancing, or is in music, is in hip hop, is in basketball, is in anything, that energy is there. And that means that if we brand properly our content and deliver it through the right channel, we actually have a potential, to reach more audience, a wider audience than the Europeans and the Caucasians, because of the uniqueness of the Black race. So for me, looking at distribution is very important, and it actually involves inclusion. Right now, on our platform, we're discussing with Forbes 8. The CEO of Forbes 8 is an African American who is actually doing a lot of great things to help the community, the African American community, and of course the African community down here in Africa, to distribute their content. And I'm doing some negotiation discussion with them, so we can have a lot of content from the continent on Forbes 8, a new platform of Forbes magazine.
This is important. I know we're going to take some of these conversations. They're going to probably touch later on today, when there is a big conversation around what are some of the solutions and building more of a global marketplace between Black Africans in America and the continent and the countries of Africa. But let me also give Yuja Quill a chance to chime in on this issue of what the content is that your folks are looking at, or that they're seeing that audiences are interested in. You're on mute. Take your mute off. There you go. You're mute again. Do it one more time. There you go.
Am I unmuted? So I'm good now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so the thing that I see, especially with Film Festival, every year has a theme. So this year, from last year, the whole year of return, a lot of the films are about the year of return, of going back to Africa from Haiti, connecting with the diaspora. So I think it's really developed, I think, our ecosystem through Haitians in the States, or Africans, and back to the mother country, and to actually deal with the government. Because this entrepreneur, her name is Christina Tim, that runs the Haiti Tech Summit, and she's been doing that for like 4 years, and it's been great, and it's great when you connect with the government, you connect with local business people there, from theaters, running theaters there, and here in Los Angeles. That's how things can really happen. So I think it's important for us, like, partnerships are really important, and it helps, and to have marketers that are on your team that's going to help you. If you're not in that market, if I'm going to Haiti, I'm going to need a local market person. There's certain things I could do online, but to really make that impact, you need that local collaboration with local entrepreneurs. And here, same thing, you need that, like Korean Fabulous. That's why I get a lot when I had my exhibits at Cal State Northridge. I got the Haitian art from her, because she's been here 40 years. There's our resources in our community. And I used that when I was at the university. I was at Cal State Northridge. I was able to get funding to help a local entrepreneur or art person. So I think it's just putting it together. We have everything. We just have to package it, you know. And I think from coming from a film background of learning that you have to work with a collective, that really helps me when I put these productions together or I put the film festival. I think of it like we're creating a production and we need all these partners because you can't do everything by yourself, essentially, you know, to run a festival or a production.
So let me play devil's advocate. Let me play devil's advocate for a moment around something. Because on one hand, I saw a flash that went through that said, yes, and we also need clothing and food and shelter. Something that I always hear all the time, having spent a lifetime in the arts. And that is very, very true. But I also know that sometimes in the museum world, the curator is dictating what the content's going to be, as opposed to whether or not it is something that the audiences are interested in. And on one hand, things are moving so much faster now that curators in museums, producers of plays, can't decide that it's going to take them years to write that story, years to write that book, years to research and then put on that exhibit, because by the time you're ready to put on that exhibit, the whole world could have passed you by much faster than it used to be. The other side is, what is it that the people want to hear? So that's why it's interesting when I'm hearing the conversation that says there are young people telling us they want to know more about themselves. They actually really want that knowledge. And so I see that work from Stephen's point of view. I see another perspective where a festival comes up and decides what the theme is. If it's about film, half the time, that means the films have to have already been done. They're not starting the day someone announces what their theme is going to be.
Right.
And sometimes the same can be true with dance festivals and with live theater festivals, etc. So I'm just wondering whether or not going forward for all of the creative spirits, whether or not the idea of what you do your art around isn't going to have to be a little bit more dependent upon actually having conversations with people who you want to come and see and absorb and take in all of your art, rather than what we as artists are interested in doing. And I say this having been both a dancer and a producer of dance, an administrator, an art creator, etc., that it may be that the time is such that the artist is even more in service to the community and the populace than it is to their own creative spirit. Otherwise, you could be creating and be fine, and you're having a really great time, but nobody's interested because they're interested in something else.
I think okay. I think most successful artists, for the most part, you have to do something for the community. If you're just making arts for art's sake, for your own self, of course, there's not going to be people who want to see that work. But if you're doing it, your thing is to do work for the community, and especially if you're getting hired to, you have to do, it's their story, or you're doing something for the community. So I think that definitely you need to. That's, as a film festival, you have to do something. It's audience driven. So you have to select films. My first year, I'm gonna tell you my mistake. I did 3 documentaries. The community didn't want that. The next year I gave them diversity. I gave them romantic comedies. I gave them 1 documentary, different shorts. You have to give them a variety of things. But if you just give them one thing, and they will let you know, because the tickets won't sell. So you learn really quick as a festival setting what the audience wants. So I think and every year you have to make it different. And I think we can't give our people the same thing if we want to give them a product that they're going to buy, because we're competing with Netflix. We're competing with all these people. So we need to make sure our marketing and our branding is together. Once you have that, because you're selling a product, it's about designing for the future. You're advertising, So I think when we look at it like that, you have to up your game up. You know, we have to up level our game. And I think once you do that, you'll see that you'll get the support and you'll get the sponsors that come back every year. Like I've been able to get. It's because every year we have to go back to the drawing board and create from scratch all over again and create new programming, new relationships, you know, so we could, you know, we could have a successful show and just inspire the next generation of artists.
Stephen, are you seeing some ways in which, you know, you got to be ready for what it is that they want to ask you, that they want to know?
Can you rephrase the question again?
The question that I'm having at it is, on one hand, you're seeing young people, and there's a want to know more about their true history, not just what someone else did as the idea of their African history. And so you've got to figure out all the ways you're delivering that information to them that they will absorb it, as opposed to not be listening. And so what I'm asking about is, how are you finding ways that you can deliver that content to them? They can be more knowledge-based, what you call knowledge-based transfer, but in a way that they will hear it, as opposed to thinking, oh, it's not the latest fad or the latest thing. Or
for me, I think it's making it more entertaining in terms of creating more engagement with these people, with these young people, and also like different, which I can also share some of the videos of some of our boot camps with you. Our boot camps are always very exclusive because we don't really want to make sure we get it more traditional, the traditional way of learning. We make it more engaging and more exclusive in terms of engaging with this and connecting with the message. So these are key areas and strategies that we use to engage these young people.
That makes sense. And James, I think the question also comes to you. I mean, you're trying to you're in the process right now of overseeing the rebuilding of the Vision Theater, which I am very grateful didn't burn in that last fire. And yet you got to get people to buy tickets. You got to get them to come in to see what it is that you're doing. How much of what you're doing is dependent upon trying to bring the thing that you know will sell tickets because it's monetizable, versus I got to deliver this content. How do I get people to pay attention to it, especially within our communities of color?
Well, you know,
where you know, sometimes.
I think Jaquil and Stephen.
Go ahead, James.
I think Jaquil and Stephen are correct. I think you have to, and it doesn't just relate to just the film market, the film medium, but to all mediums and those of us who are art producers and presenters and administrators. We have to do charrettes. A charrette is where you offer an opportunity for everyone to have some input in terms of a project and what they'd like to see. For the first, when I took over the Vision Theater in 2010, and when we finished the first phase of that $35 million restoration and construction, we spent the last 7 years just introducing the concept of the Vision Theater to a variety of community organizations and groups, making them aware that they want to have access to it, they want to be able to utilize it, they want to be able to utilize for the benefit of their program. So you have to have people feel like they are buying into something that they are a part of. So charrettes have always been used. We've done several of them with the Destination Crenshaw. We've done several now in Lambert Park Village, where everyone now has bought in. So, you know, our community tends to be very self-centered. You know, it's about their project at the moment. They don't see that the connection with the whole is probably great for their individual project. And that's been the biggest.
And we do it at the last minute.
Yeah.
And we like the last minute, which makes the sponsors very nervous because they think we're not going to buy tickets. Yeah.
And back to the other thing, I think our community really need to understand the word branding. How do you build your project so you brand the name of it, you brand what you're doing, you make people aware that what you're doing has a variety of benefits to their own community. And that sometimes is a challenge moving away from the nonprofit mentality. As I tell people, there's no such thing as a nonprofit. You still got to pay the bills. You still got to pay the cost to exist. And some people buy into the term nonprofit. In reality, we have to function and operate just like a for-profit world does.
Charmaine, I want to take a few minutes to screen share Stephen's project, his media, a little bit of his camp. So,
thank you.
One moment. My name is basically my experience with and this girlfriend is amazing. I've met some wonderful places. You are very story already and society. And so far, you have the water, how to save water, make the water safe. By going to the state, trying to get up there, telling my question awareness and educating people on how to keep the water to save water. And I feel a lot of surprises and different people and all that. It is a nice
I was just going to say to you, Nina, it's not coming through clearly, so you might want to send the link out so folks can look at it later.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the clock, and I believe the end of our moment, but I want to make sure that I have a chance to let all of our great panelists, you've got some closing thoughts, remarks, because you've really added to this conversation around how do we change the narrative about the way we tell our story.
Well, it's just you started with me. I guess I'll give my first closing statement. I just think that we just need to continue this kind of dialogue, you know, and we should do it in a way that it covers all the genres. And we talk about each of our communities like a part of a whole, and they're not just independent, separate communities. Yeah, it's going to take a while, but you know, we've come a long way from 30, 40, 50 years ago. So we have a good opportunity to build a sort of global network that I think it could be as great and as beneficial as the Chinese community or as the Jewish community or as any of the other communities on this planet.
And every act that's happened before this has been building them, keeps us building. So thank you for the work that you have done in that area as well.
Thank you, and Nina.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is building our own ecosystem and acknowledging it. Because I think a lot of times we look to outsiders for answers, but there's a lot of information and knowledge that's within our community, and we could partner with the outside community. But I think from a position of strength instead of a position of weakness. I think if we do that, then we can it could be more sustainable for the work that we want to create. So I think, you know, if we connect the dots and build it, it's hard work, but I think it's a time for collaboration and for building, you know, and that's different. You have to farm, you got to build it instead of like, let me go out here and network and get these resources. Now you become the executive director. Now you become where we call the shot. We call the shots in a sense and say, this doesn't work. This is not work my mission. If you send me a film that's not about showing Haiti in a positive light or realistic, that's not what our mission is about. And I think that's how you'll gain more support, because you have something that you stand on. You know, if you don't stand on anything, you fall for everything.
Make sure you know your values. That's right. Yeah. Build on it. You don't always have to reinvent it, but build on it.
Yeah.
Stephen, did I lose Stephen? Or do I have Collins? I see a symbol, but I don't have a face, so I don't.
Right. I'm here. Yes, storytelling is better. Africans tell African stories. It's better African diasporans connect with motherland and that will form a global community, telling the right story. So I think that the time is now. The whole world is looking upon Africa for this decade of the African descendant. For Africans, for African Americans, African Caribbeans, African wherever they are, to return home and build our own Mecca, build our own pilgrimage where every African descendant, every African has can visit Africa, and it is during this this door of return, year of return, or return whatever, that we can have the real cultural exchanges, like Stephen was pointing out. The real knowledge based exchanges come when we return home and actually interact, having economic summits, youth summits, diplomatic summits, and all sorts. That's when we build that synergy, and it's from here. Like I know that the Asian Chinese economy was built by the Chinese diasporans returning home, after the Great Depression, and today Africans can do the same by visiting home and forming that synergy that can leapfrog African economy.
It looks like we've lost. Thank you so much, Congressman. It looks to me like we've lost Stephen. So I want to say thank you to him for having been with us. And I want to turn it to you, Nina, because I believe this conversation is so extremely important. And as one of the viewers wrote in, we need even more think tanks, more opportunities where we are brainstorming and influencing and how to figure out how we're going to compete with our product. And I believe that several panel discussions that's going to also go on later on today will be just as pertinent for this discussion as it is about housing, as it is about transportation, you name it. So thank you so much, Nina, for making this happen today. I'm sorry, we had broadcast silence. I'm turning it over to Nina. You're on mute, Nina.
Thank you, everybody. All right, so we're getting ready to head into our next panel, and you guys can sign out. Thank you. Thank you for a great conversation.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charmaine.
I'm out. See you later.
All right, see you later. Okay, on to the next. We got Makakuvu, Lord Yoda. All right, hello, hello, Universal Zulu Nation.
Can you hear me?
House. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay, can you pull me up? Hey, this is Makia.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Yoda. All right, so we're having a little technical. Ruckus. There you go. How are you guys?
Peace, Queen. Thank you.
Mic check. All right. Okay. Well, let's get right into it. You guys, this is the Universal Zulu Nation, established in 1973. I recently became a member of the Universal Zulu Nation, and I love what they're doing. I've been watching the organization for many, many years and excited about the international work that they're doing around hip hop, health, metaphysics, everything. So if we could start with a little introduction by everybody and then get into the history of the Universal Zulu Nation and hip hop.
All right. Well, peace. Good afternoon, everybody. To the elder, Makakufu, can I continue, sir? May I have your permission? Well, thank you from the elder. I'm DJ Lord Yoda X. I've been a member of Zulu Nation since I was a young guy from the Bronx in Harlem. The Zulu Nation, like the Queen said, was started in 1973, Bronx, New York, by a gentleman named Africa Bambaataa. It was a way to unite the people of that time who were into so-called street organizations, what you people know as gangs because of the demonization of the media. We never called ourselves that. That was never one of our words. You know, so I'm gonna defer and let everybody else introduce themselves, but that's just a quick synopsis, and then we'll get back and get into the real history of it.
All right, Rugged, you want to introduce yourself?
Peace, how we doing? Peace, what's going on? You got DJ King Ruckus here. Been involved in the Universal Zulu Nation since 1995, out of Orlando, Florida. Right now I'm in Providence, Rhode Island at a Universal Zulu Nation facility. Shout out to Brother Crook Rock and all the wonderful people of Rhode Island allowing me to come into their facility and uplift these elements. We're speaking on the DJ, which would be the backbone. Pretty much considered one of the first elements. The DJ had to produce the sound, you know, however they did it. You had Disco King Mario, jumped a lot of stuff up, Black Spades, into Bambaataa, who helped organize a lot of the elements of the hip-hop culture to where we are now, as well as Kool Herc, Flash, some of the other pioneers, and Rocksteady Crew and a lot of the original B-boys. We have the original 5 elements: DJing, B-boying, graffiti writing, MCing, the 5th element. 5th element is knowledge itself, something the Universal Zulu Nation teaches for many, many years. You also have KRS-One, very famous Zulu Nation member, who added 4 more elements to the original 5. Beatboxing, which I'll be speaking about that in a minute. Street entrepreneurs, street fashion, and street language would top the 9 off. Our brother Keith Tucker, about 4 or 5 years ago, came to the Pioneers and asked if he could bless in to be part of the 10th element, which is the most important, which would be health and wellness. If we practice the green movement and understand the knowledge of self that the Universal Zulu Nation and other practitioners were teaching at the time, we take it a few steps further with Africa Bambaataa and Universal Zulu Nation Infinity lessons. And now we actually have a full-blown element now called Health and Wellness. And there's chapters all around the globe that are open and teaching the urban community and other communities, promoting good health, basically, and the green movement and the energy from we get from the great vegetables and plants. So those are the 10 elements that we'll be speaking on as well. So peace, love, unity, and having fun to you all. Thank you.
Awesome. Brother Shep, can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know what's up with this camera. I clicked camera, nothing's happening. But yeah, peace. I'm Brother Shep, and I am the director for the Zulu Nation's Department of Community Affairs worldwide. And basically, I came into knowing Zulu when it started in 1973. At the time, I had just joined the Black Panther Party, so I couldn't be a member of Zulu. And even before that, when the predecessors of Zulu, the Black Spades, formed in 1968, that's the same year the Panther Party came. So I've always been around, during the founders, and I know a lot of the members. But I was actually asked by Brother Yoda X to come in and begin to put some more community programming into the nation, which is my main forte doing that. Historically, I took a major in African studies at Hunter College, where I was blessed to have Professor John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben as my teachers in the Marimba Army. So we have various programs. I guess we can go through that as we move on. But that's me. I live in the Bronx, born and bred.
Thank you. All right, and Dr. Shaka Zulu, can you introduce yourself, please?
Peace, family.
Peace.
I can hear everybody, but I'm not sure if you can see me, but I know you can feel me. I'm Dr. Shaka Zulu. I've been a proud member of the Universal Zulu Nation since 1985, 86. I'm a disciple of the Amen-Ra Africa Bambaataa, also co-host to the greatest show on the planet Earth called True School Radio, the People's Show, that we broadcast each and every Tuesday from 8 p.m. to 12 midnight on the new station of the nation called streetwireradio.com. Also, you can find us on the free app, Google Play Station, Fanye Radio, which stands for Flying Over New York Entertainment. Fanye Radio is the network where you can catch Streetwire Radio to hear our local radio show that we broadcast every week, True School Radio. And so Dr. Shaka Zulu is a fifth element professor of hip hop. What is a fifth element professor of hip hop? In short, it is a culmination of all of the other elements that any other individual in the universe could come up with. We'll just cap it off at 5 because 5 is the number of being alive. And so 5 element, we talk about the first element, the science of the beat. It starts with the drummer, which is the original turntable. Then we go into the art science formation of the MC. With the MC element is dealing with the griots, the major master storytellers that we had in ancient Africa and all throughout the Caribbean. Then we're going to take it a little step further. Once you start playing the drums, hearing the beats, and you're using this motion that is stimulated called organ energy that makes everyone move, that's created what is known as dance. And therefore, with that dance element, we had the B-boys and the B-girls that were actually not knowing, unbeknownly to them, they were actually communicating with the ancestors through movement based upon a science of frequencies that they would hear with the beat from the drum patterns from ancient Africa, Nubia. Then you can't forget some of the most important people, because in order to have our story still told today, we had to have the writers or the scribers. Okay, so when you see these so-called, and where I grew up in the South Bronx, we had the trains, and the trains had all these different murals of graffiti, so-called graffiti artists, you know, taking spray paint and spraying the stories of what was going on in our communities on the train, so that train would basically take that message all across the 5 boroughs. And this is how we was able to communicate. So what we're looking at when we see the so-called bastardized version of graffiti, in reality, it's actually, ladies and gentlemen, it is hip-hop hieroglyphic.
Correct.
And even hieroglyphics is the bastardized name, because the real name of that is the Medunetta. Medunetta means the study of nature, the study of the signs of nature. So our ancient brothers, our brothers back in the days was writing on the walls, and we was doing hip-hop hieroglyphics. My next element, which is the main element, which you can put all of the other elements all under that, whether it's the entrepreneurism, whether it's the style and fashion, whether it's the health and wellness, it's etc. It all starts and begins with the knowledge, which is the main component, because without that knowledge, none of the others would be possible. And so I'm a 5th element professor. Why is that? Because I have had the great experience of basically doing all of them. I had experience breakdancing back in the days off of cardboards and linoleum folds, to scratching on a turntable that I got my behind beat by my parents for messing up their records, to writing on the walls and running from the police. And you can't talk about it because the statute of limitations is still out for so-called graffiti artists, or I call hip-hop hieroglyphics. And I also definitely touched the mic as an MC, as a storyteller, as a griot, because I'm an information man. I'm a medicine information man. And so my information, or my rap that I talk to people about today in this day and time, Dr. Shaka Zulu specializes in hip-hop health and wellness. And that's what I do for the people, by any means necessary.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yoda, can you tell us, go back in the backstory and tell us how and why Universal Zulu Nation was formed, please?
All right. Well, back in the early 70s, there was all the so-called programs were being cut. So like there were no sport programs in the schools, no music programs, things of this nature. And the neighborhoods were very, very poor. And, you had groups that were running together, social clubs, athletic clubs, or whatever, they may be. And you had one of the largest groups in the Bronx or in the city at that time was an organization called the Black Spades. And, like I said earlier, they were labeled as gangs by the so-called media, but they weren't. They were just set up to protect your neighborhood or protect your, so your auntie or your grandma could come home with a time. Organization called the Black Spades. So things of this nature were why the Zulu Nation was formed, because there was a lot of killing and a lot of people getting hurt and things like that. So what Bambaataa did, he had entered a contest, and we actually went to Africa to see what was going on over there. And he was inspired by that. And there was a movie called Zulu back in the days where Shaka Zulu and Bambaataa and all these real Zulus from Zululand fought the British and won, and this, that, and the other. And he was inspired by that. And he wanted to bring peace throughout the Bronx at this time, with all the street organizations, because there was a lot of fighting. And at this time, also the music was happening, and we're having those center parties, and like Dr. Shaka explained, the different elements were starting to sprout out. So Bambaataa's vision was to bring everything together under one umbrella, which is where the culture of hip hop comes from. Brother Kool Herc is credited with throwing the first party, or one of the first parties, but Bambaataa brought everybody together under one umbrella, the Zulu Nation, which Dr. Shaka mentioned, the graph artist, the b-boy, the DJ, and the MC. Because you got to remember, back in these early days, there really wasn't an MC. The MC kind of just touched the mic to say so-and-so was in the house, or, he would make announcements about the next party and this, that, and the other, and the DJ, the rhythm provider, was the main focal point of the music at this time. But like I said, all this was done to unite people and to bring people together. And like I said, it started Bronx-wide, and then it spread worldwide to where we're at now. And that, we're going to get into this, because we have a lot of time. So we're going to get into a lot more, but this is the basis of how it was formed. And you got to remember, this is Bambaataa's vision, Afrika Bambaataa. Also, I would like to say, when Zulu Nation was formed, Bambaataa didn't just unite so-called Black people. I mean, we had, so-called Black, brown, all types of people were united under this umbrella, because there was a lot going on. So we didn't just have Blacks. It was so-called Puerto Rican, so-called Dominican, so-called, whites, and all this other things underneath this one umbrella. Like, it wasn't just one-dimensional. It was multicultural, multiracial.
Yes. Let's look at a little video on Bambaataa and about Zulu Nation. So I hope this is going to stream right. Let's see. Is that streaming?
Well, let's talk about the Zulu Nation. Let's talk about how it came together and what it represents and where it went.
Well, the Universal Zulu Nation is a formation of, when it first started out, from a bunch of different street gangs that we organized, which started from Black Spades, Savage Snowmans, the Savage Skulls, 70 Quarters, and we tried to turn it from something that might have been a little negative to something positive. And when we started Zulu Nation in the Black community, and when I say Black, I'm talking about all my Latino people too. But then we stretched it out as we started traveling and adding what we call the infinity lessons to bring all different nationalities and races into the Universal Zulu Nation. Because it first started out as the Zulu Nation. Then it became the Almighty Zulu Nation. Right. And it came from a group called the Organization. And then we became the Universal Zulu Nation. And the Universal Zulu Nation stands for knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, and equality, peace, unity, love, and having fun, organizing the people, overcome the negative to the positive, science, faith, facts, truth, and the wonders of God, whether we call them Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh, Elohim, Jah, and the ancients of all ancient names, Atum, Amun Ra, Ptah.
Now, how many chapters are there in the Zulu Nation, in the Universal Zulu Nation right
In
now?
the Universal Zulu Nation, we never deal on how many chapters. We say those who say don't know, and those who know don't say.
How many countries?
Well, there's many different countries. Like I said, from north, south, east, and west. You go to Africa and find your Zulus. You go to Europe and find some Zulus. You go to the Americas and you find your Zulus.
Okay.
Zulus are just, we don't die. We just keep multiplying. And as we become galactic human beings, you will find Zulus in the far corners of space.
The Zulu Nation name, I had heard that when you were younger, like in high school or something, that you got to go to Africa on a trip. Is that, am I right here?
Well, I won a trip to India first.
Oh, India, okay.
And then I missed the date to come and speak to the board about my trip to India because I was out there supporting a hip hop party, trying to get the flyers out and get it to the people. So when it was time for me to show up, I missed out. So I missed that trip to India. And thank God I missed the trip because I ended up winning the trip to Africa the next year. And then that's when I won in the year of 1975.
Okay. Now, did the Zulu name, was that come from the Zulu tribes of Africa? Is that where the name kind of came about?
Yeah, the Zulu Nation definitely comes from the great nation of Zulu under the leadership of Shaka Zulu, all the way down to Sitiwayo, to the great Bambata of Zululand, which we took from watching the movie Zulu back in America with Michael Caine. Right. The Zulus were going against the British imperialism. Yeah. And then we started the Universal Zulu Nation in the year of 1973.
Right.
And that's why in November we also give honor to all the hip hop pioneers as well as hip hop people worldwide, which we call every November Hip Hop History Month. And my brother KRS-One, who has started Hip Hop Appreciation Week in May. So we honor both Hip Hop Appreciation Week in May and Hip Hop History Month in November to show what hip hop has did on a worldwide level, to show the respect to all the brothers and sisters from many different races and nationalities who love hip hop and lived and died for hip hop.
All right. Okay, awesome. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, question, this is some fantastic work that you guys are doing. Can you tell us what is the difference between hip hop and rap? Like, Bambata was talking about this Zulu Nation came from gangs, and then we know gangs are now rapping, about negativity. So what's the difference? How did it evolve?
Well, the difference is, if I may add, the difference is clearly is that hip hop is organic. Hip hop started when we started hip hop. We started hip hop in the name of us being kings and queens, gods and goddesses. Somewhere, somehow, hip hop got hijacked. It became bastardized into homogenized recording artists pretending. Okay. And so that's the difference. Hip hop is all the combination of all of those elements that myself and King Ruckus spoke of, and Lorda was talking about the great history. And that talks about the great wealth of culture that we as the people have, that we offer to the whole world. Whereas rap is just a bastardized version, which has been basically exploited and commercialized by the powers that be.
Rap is like the record. Rap is the music industry. The hip hop is the culture. Hip hop is the ground floor, the people. Rap is just that. Like Dr. Shaka always says, recording, artists, pretending, rap. The real MCs, mic controllers, master of ceremonies are the ones that started that. And then like Shaka said, it got turned into rap. But we never called ourselves rappers. It was MC so-and-so, DJ such and such, MC Grandmaster Kaz, DJ Kool Herc, DJ Africa Bambata, so those was our titles. We were never rapper so-and-so or rapper X or rapper this guy. This is something that they put on us. So like Shaka said, hip hop as a culture is the whole thing. It's everything, the whole pie. You know, then of course, like they do with everything, they try to compartmentalize us and put us into little, you know, groups and boxes. So you have party rapper so-and-so with this rapper that. No, it's all hip hop. No matter which element you participate in, it's still hip hop. Whether you're an educator, whether you're a b-boy, or whether you're a DJ, you're still a hip hopper. And whether you're an activist, you know, we have hip hop activists. So I mean, it's the whole thing as a whole.
All right, great. I shared this panel discussion with a youth who's in Uganda, and so he asked, number one, is there a chapter in Uganda? And number two, he's not a musician, he manages musicians, so would he fit into the Universal Zulu Nation?
Absolutely. And
have to be a musician.
Yeah, I mean, like there's everybody. To be a practitioner of hip hop, you don't have to be in front of the camera. I mean, there's plenty of people behind the scenes. I mean, that's what we need, the people. Somebody to count the money, somebody to watch the lawyers, and the lawyer to watch the lawyer, to watch the other lawyer, to watch the accountant. So all those people are important, and it's still all hip hop. And like Dr. Shaka, we all said, the fifth element is knowledge, you know, and you have to have the study practices to be able to count the money or to manage somebody, because it's not easy to be a manager of people. I mean, I've road managed for a long time artists, and that's the hardest thing in the world, is to get somebody who don't want to do something to do something. So I feel for the managers.
Mm-hmm. No, and you know, I want to just camel back on what brother was saying is absolutely true. We want to appear. This hip hop is not just about singing and dancing on you know, and you know, just being a performer. A lot of people don't even understand that there's a whole lot to go into the whole emphasis of show business. Okay, so becoming a performer is one aspect as an artist, but come look at the First Family Hip Hop, and we can teach you the ropes as to about show business, because there's a whole lot to go into becoming a great artist, and then also becoming a good business person, a good entrepreneur, and so forth with your music, and knowing the rights, because that's very important too. Again, hip hop is the culture, which is about love, peace, and happiness. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know about hip hop, you do know about hip hop, because hip hop, I compare hip hop like grandma's baked macaroni and cheese. And we all know how grandma's baked macaroni and cheese is. Even if you eat it or don't, you can hear it. It's like, right? Whereas today, rap music has now been bastardized as crack music. Rap music is crack music. And you could kind of like compare that to a McDonald's cheeseburger. When that cheeseburger or hamburger gets cold, you can't even pay your dog to eat it. That's rap music. So that's what we're teaching about. That's what we're talking about. And so we're trying to, you know, we want to raise the vibration and the frequency for brothers and sisters to be a part of the hip hop. The hip hop movement is, we need not just rappers and MCs and dancers. We got a lot of that. We could use some more, but what we really need in this hip hop movement is we need hip hop lawyers to go over the contracts. I need hip hop doctors, you know, that could join the force, the alliance with myself and sister Womack over here, Queen Malika, where we join in the health and wellness, because it's a great war that's been played upon the masses of our people. Okay, and you know, hip hop is a mainframe that we could take back the empire and fight back. It is restorative as to who we are as a people. What Noble Drew Ali taught us, Bambaataa has shared, was what your ancient forefathers were, we still are today. So that's why individuals like myself and the elders, we contest that notion about us being the N-word, you know, and how everybody's celebrating the N-word and they just placing it on. That's not blackness. That's not black culture. That is the gross national product of white supremacy. And Dr. Shaka Zulu has to just talk to you about that. That's all.
Yeah, that's big facts, Dr. Shaka. And, you know, you hit on a lot on that. And, you know, and the health part is one of the most important parts of this. You know, and Dr. Shaka being a practicing doctor, I mean, that's really very, very important, because if we're not healthy, we can't do nothing. So if my health is down and I can't DJ or my arm hurts, then my element suffers. You know what I mean? So what Dr. Shaka is doing with the holistic healing and the herbologists and things of that nature, that's one of the most important things out there. So and you can't say he's not a petitioner of hip hop because he just gave you his credentials in the party and BS side. So it's more than just party and BS. We got to really get in there and think and question everything and research and get the factology and, you know, facts over fiction and things of this nature, because we've been told so many things. Like this Day Today, this Africa Day thing, beautiful thing, Queen, and I must commend you and thank you for bringing this platform, because a lot of things have been exposed. And most of the stuff spoke about today, you don't hear about it in school, because in your history book, Black history was this big. You know what I mean? And if you blink, you missed it. So what Shaka is saying and what Bambaataa has said and brought us forth to us is research. Do your studying, do the knowledge. And every place we went, we always told everybody else, well, get the history of your area. What is going on in your area? What is the indigenous side? Who did what? Not only in hip hop, but in everything else. Who was the first? Who did this? So now when we come, we can write these lessons and bring forth these great knowledges, these scribes to the masses. And this is one of the things Zulu Nation has done worldwide.
Yes. And that's what attracted me to the organization. Like you saying, Dr. Shaka, I'm very concerned about holistic wellness, mind, body, and soul, and how that all, you know, connects together. So I'm very cognizant of what I put in my mind, what I put in my body, what I feed my spirit. And I can't listen to gangster rap because I don't want that in my spirit. You know, it's a lot of negativity and it's brainwashing. So when I found out, I heard about you guys years ago from a member of my friend Shakiji Abdul. And so he had mentioned you guys. And at that time, I wasn't probably ready mentally. So, you know, I just acknowledged it and went on about my life. But then I was on the internet researching some stuff about Kemetic science and metaphysics and so forth. And then it took me to your website, a Universal Zulu Nation. And I was like, wow, what they're talking about resonates with my spirit. You know, I feel like this is something good. I like what they're doing with health. I like when they're talking about how the whole universe operates and coming together and so forth, no matter what culture you are. So I reached out to you guys to become a member, and I'm very thankful to be a new member, and I look forward to building with you guys because I think you're doing some great work, and it needs to, you know, spread with people that's bringing the negativity. Let them know that you can do all the elements, you can do graffiti, you can MC, you can beatbox, you can do all that, but let's have something to say. Let's have a conscious movement where we're making a difference, you know, not tearing black and black crime, tearing each other down, talking about bees and hoes and I make money. What can we do to uplift and build this nation? That's what I'm excited about.
Can I jump in now? Or
yeah, go on, bro.
Yeah, this is Brother Shep. Yeah, just basically on even looking at, you know, his historical aspects. Just go to that word rap. Okay, when we grew up, rap meant that you had what we call an African term called nomo, which means the power of the word. You know, we can look at folks like Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey and Dr. King. You know, they had nomo. You know, in terms of music, we can look at groups like the Last Poets, who just celebrated their 50th anniversary. The late Gil Scott Heron. You know, they use nomo in the music. You know, because we always say that, especially coming from our department, that we utilize culture as a weapon for our liberation. And in order to do that, that's why in our department we have, you know, embarked on several projects and programs that relate to that. We can look at the elements of hip hop. You know, I don't know if that was mentioned here, what the 5 elements were. Yeah, I guess you guys would do that. But looking at, let's say, graph or graffiti or graphic arts or street hieroglyphics, as was mentioned, you know, we can look at that and we see that all over the planet, okay, that art form is utilized for struggle and organizing. You know, we basically lost a lot out here in the United States but you can go anywhere in Africa, anywhere in South America, anywhere across this planet, and even in Asia, and you see the arts using, in terms of organizing the communities, which is primarily what the Community Affairs Department does. We have a people survival program, which relates to what Dr. Shaka was talking about. When Hurricane Sandy hit here, we were the first on the ground. We went out to Far Rockaway, and we went out to the island, and we went out to Red Hook, and we supplied people with hot meals, supplies, and all of that. Long before FEMA even got out there, we were able to move on it. Today, with the situation that's going on now with this COVID-19, it's essential that our communities have themselves set up for when emergencies come up. We train and we taught people emergency preparedness, how to deal with CPR and first aid, and what to do if there was an earthquake, or what to do if there was a pandemic. All those things, in terms of you being prepared ahead of time to deal with it. Of course, we deal with self-defense. That's part of our community control programs, where we know that in our communities, we don't control anything. It's all controlled from the outside, whether it be the education, whether it be, as I mentioned, the police, all the institutions, healthcare, all those things are controlled from outside. And so our communities do that and begin to take ownership and control their own communities, then they can control their own destiny. And, we're looking at those things. We have coming up our International Hip Hop for Humanity Tour, where we utilize conscious artists, okay, to go into different countries across the planet and do programs and shows there in order to support those nations. We were scheduled to go to Cuba this year. We all know the United States is not very favorable with the Cuban government, since the 50s, when they achieved their liberation through the Cuban Revolution. And the Zulu Nation, has even utilized graffiti. We have one of our Zulu kings, King Sloan, who's a legendary graph artist who did portraits of Fidel Castro and so forth. And they're hanging up right now in Cuba, in the embassies and everywhere else, throughout the country. So Zulu Nation is known and respected throughout that country. We plan on going to Tanzania, where Queen Mama Charlotte has a school out there, a community center there. And they've had that, her and her husband Pete, who's also in the Panther Party along with herself, in exile right now. They can't come back to the country because Pete is still wanted, and he said, I'm not going back. And they take care of children there. Hip hop artists from all over the world go there. They perform there. They work with the children there. So we extend all of those things, into the community across the earth. We definitely want to go to Puerto Rico, deal with the situation there, from hurricanes to everything else they've had to endure there. Earthquake recently, but of course we can't travel right now. So we're trying to basically look for an opening to begin to get back out there again and get our programs launched. Even look at dance. Dr. Shaka Zulu can tell you about capoeira, where that form was used as a martial arts, in Brazil, against the slaveholders. So all the elements of hip hop basically are connected to the community. And our job is basically to make sure that anyone working with the Department of Community Affairs is about the community, not about making money for themselves or utilizing those different negative aspects that you all just talked about.
Great. Awesome.
Oh, we also have an information service too. Put real news, in the communities out there.
Dr. Kubu, I know you had some issues trying to get online, and you're the elder here, the high priest of Universal Zulu Nation. Can you introduce yourself and talk about your role at UZN? Hello?
You addressing me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Urumakayo, Zulu.
Urumakayo.
Urumakayo.
Can you introduce yourself and talk about what you do? We can hear you.
Excellent, excellent,
We
excellent.
hear you, Auntie.
Well, again, to Sultanette Nina, thank you for not only your vision, but for the depth and breadth of your vision that has put together such a distinguished group of people over this day, One Africa Day. And my story and association with the Zulu Nation is based upon the first time I interacted with the Zulu Nation at an anniversary celebration at SOBs. And Kafra and I, Kafra was initially asked by Africa Bambaataa to be the high priest. And as high priest, the reason why Kafra was asked to be, because when we went to SOBs, 95% of the people in the event had an ankh. And Bambaataa had made it clear years later that he wanted to embrace the spiritual consciousness of the Meduna chair, the so-called hieroglyphics. And the language itself, they call the writings glyphs. I don't call them glyphs. I call them elements. Because each depiction is of an element of creation. That's not a glyph. That's an element. And the way you write the name Amun-Ra, you write it with the sun, the water, and the reed leaf, the land. Those four elements represent the name Amun-Ra. So that introduction to the official Zulu Nation celebration came after many years of participating at the National Black Theater with the meeting of the minds and the Moors and the Zulu Nation. And I began to be the traditional drummer to open up and bring the word and the spiritual prayer. Uduma Akayo, Zulus.
Uduma Akayo.
And one of the elements of hip hop is what Dr. Zulu did mention, but he did because he was talking about Shep science fighting with healing. But the part of that is also the martial arts training and the comedic martial arts training. So when Kafra, and you can, this is his book, and peace and blessings be upon him. May he walk amongst the ancestors and be well received by the angels.
Ashe.
This is his work, a pyramid matrix, guide to survival. And in each of the elements of the Meduna chair is represented in the book. From Amun-Ra, Mut, Kansu, Kepara, transformation, into Jehudi, Ptah, Sakir, Ma'at. So the pyramid matrix guide for survival was written by Eri Kafra, who passed away. He was also a Rex Sabah, a science teacher, a Rex Shep Sabah, a science fighting teacher. In my position with the head, the chair, Shishini head, Kata Amun-Ra, the temple of the white and gold lotus, shrine to Amun-Ra. Kafra was Saset the just, protector and provider. So when Bambaataa approached Kafra to be the official high priest of the Zulu Nation, when Kafra moved to Atlanta, Georgia, I moved him down, He asked me to, so I became the official high priest by default. When Kafra passed away, 2019 in January, about 2 weeks before his 69th birthday, he completed his 69th year. I inherited the position as the official high priest of the Zulu Nation. And the reason why Bambaataa embraced Kafra, because he was a Kemetic high priest, a Himna Tepi. I was his Sabah, his student, his Sabah, his #1 student for 25 years. And many times he and I went to celebrate with the Zulu Nation and to walk with the Zulu Nation.
That's right.
And to be the bricklayer, if you will, for the pathway upon which Dr. Shaka Zulu, which Lord Yoda, Brother Shep, Brother Eric walked up to me one day. He said, I remember you. Talked about Undakim. I said, yeah. Uduma Akayo Undakim Eskara Uba. The new dawn sun heals and strengthens the third eye. So the elements of hip hop, the griot, the drum, the sound of the drum,
That's right.
the heartbeat,
That's right.
Come on, brother.
the original sound,
That's right.
the rhythm, sound of the drum.
That beat, that heartbeat, that's what James Brown used to call the one, keeping it on the one. And like Dr. Shaka says, that's what gives you that home feeling, that mama's home cooking, grandma's home cooking. That's music for the soul. That's that soul music that really hits you, that one, that beat, that 4/4, and that keeps you in step and in tune. And like Dr. Shaka was saying earlier, the health, like Brother Makakuva was saying, the health is real important. So we created things like Hip Hop Health Month. Brother Shep elaborated on the PSP, the People Survival Program, going out in the streets and feeding the people, clothing the people, doing blood tests, homelessness, dealing with all these type of things. But Dr. Shaka always brings it back to the health, and that's real important. Last year, Zulu Nation natural health hero, Dr. Shaka Lord Yoda X, created the first annual Hip Hop Health Walk. And that's the last Sunday of September. These are the initiatives that we're doing to bring awareness to different diseases. Like me, I'm a double cancer survivor. So I walk for Memorial Sloan Kettering Hospital, which treated me. Dr. Shaka, he walks for Natural Health Hero. I had another sister that walked for breast cancer survivor, another brother for autism awareness. So in September, we walk for a cause, whatever your cause is, to bring awareness to this. So that's the whole purpose of the Hip Hop Health Walk. And these are some of the initiatives of Zulu Nation, just some of them. And the PSP, emergency preparedness, these are very, very important things, because you have to know how to get out of your area if something happens. If a natural disaster happens, it can't be like New Orleans and everybody trying to get out and everybody is crowding the highways and nobody can get nowhere. Then he put everybody in the Superdome and it turns into the Terror Dome. It looks like Mad Max and all this craziness. So we have to know how to survive this. What food can you eat? What plants can you eat? How do you get out of your city? Are there train tracks you can walk out of town? Are you going to get caught up? Are you going to go to where they're trying to corral you? So these are things that we talk about, and Brother Shep is very, very instrumental in this. And like he said, in every disaster that's happened, we beat FEMA there. Like, we respond. Like, we're there before them. We're boots on the ground. We don't just talk behind the computer We're not, you know, the keyboard terrorists and all that. No, we're boots on the ground. We out there.
Well, we're gonna have to wrap up. So can you guys tell them how they can get in contact with you if they want to become a member of Universal Zulu Nation? What's the best way to get in contact?
This is Shep. Let me go first. I actually had some visuals that I couldn't show because I didn't get the camera going, but you can reach me directly at panthershepcat@aol.com. That's Panther, Panther, Shep, SHEP, cat, CAT, @aol.com. And then I'll be able to send you all my information, our website, our Facebook pages, and everything to give you more detailed information on what we're actually doing, since we really have enough time to get into too much detail. But I just want to say real quick one thing. Back in the 70s and the 60s that we talked about when Zulu started and when the Black Stage started, it's important that people understand that the street organizations there or the street families, we don't use that word gangs. That's the police are the gangs. Okay, they protected the neighborhoods. Yeah, we had problems with each other going from a neighborhood to another, but there was a degree of respect there, and people protected their neighborhoods. The newer groups that came out didn't do that. They actually were predators on the neighborhoods. So we need to get back to understanding that our youth, okay, are definitely our future. If we don't work with them and stop being afraid of them and use, our culture as a weapon to organize with them, then we don't have a chance to move forward in the future. So we have to look at our youth. We have to work with them. And we do have a youth department also at Zulu Nation that does that on an international scale. So again, get in touch with me. I can send you more information on these things. And I want to say Ukuthula, which is a Zulu word for peace.
All right, again, thank you, Universal Zulu Nation. Perfect for Africa Day. This is the perfect theme with the work that you guys are doing, that we're doing, because I'm a part of UZN too, and I look forward to even doing more and more and more. Thank you so much for your great work.
Well, thank you. And once again, thank you for this great platform. Oh, I just got a text from your cousin, Zulu Queen Michelle. She said, tell you peace and blessings. She's doing a lot of great work with the youth. And she said, that's my cousin. I said, oh, I didn't know that. So she told me to make sure I give you her greetings and blessings. And, thank you again for your great work. And thank you for this platform.
Yes. We are cousins. Yep. Awesome. Thank you. And Michelle, too, Sujaj, good to see you here. Thank you for your comment. You see she left that comment, beautiful comment. And we got to go. I'm on to the next one. Next up, you guys, we got Biddy Mason, another acting scene. So you do not want to miss that. And peace out, you guys.
Peace, family. Thanks again. Much love.
Right.
Program too.
Oracle.
Good afternoon, Nina.
Good afternoon, Biddy Mason. Biddy Mason.
That's right. How you doing, young lady?
I am doing wonderful. And yourself?
I am channeling the spirit of our sister Biddy Mason, and she is reaching her heart out to yours because you personify her mission in life, and that was to give until she could give no more.
Yes. Oh, amen. Can you give us a little history of Biddy Mason for people that don't know who she is?
Born August 15th, 1819, somewhere about there. I think I'm celebrating my 202nd birthday this year. I was born into slavery, and I was given away by one Master Smith to his cousin or brother, something Master Smith, who got married, and I was a wedding gift. I think I was about 15 or something like that, yeah. And at one point, Master Smith, my new Master Smith, decided he wanted to become a Mormon. So he moved us and a whole bunch of other slaves and his family to what's that place called? Utah, where the Mormons was. And you know, I walked from down Mississippi way all the way to Utah barefoot. And then when they decided to open a church in California, Master volunteered and took me and about 19 other his slaves, and we walked all the way. Now they was in the wagon, but we slaves, we walked behind those wagons, and we was barefoot, and I was taking care of the animals, and I was birthing the babies because the midwives had shown me how, and had my own 3 babies along with me. They was masters. In those days, you couldn't say no. But those babies were a gift from God. And all I wanted was to see them stay alive. And you do what you got to do when you're a mama and you want to see your baby stay alive. So I stayed alive. I did what I had to do. We get all the way here to California, and with midwifing, and I'm taking care of my children and my daughter. Oh, my blessed daughter, my firstborn, Ellen. She took up with this young man named Owens. Let's see, what was his name? Oh gosh, I can't remember his name. He was a Owens, and he told her that we was free. That's right. Turns out we had been here in this place called Riverside, San Bernardino, something like that. We had been here for 5 years and didn't know that we was free, because you was free in California. There was no slavery in California. So the young man Owens told my daughter, she told me, and Master Smith got word. Yes, he did. And he wasn't having none of that. So he decided he gonna pack us up, and we gonna leave California in the night, at night when nobody could see us. We running away. We going to Texas, because see, back in those days, Texas was still doing slavery. Anyway, my girl Ellen's boy, he found out that we was being taken to Texas so we can continue to be enslaved. And praise God, you know how God works. Hannah, one of Pat Messer's other slaves, well, she was having a baby, and it couldn't wait. And we got caught up in this place called Cahuenga Pass. That's right. And we had to stop. So that gave Owens and his daddy and all their friends time to get to the sheriff's office and bring the sheriffs, and the sheriffs came and told Master, you can't take these people to Texas to be slaves. They freed people here in California. Master said, oh, no, they ain't my slaves. They my family. So the judge, what was that judge's name? Ignatius Hayes, I think that was Judge Ignatius Hayes. He called me into his office, you see, because, you know, we did courthouse and the sheriffs and all the slaves and everybody. And we couldn't testify on our own behalf, because even though California was a freed state, slaves couldn't testify on their own behalf or against a white person. But that Judge Ignatius Hayes, he had a good mind and a great heart for the salvation of our people. He called me into his offices. I think they call them the chambers or something like that. And he said, are you Master Smith's family? I know, sir, I ain't Master Smith's family. He ain't no family of mine. I'm his slave, and I don't want to be his slave. Well, do you want to go with Master Smith to Texas? Like he said, no, sir, I don't want to go. And I don't want to take my children either. We want to stay right here, because here in California, we free slave. And guess what? That judge, he sided with us. And I'm known as one of the first black people, one of the first, they call them African Americans. Now, back then, we was just black and slaves and pickaninnies and coons and all kind of other names, okay? I was a negress, okay? But we was freed We didn't have to go to Texas. Now, you know, a lot of things happen along the way on that journey. I learned how to be a midwife, a good midwife. So when I did get here to California, I hooked up with a Dr. Strong Griffin, I believe, and he taught me how to be a good nurse and a good midwife. And it turns out my son-in-law, because, you know, Ellen and Mr. Owen, they got married. My son-in-law happened to be, him and his family, they was in real estate. And they bought and sold the land. You know, I didn't know black folk could own land, but they sure did. And when he and Dr. Griffin found out that I had been saving my money, that's right, Dr. Griffin paid me to be a midwife and a nurse. When they found out I was saving my money, they suggested I buy some land, and I certainly did. My first piece of property now has an address known as 333 South Spring Street in downtown Los Angeles. I not only bought that property, and you know, there's a park there with my name on it, and my house. My little bitty old one-room house is still there. But I bought that property and upwards of 5-10 miles of property in the vicinity and surrounding the downtown Los Angeles area. At one point, I was told that I own most of Los Angeles downtown. That's right, me and the Owens Curry family. The best thing I could have done was to invest in real estate. So if I have a message to any of you out there, one thing you need to know, and it goes back to you, Miss Nina Womack, and I'm speaking in the spirit of my sister, my ancestor, Biddy Mason. You personify my mantra in life. I am known for having said, if you hold your hand closed, nothing good can come in. The open hand is blessed, for it gives in abundance, even as it receives. I gave my love to my children, my skills to those women whose babies I brought into this world, and my mind to the task of doing whatever I had to do and wanted to do better in life and the lives of my children and family after them. I did things most black folks wouldn't or couldn't do to make a difference in mine and the lives of others. Massa could have took my life at any time. And I did what I had to do and what I wanted to do anyway. I learned all I could from the other slave midwives. And then later when I worked with Dr. Griffin, and I learned about the importance of buying real estate from the Owens family. Because of all that, I was better. And so was life for so many others who come after me. And that's my story.
Profound, Biddy Mason, profound. Thank you so much for sharing your story. We are running out of time. I got to bring in, we're 5 minutes late, so I got to bring in our next panel. But thank you so much, Denise.
No worries. I just want to let people know I'm known as the Oracle, and you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, all of those other places under the Oracle or my name, Denise Lyles Cook. And thank you, Nina. This is why you're going to get paid, girl. This is why you look at what you're doing. God bless you. Don't want to take up any more time. Love you. God bless you, baby. God bless you.
Awesome. Thank you. Awesome.
You got my heart.
All right. Let's bring in our panel. Our next discussion is economic empowerment and entrepreneurship, people. Woo! So as you guys know, we started off at the top of the day, if you've been tuning in, with the history of slavery, looking at some wonderful information about the history. Now we're moving into the current time and what we can do to empower ourselves. So I've got a wonderful lineup here of professionals that are very knowledgeable around finance, economics, and also entrepreneurship. So I'm going to have each one introduce themselves first before they start sharing some jewels of knowledge. So let's bring in Martin. Martin, if you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity, Nina. My name is Martin Nawaga. I'm an economist and financial analyst. Currently, I operate my own consultancy and management service, which is called the ACO Consult and Management Services Limited. We have an office in Ghana and in the Caribbean of Grenada. So what ACO Consult does is to be an performance improvement consultancy and management sustainable solutions management service provider to firms. You know, the times are changing and we need technology, or technology is actually taking over the business cycle. And that is what ACO is there to, you know, help clients to navigate the complexities of the business or the modern times in business. Thank you. Hello, Nina.
Dr. Stephanie, if you could go next. You have to unmute your phone. Yes. I mean, you have to unmute.
Hi, good afternoon, Nina. Again, thank you for allowing me to participate today. I'm Dr. Stephanie Ardrey. My company, Blue Diamond Advisory, works with companies to address capital, capacity, customers, both acquisition and retention strategies. And so when we look at global relationships, we look at evaluating US-based organizations as well as potential foreign companies that are looking to create strategic partnerships and to determine the gaps in those particular operations so that we can then shore up those particular gaps to help facilitate strategic alliances, joint ventures, or whatever the appropriate connection between the two entities should be, or if a third entity needs to be created. But basically facilitating the structure of those organizations and ensuring that they are able to attract the necessary debt or equity capital. And so I guess I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. And let's go to Damian Goodman. Damian, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here, especially with this august panel. And thank you, Nina, for inviting me to participate here. My name is Damian Goodman. I am based in the Crenshaw community within Los Angeles. And the organization that I'm most aligned with or known for is the Crenshaw Subway Coalition, which is a transit and environmental justice organization that has gotten more involved in housing justice and what we call economic empowerment of our community. Going off of a 15-year history of discussions within this South LA community, where we have historically in the past witnessed a lack of investment and divestment from the public and private sector. We're now in an environment where we see a flood of capital, not all good, and capital that really is intended to flood us out of the community. And so being able to navigate within this space to identify how the additional opportunities and resources coming in can build toward what we call community wealth building, as opposed to individual wealth building, to see economic mobility among those who have traditionally been marginalized and left out of the economy is the mission of our organization. I'm going to talk more about it, I'm sure.
Awesome, thank you. And next up, Dr. Eileen, can you introduce yourself, please? There you go.
Hello, everybody. Hi. How are you guys doing? Happy birthday. I'm really honored to be here with all of you. I am Dr. Eileen Zuberi. I'm based in Arusha, Tanzania, and Hawaii, USA. I am the founder of African Youth Diaspora Organization, as well as Mount Kilimanjaro Life Foundation. I work alongside with Martin, Nina, Ambassador Collins to empower Africa through youth and community empowerment. Also, I am a roving ambassador of the State of African Diaspora, as well as the Royal Chancellor for the Paramount Chief of Africa. It's really nice being here with you. I'm passionate about youth empowerment and community empowerment. So we have a lot in common, Damien. Thank you, Lina.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And last but not least, Clarence, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Clarence Lewis Jr. My background is focused around capital markets, risk management, and asset management. Most of my corporate career has been with JP Morgan Asset Management. However, my life work is focused around three areas. What I call purpose-driven investment, and secondly, health and wellness, and third, wealth management. And certainly, I define prosperity a bit differently. And for this discussion, we'll focus my comments and efforts on the right foundation financially to build also a capital stack, and more of the how-to in terms of developing a very strong three-legged stool where you can monetize based on a strong foundation that which you are pursuing from that entrepreneurial spirit. Looking forward to this discussion, but again, my focus will be on the how-to.
Awesome. Very, very important. So, panelists, as we move forward with wrapping our brain about the importance to empower ourselves as entrepreneurs, as small business enterprises, and so forth, what are some key systems that we need to have in place in order to be sustainable with our businesses? I can start with Martin.
Thank you, Nina. As a way of introduction, I would like to, revert to a speech by Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and that says, all people of African descent, whether they live in North or South American, the Caribbean, or in any part of the world, are Africans and belong to the African nation. In the words of this great son of the African soil, Africa is a nation, and we cannot, I repeat, we cannot continue to live divided as independent countries and watch aloof as we are ridiculed the world over. On that note, let me say categorically that we have to move, we are at the best point in time of our lives when we have to move the dialogue from governments uniting Africa to businesses, private individuals and businesses taking up the challenge to, lead the charge in ensuring that we are able to achieve the unity that we seek to, attain at the end of the day. Because presently, the problem of Africa is actually leadership in terms of in the public sector. So I am passionate. My dream is that for us to be able to achieve the African unity and union that we need, whereby the diaspora would have a very substantial, big role to play, we need to, form an alliance between the Africans in Africa and the diaspora in order to achieve that aim. Now, it is of great importance that we are gathered here today also, not to make merry, but essentially to forge together as sons and daughters of the African soil in unity and solidarity to liberate our people from the shackles and cunningness of the West and powers that be. Now, one very important critical element that continues to serve as a shackle to private businesses or entrepreneurs in Africa is primarily access to finance to entrepreneurs. Now, according to Tony Elumelu, a very proud son of the African soil, he quotes that the pandemic presents an opportunity to reset Africa, create employment, and eliminate poverty. Having set that tone, I am briefly going to shed light on access to finance for entrepreneurs or to entrepreneurs in Africa. Presently, as we all are aware, the continent boasts of the youngest population between the ages of 15 to 25. And this is an indication of the huge human resource potential that we are having the opportunity to leverage massively on this potential to assist sub-Saharan Africans to navigate the opportunities that exist in all economic sectors. Now, Disrupt Africa also revealed that in their research, revealed that African countries are spearheading an entrepreneurial revolution with women leading the charge. That's a report that was done by them. And according to that report, it indicated that countries in Ghana, Uganda, Botswana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, South Africa, and Malawi boast of women entrepreneurs, and this is intended to reduce the gender gap in business and job creation. I think that calls for, some sort of applause for our gallant women in Africa who are taking up entrepreneurship as the way to go. In as much as the private sector on the continent is trying to bridge the gap, and entrepreneurs are creating employment opportunities to cater for their needs and livelihood, we are still bedeviled with numerous challenges. And this is where I entreat and make a passionate appeal. I will continue to make a passionate appeal to the diaspora, to assist in filling up some of these gaps. Now, I'm going to list some of the crucial challenges these entrepreneurs face presently in needing finance. And this is, as I have already said, access to finance is one, education, and entrepreneurial opportunities. Now, the World Bank identifies that banks on the continent are presently capitalized, very capitalized and liquid, but the problem of cheaper access to finance continues to bedevil us. This is likely to be more entrenched and far-reaching post-COVID-19, and I think we are already seeing the effects in our day-to-day business interactions. Now, financial education to a large extent has restricted a lot of entrepreneurs on the continent from gaining financial access simply because of these challenges. And this is what I'm going to actually elaborate on now. Now, the first one is financial literacy and education. Now, both the private and public sectors must enhance, develop, and promote financial literacy programs that best fits the understanding and decision-making process of entrepreneurs and small businesses. Financial channels such as ATMs, and particularly in this technological revolution that we are entering, digital banking platforms are to be encouraged. We need to encourage those, since the lack of awareness on it prevents most entrepreneurs from using or accessing financial services and products. Also, women and rural poor. Now, 20% of women and people living in the rural parts of Africa are less likely to have a bank account, and 17% of them less likely to borrow from a formal financial institution compared to their male counterparts. The solution lies in financial institutions undertaking innovative financial products that can basically suit the needs of women and rural folks. Also, the provision of ID cards to them by these financial institutions would encourage them to open bank accounts and make basic financial decisions on their own. Now, to sum it up, is the issue of consumer protection and regulation. With mobile money and digital finance platforms on the rise in Africa and the ability to expand financial inclusion and access, it has become prudent to ensure regulatory mechanisms are put in place to protect data privacy and funds. Users of e-money platforms would easily be dissuaded the moment they get to find out that the problem of unfair treatment is being meted out to them, poor reliability standards, improper safety standards, and lack of information on products and services. Now, mention can also be made of the fact that in higher institutions of study, emphasis, particularly in Africa, in the African context, emphasis is given to the study of corporate finance more than the study of entrepreneurial finance, because of the belief that students would graduate and work for large corporate organizations. That is part of the culture. The current increase in unemployment level has made the knowledge of corporate finance less practical and less relevant to the survival of the unemployed in today's world. Now, raising funds for businesses remains the greatest challenge to entrepreneurial development, especially in the context of developing economies, particularly Ghana. Africa, even Ghana. Sorry. As a result, many potential entrepreneurs are struggling with how to raise their business ideas, translate their business ideas into reality. Unfortunately, the problem of entrepreneurs are that they are not being made aware of various avenues open to them to access funds for their businesses. Now, opportunities for financing to aspiring entrepreneurs through grants, angel investors, venture capitalists, mentors, NGOs, and etc. are available, but we must, however, be able to create a one-stop shop for entrepreneurs to access these avenues without any hassle. This would serve as a tool for economic empowerment for young and budding entrepreneurs that are emerging in Africa. Now, to conclude, I would say as a fintech enthusiast, I would like to also delve into a little bit into fintech, if I'm permitted, Nina.
Yes, go
Hello?
on. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to give a brief about the rise of fintech on the continent. Now, the present COVID-19 pandemic it's on a global stage. We are all battling with it on a global stage. And this has made calls for integrating technology in every aspect of our business and social life more prominent than ever. We are seeing the trend of remote jobs, and all of a sudden, the office settings as we know it are becoming empty and invalid to achieve productivity at the workplace. Another dynamic is the fact that the virus could easily be transmitted through paper currency. Now, on the bright side, investments into R&D for the cure have rocketed overnight. Pharmaceutical companies are also cashing in massively, while essential service providers are also taking advantage of the situation. Now, as these dynamics bring the world to a standstill because of the pandemic, one cannot ignore the havoc this has caused to small businesses, governments, and countries the world over. In addition, this major concentration on the health industry has led to dramatic declines in other sectors, where we can also talk about the financial sector having its impact. To augment and to mitigate the grave impact on the financial sector, we must endeavor to leverage massively on fintech. I've been saying fintech all this while, but someone might be asking, what is fintech? It is a new financial industry that applies technology to improve financial activities. Largely, this simply means that fintech comprises companies or representatives of companies that combine financial services with modern innovative technologies. These definitions, however, provide a background in understanding the disruptive nature of fintech to traditional banking and financial business models. Hence, the relevance to rethink the entire ecosystem as we presently know it or have it, to rethink the entire ecosystem as we currently have it. As a rule, new participants, that means fintech companies, into the market offer internet-based and application-oriented products where they aim to attract customers with products and services that are more user-friendly, efficient, transparent, and automated than those currently available. Now, the word fintech as we know it is not a new concept in itself, but developments in the financial and banking sector reveal the origin of fintech to the 1860s. The term only became prominent after the 2008 financial crisis. Now, developments in fintech are advanced in USA, of course, Europe, and some parts of Asia. However, African countries are presently battling with basic infrastructure required to adjust accordingly to the demands of fully operationalizing fintech. And these infrastructural deficits include electricity, internet access, and public education on the whole fintech ecosystem and dynamic. Now, some African countries have already welcomed the concept and are already taking prudent steps to achieve a robust fintech ecosystem. Now, countries like Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Ghana are leading to a certain extent in their business cycles. According to data from Disrupt Africa, over 300 fintech companies in Africa are presently active, with Northern African countries lagging behind. However, a lot more needs to be done to achieve universal financial inclusion while taking advantage of this unprecedented global recession and technology to propel economic development within the African context, with the help of our diasporan brothers and sisters. Nonetheless, fintech serves as the way to go in achieving this feat, and there has never been a time better to leverage massively on the disruptions to our economies than now. Thank you. I think that will do for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great information, very informative. Thank you for telling us about all the opportunities that are available. Dr. Stephanie.
Yeah, I think that those are some brilliant overview, because I think as well, when I look at previously, I've been involved with fintech, and I'm actually working on a fintech project currently. I looked at the continent and just looking at the distribution of mobile technology. I believe that that is the starting point that presents an opportunity. I think some of the last numbers I saw, over 700 million users of mobile phones, which again begins at least that first opportunity to be able to communicate. Certainly, it creates an opportunity for delivering capital sources, resources by way of fintech technologies, as well as being able to offer educational and communication around the gaps that are required in order to create strong alliances. You know, I think companies are always looking for capital, not only US companies, but when we talk about expanding the sphere of influence of those domestic-based companies, it's important to understand how the capital comes to play. It's always going to be an ingredient, a necessary ingredient, but also having market knowledge and awareness. So I think as the interest continues to grow around entrepreneurship. Females are taking the lead in entrepreneurial opportunities. And so that creates a nice opportunity for innovation, right? Innovation begins with understanding what's missing in a particular marketplace, and then being able to find the competencies or the capacity building resources, be they educational, be they other experienced entrepreneurs, be they other capital sources that are willing to be influenced and find ways to make investment in those particular opportunities. And I think that really creates a great possibility, a great opportunity. To take away from this type of conversation is understanding where there are specific opportunities, where there is a experience bank, which when we look at the entrepreneurial history of many in this country, we cover multiple sectors. So the ability to take those experiences and collaborate in emerging markets, I think creates some greater opportunities. You know, we don't have to go and recreate the wheel, but really to take advantage of where technology is in the marketplace and look at new innovations that make sense in terms of marrying those innovations within resources. So being able to tap into the respective thought leaders, you know, Nina's done done that by bringing together groups of experts that have different levels of expertise and giving us an opportunity to not only connect with one another, but to look at where our skill sets can complement one another and therefore create contributions to solid alliances. So I think this part of that kind of conversation, and then the next drill down, what I would look at is, let's look at what some specific opportunities are. If we say capital, then one way of getting capital into a market is looking at mobile technology, looking at e-commerce, and looking at fintech. And so I think that's where, for my lens, part of the focus, and then making sure that there are opportunities for education, and education in both ways, because although there's a strong education in terms of how business is done in one particular region of the world, it's important when you're entering any other regions of the world to understand ground up what the customs are and practices are, and therefore what those opportunities are.
No.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
This question was for Damian Goodman. I wanted him to elaborate about the work that he's doing out here in South LA with trying to combat gentrification, and where you think we can be, how we can connect to the motherland and make this be a win-win for all parties. Damian?
Again, I am sitting here taking notes. I appreciate that, Nina, and I am sitting here taking notes from this college level course that we're participating in. I want to kind of just back up as I dive into that, because I think just in general, we are, as a society, not really talking about the economic impacts of COVID-19 the way we should. The fastest of vaccines ever been created in mankind is 4 years. Cut that in half and we're at 2 years. We're at, in America, 40 million unemployed, where we've now exceeded the number, based on the statistics that we know, we've exceeded the number that are unemployed from the Great Depression, and there are only going to be more that see their absence of creating income completely eviscerated. Like 40-something% of the jobs that have been lost are anticipated to never come back. And I think we're now at a state in America where the question is not how much money will the Fed inject into the economy, how many stimuluses will there be to prevent the Great Depression, and rather it's about how to reduce the length of the Great Depression. And so what does it mean when some 40, 50 million people, disproportionately Black, don't have access to capital, don't have access to a job? And what type of society are we going to need to be where people's basic necessities of food and water and shelter and healthcare and education and childcare and healthcare, I think I mentioned that, are needed to be basically covered by the masses, by the commons, where people are paying based on their ability to pay, which for some and for many will be nothing. And so it's a terrifying, but it's also an exciting time for those who have wanted to build a better base and social net for the masses, and for those who have studied this issue and recognized that, since we were brought here, since we were stolen from our native land and brought to these stolen lands, our labor's been exploited, our opportunity to participate within the broader white economy has been stifled, our wealth has been limited. And so I myself have done not as much thinking on this as I possibly could, and I think many others will need to begin elevating that conversation. I hope we will continue this, Nina. But I think that there was the world that was pre-March 2020, and then there's a world that's after. And even after COVID-19, these other things that have been in the wings, automation, artificial intelligence, the disruption from climate change, climate catastrophe more accurately. Those things are coming up right after we maybe come out of the COVID-19 economic crisis. And so that's more or less a prompt, a point of agitation for us to think, not so much as this existing system that we see. America might want to be one of the few countries in the nation that can throw as much money at this problem as imaginable. Many others will not. But it's really to reimagine how this entire society, how this global economy will operate. And so on a local level at Crenshaw, in Crenshaw community in South Los Angeles, we've been trying to advance what many other groups have been able to do, mostly Black-led groups have been able to do across the US, building off of Nkrumah and building off of Meire about collective wealth and collective wealth creation. And we've been seeking to push forth this concept as this new capital is coming into the community. We're being flooded, or we were being flooded with it. And I think now, you have those that try and take advantage of this disruption to inject even more into it, to scoop up the businesses that were already marginalized or very weak, and take advantage of other weaknesses that existed within the Black and local economy. But we were talking about making sure that wealth be done in a manner that's shared, so that we would see less a goal and objective of seeing one entrepreneur, Black great face, become affluent and be present within the new developments and the new projects, the new business opportunities, but rather get down to talking about how are the workers being compensated? What are their benefits? Is there a way for them to share in the profits? And it's largely because, I'm relatively young, I'm 38, but many of the folk who we work with and many of the elders who we listen to expressed their frustration that, after 28 years after the uprising in 1992, Rodney King rebellion, after the cops were acquitted for that horrible injustice, that with all of the attention of the country focused on Los Angeles, all of the financial partners directed towards South LA, the conditions of Black and brown people in South Central Los Angeles have not considerably improved, which is why they're so susceptible to so many of these other challenges and problems. And so thinking about doing this another way, thinking about making sure that we identify those that are financial partners and are willing to invest in the creation of wealth, the creation of profits, but ensuring that they be done in a community-centered manner, being done in a community wealth-sharing manner, and then looking across the world, across the diaspora, to say, we are the nexus, we are the entry point for so much of Asia. The same should be the case for Africa. How are we able to identify those dollars that exist throughout the diaspora to bring them into creating stability, creating opportunity, and creating wealth that is shared among those that are in South Central. And so we've actually been quietly advancing several things. We've talked about them, we're not yet ready to announce them. But I think that we have to begin looking at some of the programs that are, and I hate to use the comparison, but that it exists. Some of our Chinese and specific Asian continent and Arab brothers and sisters use to bring their dollars into the American economy. We have to begin purposing those same programs, using those same tools to uplift us. And for us, it is frankly much more important because we are at the bottom of every economic indicator. And so I'm so eager to work with you and this collective to begin identifying those opportunities and to exercise those tools for the creation of stability among Black Americans and Black Angelenos specifically.
Thank you so much. Thank you. which that will lead me into Dr. Eileen Zuberi, who is Chinese, but she does a lot of work with helping the African youth in entrepreneurship. So what did you think about what Damien just said as far as how traditionally the Chinese have built their wealth, and what do you feel like you bring to the table as far as helping the African youth?
Well, I want to address your question. I would say that Africa has everything it has. It needs to be the power of the world. Okay, so we just need to be able to implement the right strategy to utilize the assets okay, so let's go back a little bit and talk about Africa, right? What is Africa? It has the most natural resources in the world. It has the highest youth population in the world in terms of growth rates. Yet it has a huge youth unemployment in Africa. So the percentage of youth in Africa is equivalent to the percentage of youth unemployment in Africa. It, depending on the source that you go to, is between 60 to 80%. However, with the youth leader in Africa that I work with, oh my God, they are so talented. They have the right mindset, they have the drive, they have the resilience. There is no reason in the world why they should not propel Africa to the next great power. So I'm here because I felt that it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what race you are. It doesn't matter, because justice is justice. I'm here to right the wrongs, and as a friend, and I think everybody in the world should do the same thing. When you see something wrong, you step in, you're trying to correct that, you put it in action. It doesn't matter what color you are. Okay, so that's why I'm here. All right. So I am Chinese, but I'm not China. I've never lived in China. I was a colonial subject of Britain when I was in Hong Kong. And I knew about the social engineering. I grew up very confused about who I am. Actually, I remember thinking that the whites are better than us, because when you stand in line in Hong Kong, for example, in a restaurant, and you stand, I'm Chinese, with the waitress being Chinese, and then there comes a British expat standing right next to me, and guess who get to the front of the line first? Not me, right? So, and then I start working with the African youth leaders, and then I remember when I was helping them to draft a constitution, I said, okay, what's the official language? And they told me English and French. And I was like, okay, what about Swahili? And they were like, oh, sorry. Well, I feel that because of the special role that I was in, I was able to see from outside in. So I have a way, a duty to translate my lessons in life and just help them to have a perspective and help them to understand how amazing they are. And so that's why I've been working with them full time, volunteering with them full time. So I want to talk a little bit about how what I see and how I feel that we can do to help. Now, I want to also really emphasize the importance of bridge building between African and African diaspora. Why? I can give you an example. Last year, there was a xenophobia attack happened in Johannesburg. And it's between mainly between two African countries. And I basically put a comment on LinkedIn and say, guess what? When they see you, they don't see two countries. They see you as African. So if you are going to be empowered, you have to empower your people all together around the world. It's not separable. So my focus, a lot of my focus is everything I do is about rebranding. Those of you who lived in the US, I'm sure sometimes you saw some advertisement trying to solicit support, financial support through charities. And what do you see? You see African babies crying with flies in their eye, big belly, starvation. That's not the Africa I know. Okay, the Africa I know is talented, passionate, heart-centered, empathetic, superior in every way. Okay, so I can say that because I did date many different races before. So but I'm saying that because I really feel that in intellectually, in every way, that there is so much potential, and I'm all for empowering them. And the only thing that's missing is a Pan-Africa strategy and a global strategy. And that's why I involve myself in the State of Africa diaspora. I involve myself in many Pan-Africa projects. Now, youth is a driving engine for Africa to the future. And we have to prepare them for that. By 2030, 1 in 4 working body in the world will be African. Okay, they're not prepared, they're not ready. So what we are doing, I'm going to give you some of the projects we are doing. Okay, one of the projects that we're doing is called Lens of Africa. So we have a collection of artists, entertainers, journalists, writers, reporters, photographers, videographers, movie producers, TV producers come together to retell the story of Africa and the African diaspora. And that's for the rebranding part. I think that's really important because, you only get one first impression and we're going to make it right. And then other things that we're doing in terms of youth empowerment is we have something called a University Incubator Expo. Now, I went to a school and got my executive MBA program completed, but I didn't learn anything about innovation. I didn't learn anything about pitch deck. I didn't learn anything about all I did was studying Tesla's financial reports and GE's financial report and their business model and their revenue model. That's not very useful. It's especially not useful for Africa. One thing that everybody, almost all African has is if they don't have nothing, they have a phone. And that is where the opportunity is. We need to make sure that Africa's digital transformation is implemented. So we need Pan-Africa strategy to do that. Now, going back, when I talk about Pan-Africa strategy, what does it mean? I'm talking about something like we're going into Cameroon, Nigeria, Ghana, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and we go to the best university there, and we're going to work with the university and say, I'm going to show you how to build an incubator, and you are going to help your students to become the next generation innovator. And from one school, we go to one community, and you spread and you spread and spread. And we do this for free. We don't charge university. We just ask them to give us a space and a chance to show them how to do it. And they do it, right? And then, but at the same time, we don't just say, okay, you know what, give me the next Uber or Google or something like that. I mean, that's great, and there's a lot of people doing that. But we're asking them to go into their communities, their respective communities, and empower their local communities and say, what is that my community need? And bring me the problem and identify the solution, and then show us what you can do. And we're going to follow up with you and see what you've done for your community. Because why? At the end of the day, no matter how young you are, someday you can realize that what you have is your friend, family, and communities. You want to walk down the street and be able to say hi safely, and you want a safe environment for your children. If you can empower your community, the money stays in your community. It doesn't go all the way across the other side of the world. And you will enrich your community. You will be able to do a lot more with your community. And then you will live a long, happy life in your community. I think that's really important because we all need a sense of belonging, no matter what color you are, who you are. And that's why another thing is Martin mentioned, a lot of youth leaders mentioned that unfortunate corruption of the government. And I can't make comment on that because I don't exactly, how do I say that, know in depth what that is. But what I do know, one thing is, okay, if the top to bottom approach does not work, then let's do a bottom up approach. Let's empower our community to a critical point, critical mass that the government cannot ignore you. You have to be part of the voice. They can't, because no matter, even if you have a autocratic leadership, they still need people's support, right? So we're going to empower community to the best way we can, and we're going to give them civic education through community-centered model African Union, community-centered model United Nations. And we also have all these other projects focusing on education reformation and food security. Okay, so one more thing. I'm not sure, Nina, should I talk about this later? Because there are people who actually ask me what are the opportunities there are in Africa, or should I mention that later? Is it okay for me to go ahead? Okay, all right. So I wanted to just go back a little bit about what opportunities there are, because quite a few people ask me about that. So I wanted to just say that areas of opportunities are food security, because 90% of the food in Africa actually are imported. And you will not believe that, right? Because Africa has such rich land and sunny weather. So there is a systematic disparity that is definitely, there is an opportunity for that. And then we talk about digital transformation, and also we talk about finance. Say if we train entrepreneurs and we need to give them a way in, so they need microfinance or some sort of borrowing loan. But guess what? The microfinance interest rate, I'm going to give you an example. In Tanzania, is between 30 to 60%. The government, by law, they kept the interest rate at 60%. That is not sustainable. You know, my fiance, he's Tanzanian, and his mother is a teacher for 20 years. She makes $200 a month as a teacher. Now we're talking about teachers. We complain about teachers in the US, $3,000 a month poverty level, right? In Tanzania, it's $200. In Uganda, it's $100. In Zimbabwe, working 46 hours a week is $35 a month as a teacher. So I would say there's so much we can do in Africa. You know, in Zimbabwe, they only have power between 12 midnight to 4:30 a.m. every day. So now we're going back to what opportunities we have there. We have energy, entertainment, education, innovation, transportation, medicine, you know, internet, anything you can name it. So there's a lot of opportunities there. And people ask me, so how do you know what is a reliable source or, you know, credible way to invest? And I was like, there's no shortcut. You have to invest in time. You have to get to know your people. Trust comes through time. You know, you just have to work with them through time. And of course, we have great institutes, but I think that if we're going to connect diaspora and African, perhaps the best way is to start with the community first. And the folks in community, they are not like big corporations. They don't have millions of dollars, but start small. Work with people that you work with some NGOs. You know, don't invest too much at the beginning. Invest a little bit and see how it goes. And if you see result and follow through, they prove that they are trustworthy. Then keep going, right? Because every little thing counts. And you know already, the microfinance interest rate is between 30 to 60%. That's just crazy, right? It will be illegal in the US. So the last thing I wanted to talk about is challenges doing business in Africa. They don't really have exactly a reliable internet, water, power, and social and logistic infrastructure. But at the same time, when other people see chaos, I always see potential. That is the best time to go in. I'm gonna give you an example about China. 30 years ago, everybody complain how backward China is. And guess what? Those people who are willing to invest and take the risk 30 years ago, they are so freaking rich now, right? So this is where we are about Africa. So go back, invest in our own people, and do what you can, even in the minimal way that you can, and share ideas. And don't just look at the biggest countries, right? Trying to help the smaller one. There are some countries not as, how do I say that, not famous, but renowned for doing business, like Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa. There's places like Botswana. It's very peaceful. And we have people like in Zimbabwe. They are youth that's hungry, they're resilient, they're talented, they're very educated. They just need a chance. Okay. So lastly, going back, just to go back a little bit about stakeholders. I think when you are trying to get on a bottom-up approach, the stakeholders you should consider in Africa are the communities, the members of the communities, traditional rulers. You can't, sometimes when you're trying to say get a off-grid power panels in the village, you kind of need to work with the chiefs and the traditional rulers. In 1927, apartheid government, they actually replaced the traditional ruler, the paramount chief of Africa, with the English crown. And so we're bringing it back. So, but you know, that is why traditional rulers is one of the stakeholders, the government, the educational institutes, businesses, media, NGOs, including international agency, UN. I know in the US, when you work and start an entrepreneur program or some sort of program, you don't necessarily work very heavily with UN, but it's really big in Africa. So if you can round those together and build a community, then build a nation and build a continent from the bottom up, I felt that it is a recipe for success. And that's it. Thank you so much. I know I talk a lot.
Great points, which leads us into Clarence. Last but not least, I want you to talk about when we're dealing with these youth, African youth entrepreneurs, as well as adult entrepreneurs in the US too as well. What are some best practices? What are some things that we can have as far as like business, building up our business credit, different things like that, so we can progress as small business owners across the diaspora and continent? You have to unmute your mic.
First, let me commend the speakers. They've done an excellent job in setting the stage and the platform and thinking in a way that will be expansive for the listener. And so let me try to dovetail some of the comments that were made when it comes down to what can we do and what can the youth do. And let me say that the digital divide is still prevalent between Africa and the United States. Let me also say that the African American community is a $1.2 trillion consumer machine, okay? Now, unemployment is rising. We have a crisis, but I would say Dr. Stephanie is right on target. If you think about the United States, more millionaires are made during recessions than any other time. So now really is the time. And there are opportunities for those who have that entrepreneurial spirit now to, again, address that digital divide, create the content that can be monetized between the United States and Africa. Rebranding Africa would be a tremendous way to monetize that opportunity. Now, I am going to bring a spiritual bent to this because the question was asked of me, what can they do to build credit? I mentioned a three-legged stool only because if you're going to pursue building your dream, I believe that you can't miss if you are building something that God has put in you. He would not give you an assignment without the provision to carry it out. If that is the case, it's all about connecting the dots, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, building a strong three-legged stool. So if we looked at that, we need our personal credit together. We need our business credit together, right? And we must do the necessary research with respect to a business plan to build a team second to none to execute. This is kind of where we fall short. We learn, as Dr. Stephanie said, we don't learn the practicalities in school. So it is up to us to figure out what the practicalities are, share that information, and begin to be inextricably linked to those that are across the pond, across the globe. Why? Because we have fintech, we have blockchain, we have the ability to deliver internet service where it wasn't able to be done before. Giving access again. So let me just start. This scripture is in Mark 7:24. Therefore, whoever hears these sayings of mine and does them, I will liken him to a wise man who built his house on the rock. And the rain descended, the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house. And it did not fall, for it was founded on the rock. But everyone who hears these sayings of mine and does not do them will be like a foolish man who built his house on sand. And the rain descended, the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house. And it fell, and great was its fall. Why is that important? Let me tell you why. If you're in the midst of pursuing something that God has put on your heart, there's more than one way to skin a cat, but you need to be strong financially. We all know about the personal credit that is gauged by a credit score system that goes anywhere from 350 to 850 and a score there. But there are entrepreneurs that may have had a tough go of it with personal credit and need to look at the business credit. So I'd ask you the question, do you have a Paydex score? Do you have an IntelliScore? Do you have these things? Because they're necessary for you to build a separate independent profile on the business side, which will usually be between 3 to 5 times what you could do on the personal side. But you must start somewhere and you must know the steps to get there. And this again is taking a bite at a time at an elephant. You'll digest it, but it will be consistent, seasoned, and over time. You'll get to a place where you will compound results. And that can only come by taking the necessary small steps, synchronized, being very methodical, but continuing to press forward towards the mark. Now, I say that to say there are 3 types of income that you need to be focused on. Linear income is what you can do in a 24-hour day. Passive income is something that you can generate based on your work on the front end and continue to generate it on the back end without having to do the linear work. Active income is a hybrid. It's in between what you would consider linear and passive. But when you diversify your source of income, you reduce the risk you have as an entrepreneur, which is good and critical. If you only have to be able to rely on one source, if you're only relying on somebody to give you the money or write a check, that is a formula that I would say in my world, they define that as a low probability decision. You want to make high probability decisions and take the least amount of risk to get there. With that being said, let me give you a bit of my background so that you understand where do I derive this formula from. Most of my career has been dealing with institutional investors. These are pension plans. These are endowments. These are foundations. These are people that look at your project, your ideas, right? But they have to be scalable. If you think about a $50 billion pension plan, they can invest in a one-off. They can, but they're not likely to. However, you can have what they call a separate account, which is a one-off per se, but they just don't do many of those. So we have been working on different projects that we can scale that an institution like a pension plan would invest in. So if you know what they're looking for, you create it in that format, okay? Case in point, integrating agriculture with real estate. The African diaspora has been raped of all of its natural resources. You would think by now it wouldn't have any more. But it's still the richest continent in the world. The streets of Kumasi should be painted with gold, but they don't have running water. You got to get out of that after a certain time because there are no lights. You know, so the reality of it is we really are our brother's keeper. Those that have a heart for the African diaspora have to come together, use this technology that's been presented to us, and take out the middleman. So if we now have the knowledge in the US that it's a 30 to 60% rate. By the way, that's like the payday loans they do in the United States. Okay? They find a way to loan shark any way they can. But here's the thing. And this is not just in Botswana, okay? This is in Ghana. If you were trying to obtain capital there, you still are going to pay over 20% interest. And these are people that are, you would think that they don't have any experience, no track record, and what we found in the research is they pay their money back better than we do in the United States. So clearly there's an opportunity with this digital divide. And so if I could tell an investor that I can pay you, just think about this, 15%. How long would it take them, based on compound interest, to double their money at that kind of rate? It was rhetorical. But here is the answer, 5 to 6 years. That's not bad. You started with 50,000 and you now have 100,000 because it's been compounded over 5 years. Now, what does that say? And I know I have an economist on, and I hope this generates some discussion. But we are approaching an economy that is looking at being what I consider, and I got this, from working for Jamie Dimon. He said, look, we are a bad house. We are a good house in a bad neighborhood. So globally, you've got several countries that have negative interest rates. And we have now put ourselves in a position to look at negative interest rates. So this is a golden opportunity to look at the digital divide and say, how do we invest in a place that can generate returns in excess of what the cost of capital is? If my cost of capital is less than 2% or 3%, and that's where we go back to the business capital, the lines of credit, the 0% credit cards, okay? You're not using it to consume, you're using it to generate income. So if I can take that 0% rate for the next 12 to 18 months, leverage it to someone else at a 15% return, that is good debt. Now, I do believe in using the debt on the personal and the business side to get yourself debt-free as an entrepreneur. That is a must, because you can't become financially free until you're debt-free. And this is a process, though, a timeline that you set for yourself that may be 3 years. These are things that we can be working on simultaneously while we're working on these great ideas, because it's part of that three-legged stool. What happens when you need some soft dollars for your project and you don't have it in your bank account, you don't have credit on the business side, and you don't have credit on the personal side? You have now put yourself in a vulnerable position where you may have to forego or delay your project. But if you have access to capital, that puts you in the enviable position to continue to press forward on something where capital will fall into place from different categories. And I just want to give you a hierarchy when they talk in my world about a capital stack. You might start when you look at unaccredited investors. Let me tell you what an accredited investor is. That's somebody that makes $200,000 a year if they're single over the last couple of years, or $300,000 if they're married. They also have a net worth of $1 million. But then how do you tap into money if you're creating this content? Let's say you're rebranding Africa, and you're creating this content. How do you tap into capital where you don't have these sophisticated investors? Well, that's where microfinance comes in. That's where crowdfunding comes in. You begin to start to build your capital stack yourself with resources that you currently have. Nobody wants to invest in somebody that has not put their own skin in the game. That happens in my world. It happens on a lower level. It should be the question that you get asked. How much do you have invested in this? Because do you think...
Clarence, we're going to have to wrap up now because we have to go to our own panel, but we want to get into more talks. So you guys can email me at transmedia360@gmail.com to have more of these discussions. We're going to be having some finance classes coming on with Dr. Stephanie and also with Clarence. We invite Damien to come be a part, and Eileen and Martin, but we have to wrap up. Any last comments? You got to make them real quick. Right, Dr. Stephanie?
Okay, I just want to say that it's interesting. Damien, thank you for mentioning the civil unrest. I have a track record. I trained over 5,000 companies who were able to get financing, and I tracked their growth. So I made sure that they went from underperforming businesses to, 7-figure companies. So already have the formula for that particular solution. And then certainly picking up on what Clarence said about being able to not only understand the relationship with the investors, but being able to train people to be able to not only pitch, but to understand those investment foundations and the relationships necessary to seek different levels of capital.
Thank you. All right, you guys, any last comments? We got to go. All right. Well, we will, you want to say anything, Dr. Eileen?
Just want to say thank you and happy to be here. Bye,
All right.
everybody.
Bye. Thank you. Thanks. Great job, you guys. Very, very informative. You can sign off. Here, so we have, who do we have here? We have Miss Evers Boys, Miss Evers, and this is going to be performed by Charlene, Monica, and Miss Evers Boys. This monologue excerpt is from David Fulshe, sorry.
Yes, sir, I do. I promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. In the testimony today, there was a man who was gracious enough to wonder what effect the scandal, as he put it, might have on the public health nurse who worked with the participants and who lived in Tuskegee. She was known throughout the program as a selfless woman, he said, who devoted her entire career to the project. And then he was kind enough to hope that it would not be necessary for her to share any of the blame. Well, now there's big blame and there's little blame. The big blame, that seems to be going to the government and those doctors. People in Macon are saying it was the government that gave those men that disease in the first place. Now, I don't know. I don't know about that. I only know about the little blame. Because it's the little blame I have to be handling. Those are the blames that ain't got nothing to do with right or wrong or black and white or guinea pigs and money. Those are the blames that when you go back to where you lived your whole life, and you kept your friends looking at you for no seeming reason. And folks walk right by you and don't even say good morning. And they don't say your name when they're giving you your change, as if saying it would dirty up their mouths some. Newspapers, they don't publish blames, publish stories about the little blame. But they mount up, and they are strong. And they push you to live a whole new way of life. I love those men. Those men were susceptible to kindness.
All right, amazing. Bravo, bravo. Fantastic job. Fantastic. Miss Evers Boys, such a powerful, powerful monologue, which leads us into our State of Black Health panel. So we're going to look at Black health before and now during the COVID and what we can do to improve it. So thank you so much, you talented actress, Charlene Monica. And you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Nina. You too.
All right. Take care. All right. Bringing in our health panel. Health. Yay! The state of Black health. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much. Happy Africa Day for everyone.
Yes.
Thank you. Same to you. Can you hear me?
Right on.
We hear you fine. We hear you
Magnificent.
fine. Happy Africa Day, Babette. So, you guys, this panel discussion is going to look at the state of Black health pre-COVID-19, what we're going through now, and then where we need to be so we can be sustainable with our health. And I just want everybody to introduce themselves first, and then we'll get into the discussion. So we can start to my right with Lamont.
Oh, yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Lamont Young. I have a company called the Network System of Program Solutions. We do community collaborative workshops and programs that we set up in inner city communities and with nonprofits that are geared towards helping inner city communities. I have my master's degree in organizational psychology.
Thank you. Npu?
Greetings. My name is Seba Npu Kamut, Seba meaning teacher. I'm the founder and chief instructor for the Kemetic Ahan Sama Association, and I teach Tai Chi Chuan, yoga, meditation, Qigong, and other healing arts connected to Africa and other indigenous traditions. I partner with different traditional medical systems and teams to provide Qigong and other healing modalities as a complementary service to their work in terms of allopathic medicine, as well as in terms of aiding people in their mental health, as well as creating an association of connected healers that provides full service alternative healing, such as access to midwives, acupuncturists, massage therapists, and other modalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Chef Babette. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Okay, so while you get your audio worked out, let's go to Adjoa Jones. Adjoa, can you give us an introduction, please?
Yes, my name is Adjoa Jones. I am, I work with Whole Person Care for Department of Health Services. I am the Associate Director of Regional Collaboration for SPA 6. Today I'm here representing the South Los Angeles, South Bay African American Infant and Maternal Mortality Community Action Team, of which I am the visionary and one of the co-leads. And been in this city all my life, so looking to have some real dialogue about what we're doing to work to save the lives of Black moms and babies and uplift the Black family.
Awesome.
Can you hear me back?
Hello.
Yes,
Can you hear me
now?
Would you like for me to go ahead?
Yes,
now?
please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Well, I am Chef Babette Davis. I am the co-owner and head chef of the vegan restaurant in Inglewood called Stuff I Eat. That's pretty much what I do, cook vegan food. Yay.
And a health guru.
Well, I mean, you know, I try to take care of it. I really do. But we'll get into that, right?
Can we bring up your age real quick?
Yeah, I'm probably the oldest person on the panel. I'll be 70 in December.
Wow. Oh my God. Babette, stand up.
You did not tell me to stand up. Stop it.
70 years old. Lord,
we need to get over there quickly.
Please. All right, Sanaa, can you introduce yourself, please, today?
Hello, thank you. My name is Sanaa. I am the founder and executive director of African Communities Public Health Coalition. It's the immigrant-driven community-based organization located in Stockbridge, South LA. We provide mental health service for immigrants in the Caribbean and an African descent, and immigration service and case management, all the social and psychological services. Thank you for having me today. We just finished one this morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for being here. So we're going to jump right into it. I'd like to start with Adjoa, because your focus is on women, Black women's health. And how was it before? You know, what did you see working in public health? What is some common issues that women are facing along with the infants?
Well, in the work that we're doing and why we started this community action team was the Center for Public Health, as a part of the health agency, our Center for Health Equity, was starting to look at some of the issues in our county, and one of which was infant mortality. And within our work with whole person care, we had 6 issues of focus. One was high risk maternal mortality or high risk maternal women. And so seeing that SPA 6 and 8 and 1 had the highest rate of infant mortality, we saw the need to, one, establish this community action team as part of the role of whole person care around those 6 issues, was to address so there wasn't anything around Black infant health to the degree of a combined community and government coalition. So what this is a partnership between community and government to look at the issues that we've been facing really for centuries, but definitely over decades here in LA County. My experience dates back to being one of the first community health workers and perinatal health educators for Great Beginnings for Black Babies back in the 90s. So I've been involved in addressing Black infant health and encouraging and ensuring Black women get early prenatal care. But what we were having and seeing is the difference is the nationwide, there was starting to be an address back in 2017, 2018, around the issue of maternal mortality and how Black women were dying still in birth here in our nation. And so Black Mamas Matter Alliance started their organization, and in 2018, they started the first Black Maternal Health Week. And in working with Black Women for Wellness, I've been volunteer member with them for over 20 years and have done a lot of work with the organization, which is here located in LA in Leimert Park. We had the first launch of the Black Maternal Health Week, and started to have some dialogue and conversation, and saw that there was going to be some real interest from the community to see my sisters on here, to address the issue of infant mortality. But we said, listen, let's talk about maternal mortality, because we can't save Black babies if we don't save their moms as well. And so knowing that, one, there were nationwide, we lose about 4,000 Black babies nationwide. So that's our infant mortality within the first year of life. It's 4,000. And for LA County or California, our rate of death for Black women is 3 to 4 times that of white women. So we had to, in birth or related to birth, within that, up until that year after a woman has either delivered, terminated, or had some loss during that time. So we started to look at how can we come together as a community and address that. So we had our launch in October of 2018. We had the first meeting, and Kaiser is one of our partners, and they allowed us to launch in Baldwin Hills, and we had over 100 participants there. And so now we've been meeting bi-monthly. We have 5 work groups within the community action team for South LA, South Bay. There's been one started in AB that started in July of 2019, around that time, July of 2019. And then now we have 2 others forming in San Fernando Valley and San Gabriel Valley. So we do see that there is a huge need. We are also bringing together the fathers. We definitely are partners, but definitely will not address this issue. I'm a big proponent of our brothers being involved, or whomever is, to really be involved in this work. And so we brought that conversation to the table. We have one of our work groups, which is the Family-Centered Models of Care. We have the Black Daddy Dialogue. So we're doing a lot of work that, and that's ran by Brother Henry Solomon. He's brought that to our our group. He used to be with, I want to say, the Fatherhood Project from Children's Health Institute. I'll get the name right in a minute. That is some of what we're doing, but it is a huge undertaking. And this is just one portion of the countywide AIM initiative. So there is a countywide African American infant and maternal mortality initiative, which is, we have a countywide steering committee that is pretty much led by Department of Public Health and First Fight LA. I have to give my sisters, Melissa Franklin and, well, Dr. Melissa Franklin, and Helen O'Connor from DPH, the applause for the work that they're doing to lead out in that. And then we have a number of organizations that are part of that, like California Black Women's Health Project, Black Women for Wellness, I Dream for Racial Health Equity, and the list goes on, and the Black Infant Health Partners. So what we saw before has caused us to really look at addressing this collaboratively, because no one can tell us better and how we will benefit from a service or what service will be beneficial to us. And so that is the work that we're doing. That's just a small portion of it. So thank you for letting me share. I can't hear you. You're on mute, Nina. Okay.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on service areas for people that don't know, like what's six?
Yeah. So the County of Los Angeles is broken down into 8 service planning areas through public health, and now it's going to be called regions. So you have South Los Angeles is pretty much a part of SPA 6, and then you have South Bay, which is like the beach cities, and then Gardena, Inglewood, Hawthorne, Long Beach, Lawndale, those areas. South LA for SPA 6 is mostly LA, Compton, a little bit, slightly Inglewood, but not too much. And Antelope Valley is SPA 1, Service Planning Area 1, which is Antelope Valley, Lancaster, Palmdale. And so it's just, that's how it's broken down. And so when you look at services or the what needs are required in that region, it's based upon the data that either public health has gathered or state data that support, okay, this is where funding should go, or these are what the issues are in this area, and this is what we should address public health wise in that area. And so this is also a health agency undertaking. So some of you may know the health agency consists of Department of Mental Health, Department of Public Health, and Department of Health Services. So we definitely have had the full support of the health agency in order to get this work done. And it's a lot of county staff and community working together, but county staff really supporting by providing technical assistance and just uplifting this work so that we can undergird the community to make this happen.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Sinead, can you go into the issues that your clients encounter with the African Public Health Coalition?
Well, I'll just give you a little brief introduction what African Coalition is. African Coalition was founded, but as I said, of the immigrant communities in response to mental health issue among African descendant. And it was suicide rate was high at that time. It's 10 years ago, 2008 and 9. And that's how we started as an advocate group. Why? Because we are classified, of course, Black, African, African American. But also the problem is there's a gap between the traditional and mental health service and an ethnic population. That means, although yes, we are African, African American, Black American here, there's always language barriers, there's a culture, even within African continent and Caribbean communities, there is different language, culture, ritual, community strength. So because of that, we're able to gather among immigrants and it created this organization to bridge the gap. In other words, like we have to advocate in reducing the health disparity among all general Black population here as underserved, but also mainly the immigrant communities. As like any other population, Asian, Pacific, or Latinos, and Native Indians, and so on. They have their own kind of resources where people come trust and building that relationship, and that's what we have. So, the pre-pandemic mental health issue among our population is really high. As I say, they don't really access the services due to the stigma and all the other social barriers. But during this pandemic, that's even worse because only intensified what we have. In other words, like a lot of us, DV, domestic violence, has been untold secret in the community, already exists, but only brings it less time because people tend to stay together already there. Mental health is really, I don't have to diagnose myself, but I'm impacted by the fact, anxiety, how long I'm going to do this and what is going to happen. For immigrants, not only here, we think about the family back home. How are we going to deal with it? What if I can't see my mom anymore? What if there's so much going on? So it's really highly impacted by this crisis. So we're able to kind of navigate the system, the resources, what exist. So we're trying to reach out everything what we can do to help the community, at least creating the belongingness. And that's what this social distancing, I think, which you have to rephrase it, is physical distancing more so. The physical distancing for us is unusual because we came from a collective society. We eat together, we talk together, we sleep together. This is unusual. So it creates more, as I say, it really intensify the problem that we have. So we're trying to connect this socialness through the webinar, and we have this through the phone stuff. So we create a center through this technology so they can feel belong. I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people among us. So that's what's going on. But the work's going to be just started, believe me. And I don't know when we can call it post-pandemic, but even going through it, it's a lot of create is going to be after this situation.
Definitely. Lamont, they touched base on mental health. I would like for you to share a poem that you did that has to do with mental health and our ethnicity, our culture as Black people.
Oh, yeah. Oh, most definitely. Okay, this is a poem that was written by, well, it was written by me, but it was inspired by the book called The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. And in this book, he was speaking about the mental state of the African American, in which we were more prone to maladaptive, more, behaviors and cultural traits than we were anything else because of the way that we were trained or programmed, right? And so, and the poem goes something like this: dark as cold, hard steel, the future marches on. Miseducated Negro, get in where you belong. Ain't no need for struggle, see, this situation's set. We've no big deal with freedom when your mental is in a trap. Did you really think you'd be that free? Our chief mode of prosperity. Our future still rides the strength of thy deeds, the labor of your backs, your prayers on bended knees. So we'll allow you to be educated on these things. Allow enough freedoms to yearn for our dreams, like the mule chases the carrot on the stream. Amalgamation is a must. Our slogan is free and cheap labor or bust. So, miseducated Negro, as the future rushes on, get in where you belong. You see, ain't no need for struggle. We've got this situation set. We've got no big deal with freedom when we've got your mental in a trap. Cold, hard as steel. Now ain't that dark?
Wow.
Wow.
Powerful. Very powerful. Very powerful.
And the whole point of it is just to say that the slavery that most of us find ourselves in right now is a mental form of slavery. And I think a couple of people have already spoke about it. The anxiety, the stress, the mental health issues that we really are dealing with as a culture, as a race of people. it's because of systematic issues, and some of those things are outside of our control. We do understand that. And a lot of those things are because of the systems that are in place, our reaction to these things as we try to process what it takes in order to be able to change our behaviors, adapt our behaviors and our mindsets to make the necessary adjustments for survival. There's a certain degree of stress that comes on people when you are pushing for an initiative and you see no inroads to get that initiative taken care of. It's almost like within our bodies, we have that fight or flight type of mentality, which almost, where your hormones in your body are pushing through that adrenaline. But what ends up happening is a lot of us end up developing more PTSD-based symptoms because we never go through the full process of flushing out that anger or that anxiety. It's before a new rush of hormones are injected. So we're in this vicious cycle as we're trying to fight against something that is systematic in nature. So I think what a lot of us are talking about is right on point as far as finding more intrinsic ways that we can change some of those maladaptive behaviors and perceptions and perspectives that we have towards ourselves and towards our ability to make inroads in what it is we're attempting to do. And I'll preference it like this. Whenever you set goals too far out ahead of yourself that are outside of your ability to obtain, more anxiety, more stress. The keys to us being able to get out of the health disparities that we see in the mentally, I believe, is to take things back to the basic roots, family. Somebody had mentioned that they do family, more about family connectivity and family boosting the man, the woman in the African-American community and bringing them back together so we have more of a solidified base in the family structure. Because once we have that, then you have multiple families that create communities. Then those multiple communities solidify culture. We need to make sure that we're the ones pushing the narrative for our culture, including the way that we are becoming more proactive in the way that we pursue our own health, and whether it be mental or physical, and take more control of a lot of those different apparatuses that pertain to it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yes. So when it comes to mental health, like how does I'm an advocate for holistic healing for sure. So how does that, with the work that you do, help people's mental health of color?
Okay, well, for one thing, what I do is I show people how to utilize resources that they have, and you do that by redefining what resources are. The reason why I say that's a key thing for me in the way that I try to do it, because of, again, going back to the lack within our community, which creates the stress within our community, which promotes the mental health and other disparities that we see within our community. So what I try to do is I try to show people that for one thing, I think somebody else had just mentioned it, that we come from more of a Eastern way of thinking, more so than a Western way of thinking, where we're more communal in nature, more family, more tribal, more the village mentality versus the Westernized way of thinking, which is me, I, self, and more extremely narcissistic in nature. So one of the ways that we get out of a lot of that I think that health benefits, some of the agendas that I'm trying to push help in the health disparities that we see as far as mental health, is because it's helping us to redefine our processes of nature and how we operate, and being out of sync with who you are as a person and your morals, your standards, your guidelines, those natural rhythms of who you are as an individual. Those things can create different dissonances within you that create a lot of the abnormalities that we see within our community. So just getting back to the true nature of who we are. So pushing collaborative efforts, pushing selflessness, pushing the community mindset of I am my brother's keeper. If I have 2 pieces of corn, then my brother has 1 of those. If I see my brother's donkey out on his own, I'm gonna take it, bring it in, feed it, nurture it, and then go try to find my brother and give it to him with a little bit extra to help him make his way in life. And once we get back to the mentality of who we are as a people, the communal, more family culture and away from the westernized narcissistic I, me mentality, that's one of the main ways of generating a overall symbiotic type of health within the community, because it'll just start affecting each other as far as, the people within the community.
Well, here's then Pooh. So you mind if I jump in here?
Please do, sir.
Certainly. So one of the things that we do, that we teach, is to be able to help folks understand how your body responds to stress and these other pieces. And so through that, there are specific ways that you can work on how you breathe and how you're breathing through the body to actually release or alter the stress response. So there was one piece where he was talking about the fight or flight or freeze particular response that the body has that occurs down at the end of the brainstem. So one of the things that we're able to do is there's a particular series of movements that we utilize that actually reduce cortisol, that actually improve the natural release of dopamine and serotonin through the body. One of them is one of our, what we call it, one of our Qigong exercises. And through that, because that's what the process of Qigong is, energy work or breath work. So through the movement of the physical body and through proper breathing, we're able to shift, I won't necessarily say emotional states, but what I'll talk about is, say it in the context of, we look at emotion as energy in motion, as a data point. And so what we talk about is saying that your brain is processing all this information that's moving by like a river. And the whole thing for you is to not keep dipping your ladle in to try and scoop up the river. Just let it go by. Let it happen what's going to happen. See it clearly for what it is. And then you are able to respond as opposed to react. And so one of the ways that we do that is we work through balancing the body. There's a movement that we got from the Blue Dragon Tibetan Immortal series, which is called swinging arms. And we also use it in terms of our Qigong as well as part of the 8 treasures. And in swinging arms is a lymph system flush at one level, but it also awakens the parasympathetic and the sympathetic nervous system response. And so that through those motions, it also impacts your cardiovascular system and your cardiopulmonary system, or your heart and lungs and blood vessels. So when you're doing that, just by moving your body and breathing it correctly, you're resetting your immune system. And through the breathing, you're giving a massage from your diaphragm to your internal organs. So the other pieces that we do is that through this breathing and this particular form of meditation that we teach, you're also heating the body up in kind of a hyperthermia, which is one of the things that are effective, which the body does naturally in terms of its natural immune system fight. So we do that. And I don't want to get into too deep in the weeds around the theory and whatnot. I want to keep it more tangible and accessible. But I've been teaching for roughly 28 years. So I'm understand the body very, very well. So this swinging arms works in a way like this, that you have 2 primary fluids in the body, which is your blood and your lymph fluid. And your blood has this natural pump inside that we call it the heart. Okay, your lymph fluid, on the other hand, has no pump. And so to move the lymph fluid through the body, we do these movements. And so that way it enables you to move it through the lymph glands, so that the negative things because basically your lymph system or your lymph fluid is like the body's sanitation system. We'll put it that way. So if you have a sanitation system that just sits, that's not good for anybody. We got to get it moving and keep it moving, get it flushed out. So what we do is we teach people how to move their body, how to breathe in ways that provide optimal performance to return to their organ systems, and that improves their health. So that's one aspect. We also promote being outside, being near trees, being near flowing or moving water, getting sunlight. And while people talk about, Black folks don't have appropriate levels of vitamin D, what we need to really help them understand is that because our melanin works the way it does, we do have adequate amounts of vitamin D, but it's a specific type. So if you're measuring white people or people who are lighter, and then you measure Black people, the level of a specific level of vitamin D, and you only measure it based on the vitamin D found in white people, it's going to look like we're low. However, there's one for us. And when you measure that, that doesn't appear to be as low for some folks. Now, once you get beyond the colorism issues, and that's not wanting to be in the sun and that causing some issues with vitamin D, naturally we know about. The sun provides, again, vitamin D is not a vitamin, it's more of a vital enzyme. And so being in the sunlight provides immune system support for those that are able to do so. Eating properly, which I know the chef is going to get to, hugely important in impacting your mood and impacting your ability. So what we talk about is proper structural integration of the body, using proper posture like our grandparents taught us, great-grandparents taught us, enables you to breathe properly. And so if you're in a proper posture and you can breathe properly, I know this seems very simple, but your mood will change. The way you see the world will be different. And so I know we're kind of in this environment where we're isolated or have the appearance of being isolated. These kind of electronic tools help, but also remember that you can have a relationship in the park. You know, you can watch the squirrels, you can watch the birds, you can watch the turtles in the lake, that there's a lot of things that are alive that you can have a direct interactive relationship with if you find yourself isolated and alone. And also I would offer, use the tools that you have available to you to be able to be in physical distance, but social connection with others. And so what I like to talk about is being able to parse the words clearly. We don't live in lack. So in this environment, I push people to find out where there's a farmer's market near you and go see the abundance of produce that's there. And with that, I'll await, you know, I'm a hush. I can talk.
Wonderful, wonderful. And that's a perfect segue into Chef Babette. Chef Babette, please tell us your food journey and where you recommend we should be.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. This is extremely interesting. Man, you guys are doing some work here. It's very much needed. And thank you so very much. So very impressed with all of you. Because I am into food and I've been on this journey now since 1990. In 1990, I met my current husband, Rondell Davis, and he shared some literature with me. I was having a multitude of issues on my way to having some of the same problems that so many of us suffer with. It just really puts a damper on our quality of life. And as I read and educated myself with just two basic books, Fit for Life by Harvey and Marilyn Diamond and the Mucusless Diet Healing System by Professor Arnold Ehret. After reading those books and then beginning to practice some of the information that I gained from reading the books, I noticed that everything started to change with me. My skin, my energy, the digestive issues that I suffered with. Really from the time I was a child, earaches, asthma, eczema, I struggled a long time until I was 40. And at 40, I made the transition and decided that I was going to adapt a vegan lifestyle, which was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my human experience. So Ron and I lived this way for a while, and then we started sharing our recipes, came up with a more like, I would say, a catering type situation, built ourselves a cart. Dr. Reverend Michael Beckwith allowed us to come on the parking lot over at Agape Spiritual Center when it was located on Slauson. We were there for 6 years. And in that time, we noticed that we would have block-long lines waiting for this vegan food. And then we wound up finding a restaurant in 2004, opened our doors in 2008. And here we are today, almost 12 years later, I would say. and still serving our community. Now, and I'd like to say, the food that we serve for the most part, in my own opinion, is more transitional than it is a cure-all. I personally believe, because before we are Africans, we are humans. We are a species, and the equipment in our mouth, the enzymes, can only break down a certain type of food. So I believe that life begets life, death begets death. I believe that the best food for us to eat is live food. Whenever you put heat to food, you kill the life in the food. So that being said, yes, we build this restaurant and we opened our doors in 2008 when we didn't even have chairs. We didn't even have trash cans. But we understood that if you open the doors, the people will come. And they have. So eating a healthy diet, as far as I'm concerned, I was 40 when I transitioned. I will be 70 years old in December. I'm still doing a 4-minute plank. I'm running heels. I can do whatever I want to do. I stopped aging almost at 40 because I changed my mind and I changed my life. So I would like to see more of us learn about the species first. We are the mamas and papas of civilization, granted, but we knew how to eat then. We were bamboozled as everybody else in modern times. And now we have manufacturers that are feeding us chemicals. We pick up boxes. I see people with their grocery carts. They don't even have food in the cart. They either have animal flesh or some box. And that's how they feed their children. They feed their children food out of boxes in the morning before they start their day, filled with sugar, dyes, preservatives. That's not how we came here. But it's how we're going to leave here if we don't change our minds and learn something about how we're supposed to nourish ourselves. It's quite simple. The universe, the intelligence that created all of it, created the food that we are supposed to eat that grows right out of the ground off of a tree. I ain't got to go to no laboratory to get nothing to eat. I can pick mine right off of a tree and it's ready to eat. I ain't got to cook it. I don't have to put no meat tenderizer on it. That in itself makes me wonder, when you shaking some meat tenderizer on some dead flesh, what is the meat tenderizer doing once you get it in your gut? Do we ever even think about it? We eat food that have name words that look like they belong on a box of some chemical soap powder or something. I don't know. We just eat it. And then we eat several chemicals at once. And we don't even know what we're ingesting. So as far as I'm concerned, the work that you do, we got to start educating ourselves about the human species first. And what is that human species supposed to ingest to be at optimum health? And that's what gets me fired up. I know I'm yelling. It just, whew, Lord, to take me to church. But I'm just saying, because I love being a melanated woman. I love being an African sister. I love it. I love it. There's nothing else I would rather be on the planet today. And when you talk about tribalism, yeah, we tribal, but they tribal too. They tribal too, because there ain't no way Donald Trump would be in office if it wasn't some tribalism going on. But we're going to leave that for another show. Anyway, back to the food. So let's just think about, if it's my turn when they come into my restaurant to say, here, I'm going to put a salad, a big leafy green salad with everything I serve you. You may not even be paying me for this salad. You maybe all you want is the potatoes or the rice or the tacos, but I'm going to give you a salad anyway. And when we were able to dine in, I'd walk around. If you hadn't eaten your salad, I'd give you a to-go box. And I'd say, the only thing that's alive on your plate is the thing that you left. You got to change your mind about how you nourish yourself. What are you thinking? It's life. That's the first thing you should be eating. From the time our babies are babies, they don't need no sugar. They don't need no cow's milk. The universe supplied your breast with the food that you're supposed to feed your child. That's how ignorant I was. When my baby came here, I would not breastfeed my child. My child has had issues with weight, and she's had issues all her life because of the way that I started her. I started her off on pet milk and Karo syrup, sugar, and some other animals' milk in a can. That's what we do. And that is why we need to educate ourselves. That's the first place the classes need to be. Teaching us how to eat so we can be at the optimum, because we, the melanated people of this planet, are the strongest people on the planet today, period. We're the strongest we've always been the strongest, and we will always be the strongest because we started it all. It started with us. All human life started with us. Anyway, yeah. So we gotta learn how to eat.
Teach. You are what you eat, and that's why she is slim and trim and beautiful and full of health. I mean, 70 years old with a body of a 21-year-old. So proof is in the pudding. What can you say?
And it's not so much, Nina, about the aesthetics. It's about the way I feel. It's about how I nourish myself that manages my heart and my love for life itself. Because if all I eat is death, then what do I give a darn about life? You understand? And so, as far as I'm concerned, aesthetics is aesthetics. That's okay. I done seen some skinny women at 70 years old, full of diabetes, heart disease, and everything else. Just because you skinny don't mean nothing about how you feeling on the inside. I know some vegans. I know some vegans that, but in good doggone shape. So that's just how we built. But I'm talking about really taking care of yourself. Really, really, really. Because when you really nourish yourself with the right food, you ain't got no problems with all this stuff y'all talking about. We twisted up and we ain't never been twisted up, because whatever they threw at us, we were able to handle it. I'm talking about from the lynchings. I'm talking about throwing us in the holes of ships and bringing us over here against our will. I'm talking about castrating our men and cutting babies out of our women and hanging people and all of that stuff. We got through that stuff and we still here today. So don't you mess with me because you got to be locked up in the house because some weird disease is out. Don't mess with me about that in your mind. You be nourishing yourself right. Nourish yourself right. And nourish yourself with the wisdom that you got the power to do whatever it is you want to do. You a melanated woman and man on this planet, and you ain't got time to be falling victim to what they fall victim to. Because we ain't that. Anyway.
I know.
Pass.
Okay. Oh, but can I add something to that real quick? Because first of all, that was fire, and that was like you was preaching, sister, giving a sermon or something. I'm like that was so on point and so relative to what's going on with us that it didn't make any sense. But I just wanted to say this right here, just as a little caveat, that there was a study done on PTSD. And this study was done in order to be able to show how genetically we pass on certain dispositions, certain mindsets, certain proclivities, and certain things like that genetically because of past traumas that were placed on us by by previous generations. The study was done in order to be able to justify, and I'm not saying this for any negative reason, but the study was done in order to justify the givings of money to our Jewish brothers. So they did a study showing that 20 years of oppression that they occurred during the World War II era and just prior and a little bit after, that what it did, it had an egregious effect on their kids' to the point where they were able to garner certain degrees of monies that they're still given today right now because of showing how those things, those negative attributes pushed down throughout the generations. I asked my professor one time, I said, well, how does that come into play with African Americans with over 300 plus years of slavery? I said, would that have anything to do with the foul proclivities that we see, quote unquote, within our community, or the negative dispositions, or the health disparities, or the way that we eat, or the way that we socialize with each other? You just see all the destructive tendencies within our community. The professor said there was no evidence for it.
What?
So yes. So I was working for my degree in my undergrad psychology degree, and so I asked him. I said, so there's a precedence for 20 years worth of oppression being passed down through 3 or 4 generations, but not 400 years. So I would say this: there are a lot of issues within our community that yes, we can take control of. But I'm not in no way saying anything against anybody. I'm adding to it because you guys have inspired me. That we have to have a full control of understanding as far as all the different things that have come into play that are keeping us where we are and have gotten us where we are in order for us to break.
Right.
It's health and a bunch of other different things, but we need to make sure that we're tying in all the lines of connectivity between the conversations that people are having, because it's that unified fist of all these different perspectives that are going to break the yoke. Right. So, and I just want to say thank you all because you inspired me. I thank you all of y'all, really.
Thank you. I want to add something, if you don't mind, if I add something to that, Brother Lamont. The thing in the work that we are doing, which was great once the recognize that racism was the leading cause of maternal mortality. And so what we had to do in order to start this community action team and get people in the place to receive what we're doing, where we talk about, because sometimes people want you to explain why African-American infant mortality or why Black maternal mortality. And we said, listen, if our numbers were as low as yours, we wouldn't have this discussion. We wouldn't be here and this wouldn't be an issue. So in order for us to get there, we have to talk about what has happened to the descendants of the African slave here in America these last centuries, and how around 1850, they first started to record the divide between Black and white infant mortality, and how this has gone on since then. So now we're about to reach 2 centuries of a divide, and it has to be the same for moms, and recognizing the mere fact that we were here at one point just to be chattel, to be able to bring in income and wealth to this nation. So when it was fine for us to be bringing the income and wealth, then, you know, it was okay for them to at least try to take some better care of us. But at the point where our numbers started to increase and we were going to outgrow the main folk, then there had to be some changes. And that came about, you know, a lot of that we talk about too is what has happened to the Black body. So we, you know, some of our groups we had Killing the Black Body was a read for the entire group. Anybody doing this work should want to know, why are we doing this work? Whether you're white, whether you're Asian, whether you're Latinx, if you're going to be presenting on the AIM-CAT work and you're going to be leading, then you have to understand what has happened to us as a people. You can't come trying to teach us about our experience and what that has felt like. So we had to have those kind of discussions, you know, medical apartheid and what that has done, and how we have been many times used. I mean, Dr. J. Marion Sims, he's supposed to be the father of obstetrics and gynecology because of his invention, but they don't want to talk about how he used those African slaves and dissected and worked on their body without anesthesia. And worked on them 30 and plus times. And so this is why we had to do it in this way. First, let's break down what has happened. Let's be realistic and let's be honest. Racism exists. It happens all the time. And look, like Brother, and I don't want to pronounce your name wrong, Brother Imhu. Yes. Stated, it is that weathering, and I think you stated it too, Brother Lamont, that weathering effect of what racism does, and that stress and that cortisol that causes. Is not like, oh, well, they just need to learn how to deal with their stress. No. You need to learn how to deal with the fact that you have been oppressive and that you are being oppressive and that you are not acting humane towards another group of people, and it is impacting their health, which is going to cost this entire nation even more and more. And so I'll jump off and pass the baton. I just have to say that. Thank you. I think, Brother Impu, you were going to talk about the epigenetics.
Well, just I wanted to reference quickly what the brother was saying is that one of the reasons that we specifically picked up Tai Chi Chuan was because it has been shown to have a positive impact on not only rewiring the brain and addressing the neural networks, but it also has shown positively, and this is actually through Western science, not just me looking at it anecdotally, to rewire and restructure these epigenetic processes that occur. So that when they say that, oh, well, you know, diabetes runs in your family or heart disease, no, racism runs in my family. And here are the tools that we have from my culture, because that's what our culture is. It's our insurance. It's our insulator. It protects us when we practice it against these imperialists and colonists and this kind of heteropatriarchal settler colonialist system. So Tai Chi Chuan is one of the tools that we utilize because it moves the breath. It deals with restructuring the internal organ systems. And when done correctly and appropriately, it is done to aid longevity and to improve joint function and body function, particularly if you're getting some good food like the chef talked about. What this enables you to do is not just to take that food and then to transform it into a place where now you're able to move and breathe and be really at a very high level in terms of really doing what we are put on this planet to do. Because it is not for us to be so-called oppressed or down-pressed would be more appropriate. It's really for us to have the opportunity to actualize the destiny and to live out our true purpose on this planet. So I talk about Tai Chi Chuan in this way because it's not only has, in the West, they would call it mental health or has a good psychological impact. We didn't refer to it that way. We would talk about is when did you stop dancing? Why haven't you been playing your instrument or the drum, or what is your real skill? Why have you stopped doing that? I mean, because many of us now, our skill is with a machine. That's not a skill, that's an application. What is your skill? What can you do? Because in the doing of these things, there is healing in how you deal with wood, how you deal with metal, how you deal with stone, how you deal with earth, how you deal with this body. And so my specialty has been working on the body, working on the internal aspects of the body, but also through my family line, it's also playing instruments and using the voice, as well as teaching and getting people to remember, you know, the plants, to remember what our roots really are about. That's our epigenetics. If we remember what our roots are, we won't be trying to candy sweet potatoes, right? Again, we candied yams because yams are from Africa and they're not sweet, but sweet potatoes, it have it in the name. So if you candy a sweet potato, I'm gonna just leave it at that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Sinead, can you talk about how, with this COVID-19, how it has affected the African immigrant community here in Los Angeles?
As I said, it's only intensified what we have. In other words, like to start with, we started this organization because of the issue exists. And to go back to, although by far we were never, ever experience where our brother and sister, our sister African-American experience, but we also have, that's totally different, 400 years slavery, even that intergenerational impact on any colored people here. But we also have our own shared experiencing health and disparity, service disparity, and equity within the immigrant community, just because they immigrant or just because they don't speak the language. So that's already exists as a pre this COVID-19. We were helping to increase access to that specific population, reduce the stigma. Stigma is in a way with post and pre and post migration coming to this country is a traumatic experience. Means like we do go through a lot of process to come here, whichever way we come here. And when we get here, and it's not the you know, everybody's dream life, United States, and we have to go to the system. We don't have that engaging with navigating to the system. That itself is a traumatic experience. Because of that, we start losing a lot of immigrant refugees with that, because the one is we don't know how to access. The second is no trust built, because where we came from, we usually, as I said before, and I'm saying it right now, we don't have such a relationship with public entity and the community at large. Those days are gone, like everywhere else. So because of that, people tend to resist trying to depend on the own community-based organization, faith-based. So we are so vulnerable for so many things. Substance abuse is one, mental health, dysfunctional family, being deported, arrested, all those kind of we have to face. So we already have this existing mental health issue which never been touched and helped. Then as soon as we start doing that, getting involved with the Department of Mental Health, getting involved with state representatives to dissect what's going on within that Black descent or African descendant immigrant population. Now, where are we? As we here, as I said, we have a lot of substance abuse increase. Specifically, alcohol use is increasing because people stay home. A lot of immigrants work day-to-day like life. So when they stay home, that's a coping mechanism. And my sister talks about eating food. For a lot of people, food becomes a coping mechanism with the stress what we have, like to feel comfortable. That's why, maybe not the good choice, but that's what we have right now. We have domestic violence because the children exposed to multiple conflicts within their family, within siblings. So we have all those rising really big time. But what it takes is sense of belonging. As I said, we have a community or the organization where we trust and we can be a center, we could be a village for that community. So we're really working hard to create gathering community leaders together, addressing the issue at large. At this point, we just provide a human service. A human being is human, although the language, the culture is a little bit different. Everybody's impacted, more so the language might be difficult. So we have to be able to step up, you know, collecting community leaders, gotten together, just trying to hear what is going on within your community. We're trying to partner with a lot of public entities such as Department of Mental Health, Department of Children and Family Services, DPSS, you name it. So make sure we have to apply those rules and policies that is applied during this crisis. Make sure people are not abused by whatever the resource they're trying to get help. And that's what we've been doing. So this is really strong advocacy is what it takes more than any time, because this population tends to a resilient, great resilient population, but on the other side, they're so fragile because this is not what they expected to be. Everybody has, you know, their role has changed, because if they were an attorney, if they were a professor back home, wherever they came from, when they come here, they're just like a simple cab driver, simple security. So that already impacted. In addition to that, taking away that income, feeding your family, that's another issue. So, you know, we're not any different than in a large community, a large society. But if everybody does its own a little component, pocket communities, and that's how we address this issue. And it just make sure This is what being together. This is learning from each other. This is sharing information, just being human at the same time. That's what it takes. So this struggle is going to continue, but again, we don't give up on ourselves. This is where we are. We are always going to be resilient, and we will continue to help. By the way, if you have anyone, it really doesn't matter. If you have mental health issue, domestic violence, we're working closely with a lot of organizations. Give us fund. We'd be very happy to support with either the rent or daily basic needs, food, attorneys, free attorneys, consultation. Those are the kind of things we provide for the community. At this point, any human can just reach out to us. We can help. It's 213-909-0985. You can leave us a message. We can return your phone call as soon as we can. So it's human issue, not specific ethnic at this point.
Now, the thing, very well said, the thing that I did want to delve into, because both of us go to the Department of Mental Health African subcommittee meetings. So the Department of Mental Health, you guys have different population segments that they cater to. And so I know we've been in meetings where there has been a struggle. So when we're looking at connecting the continents, there's been a struggle with identity. And so, you know, African Americans don't want to be African American, they want to be Black, or they want to be, you know, they want to be called, labeled as something else. And then that you've got the African community. And it just seems like it's hard for us to unite because of these labeling identity issues. And so what do you have to say about that?
Well, you know, I'm so glad you brought that. You know, some of us really are schooled ourselves real well, or experience taught us. Some of them, they just naive, we live day-to-day life. Everybody's entitled to identify. I'm a woman, I'm African, I'm a Black woman, I'm also African immigrants. I have multiple identification. So it doesn't define me one identity, whether Black and African. So I respect everybody wants to want it to be. What something we have in common, which I don't have any other Pacific Islander or Latinos. I have something in common as African immigrants with your brother and sister. First, my color skin. Second, also the discrimination, the experience I'm facing in this country. I belong to that community. Regardless, my ancestor came 400 years ago, or 2 years ago, 10 years ago. It's the same issue we're facing. This is a systemic problem. This isn't because we have a privilege, because we know we came from the other side of the country. There's two sides of this, right? Really, I have to say that. One is, yes, we might be privileged coming from other Africa or other immigrants than African American. I see that. We're not denying, because they assume it's a systemic discrimination, because there is a segregation for 400 years with African American communities. My son is African American. Nobody identify him as an immigrant young man. So he's gonna face the same you and your brother is facing, because that's systemic. There's nothing you can do, no matter how much you try. That's just been said. Slavery only 40 years ago left. So we're not expecting to be. Meanwhile, we came from the outside as an immigrant. They might be welcoming us to, we blend it when we say we can step up, we're educated, then we put us the same level. Till that time, we say, yes, sir, yes, we do the hard work that, you know, that they don't want to do. We do the work. It seems like we're accepted. It seems like we're advanced, but we're not advanced. We're gonna stay somewhere together, believe me. That's the confusion. But so we have similarity than differences, but there's those of the systemically trying to separate us. We cannot be strong together to make a difference in next generation. That is what's going on. I don't blame anybody. It doesn't matter, African American, Black American, immigrant, Black. What difference make a difference? We're facing the same issue. We're here together to face the system. So 10 is 20 years. My son, my daughter are not going to identify when I'm from African immigrant. No, the truth is our name check African American, Black American, or other Black. Nobody recognizes African, Ethiopian, Nigerian, Ghanaian, like Pacific Islanders call themselves, or other race. We are the other Black. How bad is that? Why? Because we resample with African American who's segregated for 400 years. So we're not going to be together as Black American because we're going to make strong power. They have to separate us other Black. So we have to educate, understand what is going on within the system and identify. It doesn't matter. The truth is we all the same. We have to face the same issue. We have to overcome this, the name, all this. To me, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to be fighting for both any African descendant, any human race, discrimination, inequity. So that's why we're in that club. So don't worry. I'm sure everybody's going to come together. Even if it is a separation, it's togetherness, believe it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. So you guys, we're going to have to wrap up. So any last comments? I want to focus on where we need to go from here so we can increase our health as people of color.
I think we need to continue the dialogue. What we're going to do, how do we work together? Maybe it's a good platform we start. And I had a meeting this morning among my colleagues, community leaders. But whatever it might be, I might learn 2 things or 3 things by exchanging information. We're not going to be always assume the angry people. We're not angry people. We just have to express. We just have to learn from each other. Action is better than talk. So the more we interact, the more we have action plan, the more we're going to be together and stronger. Not only us, there is a next generation who are losing the value of being Black, losing the value of collectiveness, value of a family, value of faith-based, religion. All those things we're losing it. Where are we standing? That's why we have to be focused on every one of us gathering, have an action plan together. That's a really, really, really going to work together. Otherwise, we're going to be just preaching day and night. Nothing is not going to be done.
Yeah, I agree. We have to continue the collaborative work together in order to get this done. I'm excited. We offer free doula services through the county doula pilot program to all African American women who are pregnant and parenting. We're also supporting the frontline doulas that are a part of HealthNet's pilot program. We also, with 3 other colleagues, Raina, Diamond, Stella, myself, we were Women's Policy Institute Fellows that presented a policy to the Board of Supervisors, and they passed the board motion in January of 2020 to expand doula services. So we're looking to take that to the state level. So what we need to do is to continue to fight against the inequities, continue to push for the advocacy of Black moms and babies to ensure that they have healthy birth outcomes, that they have the same measure of care and respect and decency that any other woman would receive, no matter her color, so that they can really just come out with the best health. I mean, what other should we be doing here in America? We have the right to healthy outcomes. We have a right to ensure that our other young men and women, the millennials and the Generation Z, don't feel like they should not have children, that they're fearful of having children because they're seeing young women like the sister Rose, well, that was her name. I can't think of her name right now, Amber, who passed in New York. And then we have Catherine Terry Young, who passed in AV in January. 24-year-old young women dying at childbirth, during childbirth, and should not have. They went in healthy and they did not survive, and their children are here motherless. And so then we have to, that is the importance of having African American men as well, the fathers involved. Well, if they're African American or not, if you're going to be raising a Black child in America, you need to be involved. You need to be aware you could be going home without your spouse or your partner. You could even be going home without your baby. And so we don't want that to happen. And that is our role and our job. And so I thank you, Nina, for having me here. I thank this group of amazing, illustrious panelists. You are doing a wonderful job. Chef Babette, I'll be back over to the Stuff I Eat on Market, and I look to engage with each and every one of you. So thank you. Thank you.
Beautiful. Well, I'll just say thank you so very much, Nina, for having me. This was, man, I learned so much. I'm just so proud of y'all. Just everything that you're doing, the way it just makes me focus and listen to every word that you're saying. And I know you're just all doing such a beautiful work, and I will continue to share my message and to try to just attempt to keep us as whole as possible in terms of our nutrition and hopefully, no, I'm not going to say hopefully. I see us moving forward and getting much, much better in all of these areas and healing ourselves in all of these areas. So thank you so very much for this.
You are welcome. Inpu, can you take us through a 2-minute meditation? That's about all we have time for.
two minutes. Okay, so all right, all people that can hear the sound of my voice, what I want you to do is take a deep inhale using your nostrils. And as you breathe in, I want you to push your stomach out. I want you to get to a place as you exhale. I want you to pull your stomach in using your nostrils only. Let the body relax. Feel your body. I want you to breathe in again, feeling, let the shoulders down as you push the stomach out. Let the whole body relax. Okay, pull the stomach in as you exhale. We're going to continue on that pattern. I just need your body to relax. I need you to see yourself at your favorite place of relaxation, be it Kenihan Park, right there near the upper lake. Beautiful grass. The breeze is blowing. It's the perfect time for the birds to come back in view. You're taking that walk, physically distanced, through the hiking path. You see life is alive around you, and you feel the sun warming your skin. Deep, full breaths. Let the shoulders down. Everything around you with each step is at peace. And while you breathe and you see that you are at peace, I want you to remember that this peace, this very quick moment, is accessible to you anytime, no matter where you are. You have the power within you to step away and take a breath to your favorite place. And so right now, if you're in a good place, let's have you open your eyes. Gonna breathe in through the nostrils one last time. And we're gonna do what we call a cleansing breath and exhale through the mouth. One more time in through the nostrils. And we're going to exhale through the mouth one last time. All right. So now that is a very quick relaxation. I didn't mean to pull y'all back. What we'll do is, again, I'm available on the internet, so on all of the social media, the interwebs, so you can find me. We're doing some amazing things in the community, for the community, with the community, via these tools, but very soon we will be in very close physical contact with everyone.
Nice.
We teach a way to have optimal health against all conflict or opposition, be it microscopic as a virus or macroscopic as in other persons, peoples, or systems. Thank you for my invitation to share.
You guys. Thank you so much. As I said, if you have anybody need help with housing, domestic violence, or mental health service, very happy. Helps work together.
Yes, ma'am. And then I say this, and if you're a nonprofit that's geared towards helping people in the community, my services are free. Reach out to me, Lamont Harold Young, or reach out to me, the Network System of Program Solutions, SPS. and give me a link and let me know what you're doing, and I'll bring all my resources to bear and help you obtain new resources.
Great.
We love you, Nina.
Love you,
Nina. This was great.
Love you so much. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You guys, up next, we got Malcolm X and Martin Luther King coming on. So you do not want to miss this short performance. So you're going to just have to go right into
No, that's all like. Let me go grab my hat.
Chelsea. Hey, Juwan.
Hello.
Malcolm in the house.
How are you, my wonderful sister?
Wonderful, wonderful. Happy African Liberation Day to you.
African Liberation Day.
You are amazing. So what's going on today? What have you been up to for African Liberation Day?
Man, I meditated, got up this morning, jogged the neighborhood, worked out. Actually, I was reading, I just had the spirit to read, start rereading Walter Rodney's book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. So I started rereading that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. Nice. So can you guys announce this piece that you're about to do to bring Malcolm and Martin Luther King together?
Go ahead, Deacon Lamont.
Deacon Lamont. Okay, well, this is a piece that by a really good friend of ours, Amric. What's Amric's last name? I'm sorry.
Allen.
Amric Allen. He wrote a wonderful piece called "The Expulsion of Malcolm X," and it talks about, obviously, during that time frame, the Malcolm X was annexed out of the Nation of Islam, for lack of a better way of saying it. And in this piece, it really just goes back and forth, showing how the two key civil rights figures, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, how even though they were coming from polar opposites as far as perspective on how we should be approaching civil rights, they were of the same spirit when it came to their initiative of helping their people obtain true liberty and civil rights. So it shows how they came to a consensus over time.
Most definitely. All righty. Are we ready?
Yes, go for it.
All right. How in God's name can the black man continue to watch the devil blue-eyed white man rape his mother, his wife, and his daughter, and he's still saying, I still love you? That's not religion. That's foolishness. It's a miracle that 22 million black people have not risen up against their oppressors, in which they would have been justified by all moral criteria. The greatest miracle that Christianity has achieved in America is that the black man in white Christian hands has not grown violent. It's a miracle that the American black people have remained a peaceful people while catching all these centuries of hell here in the white man's heaven. The miracle is that the white man's puppet Negro leaders, his preachers, and the so-called educated Negroes laden with degrees and others have been allowed to wax fat off our poor black brothers, have been allowed to hold the black masses quiet until now.
Violence as a way of achieving racial justice is both impractical and immoral. It is impractical because it is a descending spiral ending in destruction for all. It is immoral because it seeks to humiliate the opponent rather than to win his understanding. It seeks to annihilate rather than to convert, to harm where it can help, to maim where it can maim. The old law of an eye for an eye leaves everybody blind.
We reject segregation, even more militantly than you say we do. We want separation, which is not the same. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that segregation is when your life and liberty are controlled and regulated by someone else. To segregate means to control. Segregation is that which is forced on inferiors by superiors. But separation, that is which is done voluntarily by two equals for the good of both.
All cultural patterns are an amalgamation of black and white. Our destinies are tied together. There is no independent path towards black power and unity that does not intersect with white roots. Somewhere along the way, the two of us must get together, black and white together.
The Russians, The Chinese, the French, the Cubans, and even America herself got their independence through revolutions, bloody revolutions. Revolutions have always been bloody. It doesn't try to integrate itself into the system. It overturns the system. It doesn't try to assimilate into the system. It strangulates the system. It destroys it. And right now, today, 22 million blacks are demanding their independence. And all that America has to do to avoid this bloodshed is to give the black man everything that's due to him. Everything.
No internal revolution has ever succeeded in overthrowing a government by violence, unless that government had already lost the allegiance and effective control of its armed forces. Now, anyone in their right mind knows that'll never happen here in the United States. In a violent racial situation, the power structure has the local police, the state trooper, the National Guard, and finally the army to call upon, all of which are predominantly white.
If the white man can send young black men over to Korea or South Vietnam to fight 800 million Chinese, the black man can face any odds.
We must develop and maintain the capacity to forgive. Those that are devoid the power to forgive are devoid the power to love. Now, there's some good in the worst of us and some evil in the best of us. When we finally understand that, we'll be less prone to hate our enemies. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
The Klan has been hanging black people for years. By now, they should know what they're doing.
Yes, I'm aware of all the rioting that's been taking place around the nation, but let me speak boldly. If the sum total of all the violations over the years by the white man were to be calculated and compared to a few days of lawlessness because of riots, then, well, the hardened criminal is the white man.
He's beginning to sound like a Muslim. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much.
And that's
Awesome
that.
job. Happy African Liberation Day to my two favorite male actors. I love you guys so much.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Man, I'm gonna get you, man. I'm gonna get you.
Hey, you guys have a good evening. I'm gonna bring my next panel in. Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
All right.
Okay. All right, you guys cannot leave. Don't leave, because we got a wonderful panel coming up on food security and agriculture business, the agribusiness for people of color. I'm now in the agribusiness. I'm on agricultural committees. And my life, I have a food pantry program here in Los Angeles as well as globally. So let's see what's going on with food security and agriculture on African Liberation Day. Greetings.
Hello.
Everybody.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
So I'm so happy to have you guys so we can have these discussions, because as you know,
You're
with this-
muted, Nina.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, Nina.
Can't hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
We can hear you.
You guys can hear me? Yeah, I was saying that as you know, with this COVID-19, food scarcity has been a major
I
issue
can't hear anything.
around the globe. Food scarcity has been a major issue. Can you hear me, ladies? Tammy, can you hear me?
Who, me? Tammy? Now I can. Wait a
Can,
minute.
okay, everybody can hear me. Lady T, you're the only one that can't hear me.
Can't hear.
Oh, your voice is breaking.
It's breaking up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I just wanted to get into food security and agriculture because we're experiencing food insecurity right now. So I'd like for everybody to introduce themselves, and then we're going to get into some discussions about agribusiness and food sovereignty. So if you could start, Dr. Corey, with your introduction.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Corey Floyd, and I am the owner and founding member of the farm. We grow industrial hemp, and I'm also an educator. And I decided to get into agriculture in 2011 after the tsunami that they had in Japan. And it really made me think about food shortages and what would we do in the event of a catastrophe, a natural disaster, in order to sustain ourselves with food. And so that prompted me to go to Iowa State University and go into the Masters of Science program for education in order to learn a little bit more about agriculture. I didn't have a background in agriculture at all. My background was in education, and then my doctorate is in educational administration and leadership. So agriculture was something that was totally new for me. Since graduating, I decided to start the family business because I wanted to get my family into agriculture. At that time, I did a little bit of research and I saw how a lot of the Black farmers in the United States were being disenfranchised with the various programs that were available, but were available to them. So that was my passion for agriculture. And then I met up with a very lovely, passionate individual by the name of Dr. Tammy Steele and the National Women in Agriculture Association. And so I am very proud to do some work on behalf of that organization and Dr. Steele as well. So that, in a nutshell, that's pretty much it for me.
Thank you, Dr. Floyd. And Sarah, if you can introduce yourself and what country you're in, please.
Okay. Okay, you have unmuted me. Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Olabisi Fagoyimbo, and I am from Nigeria. I'm proudly African. I studied agriculture in school. I majored in animal production and health sciences. And basically, I've had a lot of practical experience in aquaculture and fish farming. And presently, I'm an aquaculture technical manager in Olam Group, meaning I get to work with farmers on the basic level, both the small scale farmer, the medium scale farmer, both the farmers at the rural level and the farmers at the suburban level. And I'm particularly interested in women empowerment as a means of alleviating poverty among the rural and suburban farming population in Nigeria. So so far so good. I've also practiced farming of my own, and I've been able to cover some grounds in educating farmers in my community. I've been facilitating programs with the help of other people, my colleagues, friends in the agribusiness industry, mentors, and a whole bunch of people in the industry. And presently, I also anchor a live program on my Instagram session where I bring people in government, people in agribusiness, people in economics, and every other sector, because I believe that agriculture is a part of everybody, whether we acknowledge it or not, in as much as we consume food and every other thing that is agro-allied. I believe that it's a part of everybody. And I also believe that Nigeria and Africa should not be sidelined in agriculture, because we have a lot we have contributed, and we have a lot to still contribute into agriculture. I also believe in collaborations between Nigerians, Africans, and people from other parts of the world. So that's basically it. And by the side, I'm not just a lover of agric alone. I also love doing other things, like I love fashion and related things as well. So I can call myself a versatile person. I like to know a little about so many things, not just being a mastercraft at just one thing. I believe in knowing a little about so many things. So that's basically about me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Lady T, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Happy Monday, everybody.
Hi.
All right, Hi, let's kick this off. I'm so excited that we're discussing food security today. Oh my gosh, how apropos in such a time as this. I am Lady T. Thompson of AgriBiz. I have been a women's empowerment and doing business in Africa advocate for almost 30 years. Yes, a whole 30 years. And so I'm excited today to talk about what's very close to all of our hearts right now in this time, and that's food security. I'm also a cashew farmer, amongst other things, and I'll be opening up several different food hubs in some AgriBiz World cooperatives. So I'm so excited to engage in this conversation with all of you illustrious individuals today.
All right. Awesome. All right, and Dr. Steele, Tammy, introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Dr. Tammy Steele, or Tammy Gray Steele. I am the actual founder of National Women in Agriculture, with Dr. Floyd just spoke of earlier. Nationally, we have over 29 chapters and counting, including Hawaii that's coming on board. Our main objective or platform right now is to help save and educate youth, with women being the mentoring piece and educators in different states as well as subchapters. We also have an initiative pending before Congress, United States Congress, in an effort to have a pilot program to 4-H for underserved youth, or youth that are at risk, if you will. So the organization was founded in 2008. From there, I always say that I'm finishing up my 12 years of slavery and going into a new season at this time. I'm glad to be here with you all. It's nothing but great things I'm sure that can come from this, and we're looking to open up an international women in agriculture piece. Thank you.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Atinuke, if you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what country you're from, where you are right now.
Okay. So glad to be here today. My name is Atinuke, and I love to be called cute farmer. So I'm here from Nigeria. So basically, I'm the co-founder of Cattle Foods. So it's a fast-growing food company in Nigeria that is into addressing malnutrition through stable food, using the normal stable food, because we believe that agriculture and nutrition has to meet at a point. So there's a linking point between agriculture and nutrition, and we have to bring this together. So basically, we've been into processing cassava, which is one of our staple food here in Nigeria, into several value-added products, and also we also believe in women empowerment, and we started an initiative called She Agric Initiative. And this initiative is to encourage more young women into agriculture and also to promote what they are doing. And we also help them to seek for financial support from people, especially for females who really want to start their own agribusiness in a small scale. And so we seek support from people to help them grow, and we also put them on the mentors. So that we have, so they do they undergo internship for 3 months before they start their own agribusiness their own agribusiness. So we don't just leave them, we also grow along with them. So basically that's things I've been doing in Nigeria.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now, have you guys been affected by this COVID-19 as agribusiness people? And if so, in what way? What has been the change?
Part of the United States, in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, we do majority of the urban gardening. And with this being said, we had to close at the early part of March as a result of, people having to utilize our services being in the heart of Oklahoma City. And our center is an actual community outreach center that also connects farmers to government programs. The USDA is our primary partner, and that is our responsibility as being community people, is to connect individuals, especially people of color, to the United States Department of Agriculture programs. With that being said, COVID has actually kept us from, having people come inside because there's not enough research or literature for us to take the risk of being able to stay open. We also have an agriculture child care center where some of our parents are frontline workers, and that was also affecting our business with coming in, not sure, if they were bringing in the actual COVID disease, if you will, or a virus. I wouldn't say it like that. But the virus. So we had to close. So we've been closed for almost over 3 months now. And needless to say, that is challenging without having any resources or anything to come in. And it takes that to even be on this phone call or this live show.
Wow, amazing. I'm sorry to hear that. Has anybody else been affected with this COVID-19? Have you noticed issues in Africa with aquaculture in Nigeria or cassava production?
Okay.
If I may, I just want to talk about the COVID-19. Before we dive into the COVID-19, we already had over 2 billion people who didn't have regular access to safe and sufficient food, including in North America and Europe, where that amount was 8%, according to United Nations FAO. So since COVID has occurred, I myself go and do entrepreneurial and agriculture training globally around the world. I'm also Fulbright. So in that, I've not been able to go and kick off several projects in Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa as a result of the COVID-19. But more importantly, when we think about food insecurity, 10% higher quantities of insecurity impact women. So right now I have been inundated, and when I say I mean really Agribiz has been inundated with requests for seeds and assistance. Every day I'm getting emails from the quantities of 5 to 15 with people asking for assistance and or seeds. So the food security system has truly been disrupted. So yes, on a level of going to educate and bring about training and bring about knowledge, skill sets, I have severely been impacted. But most importantly, I think the ability to bring full food systems that are 7 systems that I'm usually advocating for, one being social justice, the other one being able to go to rural and urban areas and talk about living wages and to support more social movement in agriculture. And then the third is just strengthening government nutritional programs in whatever country that I've been able to go and train and educate. And then the fourth is policies. There's still not enough policies. There's still not enough practices to help to impact the climate change, even with the COVID-19. And then the fifth is just the right nutritional nutritionist elements for food in and of itself. There's so many people that's not getting it right now because of the disruption of food. And then just the sixth element, just in how there needs to be more increase on jobs and more increase on housing for people who are a part of the food workforce. And then lastly, there has never been enough investment in local food, nor has there been enough investment in farm economics, because most people, they're not, and especially the youth, they're not attracted to agriculture because it's associated with poverty. And we know poverty is the root cause of hunger in every community, and indicators of what marginal income and limited access looks like is impacted by healthcare, we know education, clothing, and shelter. So when you combine all of that and you put this pandemic on top, it has shut down a lot of food systems. So yes, I have severely been impacted, and not just myself, but all of the countries and all of the individuals, the rural women, the women in the bush, the women in the villages that I've not been able to go and mentor and educate.
Right. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
Okay.
The plant that we use to process our hemp was closed for a while due to the COVID-19. And so a lot of our products, we were not able to have manufactured our hemp creams and things of that nature. But they're open now, and so we're in the process of getting that ramped up. And then also we're going to start planting our hemp plants probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we're delayed, but we're getting ramped up. So,
you know, for Africa Day, it's real interesting. We've been looking at all day with connecting the diaspora with the continent, ways we can work together. We've discussed the divisions and so forth. And so when it comes to agriculture, my theory is like, especially here in America, we have an aversion to growing, to agriculture, because traditionally, historically, we were forced to till the land for free without pay. So now nobody wants to do agriculture. No one wants to grow food anymore. And I see it as a very empowering career to get into, because we all have basic needs, every human being, which is food, water, shelter, and air. And so the same thing with Africa. I see a correlation that I've been told by my friends that are African, that agriculture was usually used as a punishment tool, that you'd have to do agriculture as a punishment. So they're not into agriculture either. So I just wanted to get everybody's feedback on your thoughts about this.
Well, that's as far as our organization, that's one of the main innovative focuses that we do for the next generation. It's up to our generation, I feel, to make sure that we bring the message and we relay the message to the next generation that it is not related to poverty or to a lower way of living. It's actually the higher way of living. It's predicted that farmers will be the next millionaires or trillionaires, if you will, in the next few years. So it's really important to me that that our organization and people that are affiliated, that we make sure we make agriculture innovative, attractive as possible, to show them that it's not the typical guy or the gal over there, or the, excuse my Oklahoma accent, but have out there on the tractor and just the typical overalls, that type thing. And that's the reason the AgriDiva part of our organization, we bring out for the next generation to see, you know, you could be glammed, hair done, nails done, cute boots, cute pink, and all this good stuff, and still make major money, in your own money. You know, you could be great entrepreneurs, and that's basically what we try to push, the actual nutritional part of it. That will come later, if not within a few months after they are attracted by the economic stimulus that agriculture can give. And that's primarily that I think that it's so important that our generation relay that to our children, that you need to get into agriculture. You need to make sure that's your career. In some ways, you need to incorporated some way into your life as being a part of your lifestyle and to be an income stream. And then the other part, I'm out of the 12 years, but I've been a farm girl all my life. But I just came into the actual business side of it 12 years ago by starting the organization.
What, Sarah or Atanuke, what do you, from your experience, the mentality of people in Africa wanting, whether they have an aversion to the agricultural industry or not?
Yeah, okay. So just to quickly add to what you said, it's really time for us to change the orientation of people when it comes to agriculture, and also to let them know that agriculture is also beyond just going to the farm, just tilling the ground, just plowing and all that. There are other value chain of agriculture that they can also key into. So it's beyond going to the farm and using your tractor, tilling the ground, getting your hand dirty. There are all that sectors in agriculture that works hand in hand that people can also key into. And all this sector, like the logistics, the marketing and research, farm record keeping, and all those things are where the people can also key into. Processing, people can also key into that. So it is beyond just tilling the ground. It is also people key into the value chain of agriculture. So we also need to let them understand. So it also happens there in Nigeria, it happens in Africa as a whole, that whenever they think about agriculture, all they think about is going to the farm and getting the hand dirty.
Right.
So people need to understand that it is actually beyond that.
Most definitely.
Exactly. Sarah.
We want to bring in more like doctors, teachers, nurses, attorneys, CPAs. We are trying to work on a program now that we are going to be introducing these people to the next generation where their undergrad was in agriculture while they were in college. So they would understand that's your platform. Once you're in agriculture, you could go all different career paths if you actually get involved at an early age. And that's so important that we get our children equipped as early as grade school, going into middle school is when we really start focusing in, making sure they understand when they get to high school, 9th through 12th grade, they need to have a good grade point average to get a great scholarship in agriculture and be able to go on and do their grad studies, so forth and so on, and come out making, over $50,000 a year. And that's really what we try to make sure we convey to our children. I say children, that's young adults, I should say, because some of the young people, they get kind of offended when I say children.
Yes. Yeah, if I can add to that, one of the things that I'm so proud about with Agribiz is we go out to communities and we work with youth that's irrespective of their age, it's irrespective of their education. And we do that because our programs, particularly Seed Time, Giving and Growing, it has the modalities to help people dig in, and it's done by the teach, try, and share modality. And what we found is oftentimes people who are not necessarily attracted to agriculture, when you get them in a room, whether it's the youth or the young adults or adolescents or whatever the appropriate terminology may be, when you get them in a room, and I like to ask this question, I like to say, how many people in the room, how many people are creative? And you'll see like 80% of the hands go up, right? And then I'll ask the same question, but in a different way, and say, how many people in this room are innovators or inventors? And like you'll just see maybe 2 or 3 hands go up. But I say it's the same amount of innovation that it takes to be creative, to be inventor, or to be innovative in solving problems related to agribusiness. And so, for instance, I talk about ag tech. We talk about agricultural drones. We talk about ag PR firms, because you have a lot of these young folks, they know how to use these phones, boom, 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 bam, bam, boom. And so we talk about, you could do that and apply it to being a PR firm. You can generate conversations, you can generate media, you can generate videos. So there's so many elements or layers to the various opportunities for people to make money or put money in their pocket, because at the end of the day, most women who are in underdeveloped countries and or children, they want to be able to pay the basic school fees. They want to be able to have food for substantiveness. So when you take away the poverty piece in terms of the marginal income and say, listen, you can make some money off of this, but more importantly, you can grow some food to have some longevity to your community. That's why I'm so proud of Agribiz in terms of two things. One, bringing real economic development, and the second is bringing community development and adhering to the sustainable development goals while we do that. And I look at, we have two wonderful mentees on the line with Sarah and Anna Tukey. Let me tell you, she is truly the cute farmer. She told me that from day one, who have been in the trenches. I'm so proud of them in terms of what they're doing. We haven't even tapped on value add. How cool is that? Cassava, which grows almost in several different countries, but there's not a lot of import-export going on from the continent of Africa. We know Africa is comprised of 54 countries, but cassava is also called yuca or yuca in Latin American countries. And it has so many different names, but so many different countries need it. So when we have atrocities, you know, human nature atrocities from floods and things like that, you have countries that no longer, they lose their crops of cassava. So when we think about food security, we sometimes have to talk about diversification and think about how innovative we can be with the commodities that we work in, or bring value add to a specific commodity.
Yes, when using the aquaculture industry as a basis to explain what's been happening in the agribusiness industry here in Nigeria, I think despite the fact that COVID-19 came in all of a sudden, we weren't planned for it, and despite the negative things that COVID-19 has brought, there is some streak of hope that things might take a different turn after this COVID, especially in our agribusiness sector. A lot of many people are beginning to see opportunities that they didn't see before. And I'll still use the aquaculture industry again as an example. Like most of the farmers I deal with, even myself, we are used to just rearing our fish, knowing fully well that the middleman is going to come pick them up at certain period. So a lot of farmers who had who were already growing the fish to a certain targeted period were caught in the COVID-19, and that is where we started seeing all the spaces that we had left unfilled. So presently now, a lot of aquaculture farmers have fish, but nowhere to push it to because of the lockdown and every other thing. And it's so sad that we have very, very little investment in preservation, in processing, in value addition generally, like Tinuke was just saying. So people are beginning to see a lot of opportunities. They are beginning to understand that agriculture or agribusiness is not only about going to the farm. It's not for the poor people. It's not for mentally or financially poor people. It's for people who know their stuff. Because if you don't know your stuff, if you did not study some things probably in school or in some form of academy, you can't just put up structures or put up businesses in processing. Tinuke knows how she has had to get knowledge from places and pull up funds together. So if somebody who doesn't have any formal education or idea wouldn't have been able to pull that easily. So people are beginning to understand that agriculture or aquaculture or agribusiness generally has a whole lot of opportunities that are still very, very untapped. And I think after COVID, even right now, even before the post-COVID era, right now people are beginning to look more into agriculture, and people are even beginning to respect us more than they used to before. They used to see us, even when we were in school. Tinuke can testify to that way back when we were in school, we were like the runs. I'm using this language from the fish thing. When you hatch fish, there is the last set that is the run. We were like the runs to most people. Like if you didn't get into medicine or law or engineering, like someone told me way back in school and said, I just came to school to waste my parents' money. That how would I say studying agriculture in school? Like the first, it was the same agriculture we did in high school, like the study of plants, of grain plants and all of that. So people are beginning to see that enlightened people, elites, and people who have qualifications and education can invest in agriculture. And I'm happy because even people in diaspora have started calling us and saying, please, I want to invest in agriculture. Could you please put me through? So it's a blessing in disguise, to be honest. A lot of people have lost lives and properties and money. We've lost money as well to COVID-19. It's a pity, but going forward, looking forward, like somebody that I brought to one of my sessions was saying, a professor in aquaculture, he said, because of our children and our children's children, this is an eye-opener that things have to be done in a better way, in a more professional way. So I think to an extent, it's also an eye-opener to us, especially in this part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Now, Dr. Floyd, I really commend you because you have taken the lead in starting a family farm. And just what led you into that? Again, like I said, a lot of us have an aversion to agriculture. So what led you to do it?
Well, again, what brought me into it was tsunami that happened in Japan in 2011. And I guess a fear of not having any food, because you know, as you can see, we're one catastrophe or disaster away from being insecure with food. And so I wanted to make a difference, and I wanted to learn as much as I could about it in order for that not to happen. And so I looked at industrial hemp. I looked at the benefits of industrial hemp, and I made the decision. We made the decision as a family to decide to go ahead and do that. I wanted to touch on a couple of things also about agriculture. I think that in order to make the industry sustainable, we have to really ask ourselves three basic questions when we're teaching the youth, the kids. Number one, what is agriculture? Because a lot of them don't know what agriculture is. A lot of them feel that agriculture is going out in the field and toiling and working on a farm. And agriculture is much more than that. So I think that we need to, number one, answer the question for them, what is agriculture? Number two, we need to show them, or the next question would be, how can agriculture benefit me as an individual? And that particular piece is in the form of, it could either be a job or recreation or sustainability for a career. And then the third piece in that is, how can agriculture benefit society and benefit the world? And there again, you can explain to the youth when you're trying to recruit them in order to get into the agricultural industry, how agriculture can benefit them directly and how it can benefit the world as a whole. So, you know, again, I think that we need to, in order to recruit them, we need to let them know what exactly it is that we're doing.
I agree with you 100%, Dr. Floyd. I know that it's proven that when you have the youth grow their own food, that they're more prone to eat it. So if you guys want to get your children into eating healthier with fruits and vegetables, start a backyard garden, start a little garden, let them grow, get their hands in the soil and grow their own food. They will start eating it. Make it fun. It's sexy. Like you see, everybody on this panel is beautiful, beautiful people. So this isn't something, like they said, that's for the poor or for former slaves or, you know, sharecroppers and so forth. now agriculture, well, it always has been, but especially now with technology and so forth, is very high advanced. Like Sarah is in aquaculture. That's my interest too, Sarah, in aquaculture. So what led you into it? I'm just curious.
You said?
In aquaculture.
Can you come again?
What led you into aquaculture?
Oh, okay. About 10 years ago, my family started fish farming, to be precise. And because I studied agriculture, animal production precisely, I was able to do some introductory fishery and wildlife in school, but I didn't have so much interest until when it was time for me to get a job in a multinational, which is Olam Group. I was expecting that I would be interviewed for the animal production aspect, which is the poultry aspect. I thought, of course, I'm an expert in, or I studied more of poultry, and I'll be recruited in the poultry department. But I found myself being recruited as an aquaculture technical executive then. And since then, it's been an interesting journey. Because of the knowledge that I had before, I had to start applying it. Then the good thing about it is the job exposes you to like different farmers at different levels. Pan Nigeria, I had worked pan Nigeria, I had worked in almost all the geopolitical zones. I've been able to understand the challenges that each zone or each part of the country has. I've been able to understand the nitty-gritty and a lot of the aspects of it. Then it became more interesting. And the very interesting thing about it is that this fish, especially the African catfish, like they are almost like close to like humans. Their sensitivity, everything, the way they react to offensive odor, the way they react to food, the way they react to cold, especially to cold season and all of it, the way they grope for oxygen and everything. So it becomes so interesting, especially the hatchery and the breeding aspect. It's like, when we are hatching, it's like we just had a new baby. By this time we are awake. We are going like every hour to check steps, to check things. We are being so careful. We are being so biosecure. We are like putting a lot of biosecurity, just like when you just brought your new baby from the hospital to the house. So it's been interesting watching life, like being able to bring life out of eggs and knowing that you're like also providing food. And because protein is very important, and because we know that we need to contribute more to the protein that people consume, and the catfish is getting more readily available in the market. So it's been interesting, and that's, of course, the need for survival was first the interest. Like I just had to get the job, and I needed to be in aqua or nothing else according to the management. So I had to, and with time I started loving it, and I'm loving it more each day. Like I'm beginning to see there is so much versatility and many more options in aquaculture. I'm realizing that aquaculture is not just about growing fish or rearing fish in your pond. So basically, it's so interesting. I can't begin to explain everything here. I'll take the whole day. So I'll just stop at this.
Great. Dr. Tammy, tell us why you started the National Women in Agriculture Association and what your mission is with that.
Minority women. I saw the need coming from a family of beef farmers and vegetable farmers. New York City, coming back to Oklahoma and seeing so many of people of color with property and no money. And that was puzzling to me because I saw Caucasian farmers that were really being prosperous and active in agriculture, if you will. Therefore, I wanted to do something to bring awareness, number one, that we are human beings of some type of trade and contribution to society. And that's to make sure that they have an opportunity to be healthy, as well as to have stability, as a stability income or economic development in communities. That was the primary purpose, is to try to make sure that we highlight women of color of being someone that contribute and have been contributing to society since we came over here. But now we are educated. We are have voices all over America and as well internationally now. Thank you. And that was basically the primary reason that going forward, now that I see the need and being in it, that the next generation, we have to make sure that they are involved. And that comes down to caring and sharing. That's just basically, that's what it is. And that's what I see more so in our communities, minority communities particularly. I say that because I am a minority and I can't speak for other communities, but I see in the minority community, we don't share, or the older generation is not shifting in a way to give back, or making sure if they're not inside their family, they're really not even, I don't know if they're reaching into their families, but they don't reach outside their family circle. And that's what is actually killing our race. That's one of my primary focuses right now with the organization, is to make sure that women and people that come on board with us, that they have that mindset to share, to make sure they're feeding everyone who comes in contact with us locally grown foods, and giving them opportunity to make an income that's sustainable and to help the United States as well as overseas.
That's great. Wonderful, wonderful. Lady T, if you can talk about AgroBiz, because I find what you're doing very fascinating, that here you are in America and you've gone over and made a strong presence with the agribusiness and training African farmers, and you've got a pasture farm over there. I mean, where did that come from? I love this.
Well, several factors, and I don't know if you got. I have a little graphic that's white and pink. If you have that, one of the reasons why we got started with AgroBiz is because at the end of the day, there was a statistic by some economists, some ag economists, that stipulated by 2050 there would be a strong need for food. And I was like, what? 2050? And so in that, they also, I was in a session, I think I was in Washington, D.C., in a session participating, and they talked about how nearly every year, 3 million children under the age of 5 years old die from malnutrition. And then when you top that with 10% of women are impacted by food insecurity, I'm like, wait a minute, there has to be a better way. So I first started to realize that there is a misconception out there that industrial and commercial farming, most people believe is who feed us. But guess what? That's incorrect. It's the small scale farmers who feed us. 85% of the world is fed by small scale farmers who have only 2 hectares or less. So when I looked at, wait a minute, we have an urbanization swell that's going up, that has increased, where 75% of the world by 2050 will be living in countries. So when I look at countries like Cote d'Ivoire, or Senegal or South Africa, and even and especially in Nigeria, where I can say 12 years ago what Lagos looked like and what Lagos looks like now, and or if I look at Abuja, what Abuja looked like. I just came back from Abuja the 1st of March, and I was in an area called Wuye that five years ago there was no Wuye. So looking at the urbanization swell and the reduction of small scale farmers and harvesters, and if the world's gonna have 9 million people on the planet, then who's feeding us?
Right.
So I think that right now the COVID-19 has put us in a place of revolutionary planning for how we're going to feed ourselves, let alone everyone else. Because guess what? Everybody still has to eat. So for me, we have been advocating to make sure that we teach AgroBiz not by telling. We teach AgroBiz by doing. So that's why the teach, try, and share modality has been working with all of our programs, with all of our communities and co-ops. And we really help scale up, because guess what happens? You have a lot of international markets that have commodities or cash crops, and they're ready to go into the international market, but they're not ready. So we go in, we help educate, we help prepare them and show them some of the differences of what it's like to have something local in their particular region to what it may look like in an international market, whether it's going to Europe to a country like the United Kingdom, or if it's coming to the United States. But I think that I want to highlight something else why I have this moment is that right now, yes, we are in an unparalleled time. And I think that we have given a lot of highlight, and duly so, to unsung heroes that have been healthcare workers. But I have to tell you, for me, when I do my gender positioning of the unsung heroes are truly the farmers and every agriculture worker that's been still in the trenches, that has been making sure we have our meat, that's been making sure we still have our fresh produce, that's been bringing the various commodities that we still eat every day. So for me, I like to salute everybody that's in agriculture, within the food chain, from the logistics to the retail people to the farmer that's going out, that's picking things and not knowing if it's going to be able to be sold, versus letting whatever they're harvesting stand and not being picked. So I just want to salute all of the unsung heroes that's been feeding the world right now. But I also sent over a video because recently I wrote an article in the African Development Magazine about 7 strategies to really help every country and help our unsung heroes, the farmers. And it basically gives just a real depiction of what we can do on a national level to impact the food supply chain. So I don't know if you have the video or if I could quickly talk about what those 7 things are, Nina.
If you could give me a few minutes, you could talk about it.
We'll come back to it.
All right, great. So let's talk about international agriculture because I've noticed, like I just got a recent notification from the USDA that if you are a farmer here in the US, that there are opportunities to ship to export your products to sub-Saharan Africa. So let's go into that. If anyone can address the opportunities, international opportunities that are available in agriculture.
Just real quick, it's interesting that I saw that has come out. You have countries like Nigeria that also just had some media blasts about, look, we're not importing any food from outside of Nigeria. Right. So you have some countries that's really open to it and maybe heavily needing various commodities to come in, and there's 20 top cash commodities that the U.S. produces that can go into the international market. But I think that we, as diasporians, and one of the reasons why I became a cashew farmer was to show the Nigerian diasporas that's here in the U.S. and the UK. I went into Nigeria, I set up a farm, I took the commodity, got it here to the United States, hit all the nutritional facts, did everything I needed to do, and got it to market within 6 months. So it can be done. You can take a commodity, an international commodity, and be on a shelf of a market or grocery store within 6 months. It can be done. And so I'm like, if T from Detroit can do it, I know anyone can do it, because I had no familiarity with the whole international market. So though I teach agriculture and entrepreneurship, I try to encourage that anyone could join the international global market with whatever the commodity is. For example, what Antanuki is doing with her diversification of value add with the cassava. She is now making a cassava custard. That cassava custard that she's making through Cato Foods is something that it doesn't have to be limited to Nigeria. It can come into global marketplaces, because guess what? A lot of places like custard, they like flan. And so once she has the various skill sets to know how to translate her brand to that which audience or market like in the European sector and or the US sector can purchase it, she will make a lot of money. Her profit margins will increase drastically. So when I think about the opportunities to take farming to various countries, the question is, do you know the terrain? Oftentimes you have a lot of US companies and firms and entities that thinks that they're ready to translate into the foreign companies, but guess what? They're not ready because their branding sometimes is different. The cultural contexts of how to have your branding to translate well in a market, in their market may differ. For example, I had a U.S. company that they were going to do some baby food. So they did this baby food and they had a little baby on it and they wanted to sell this to West African countries. But guess what? The West African countries wouldn't buy the product because the baby was on it. They thought it had human pieces in it.
Yeah.
So, how you brand and how you translate to international markets can actually impact your ability. And then the reverse, you have a lot of, when I go to the various African countries, whether it's Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Benin, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Lesotho, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, whomever, how you translate to the U.S. is different. For example, when you have your nutritional facts that's coming to the U.S., you have to have it both in the U.S. metric system and in grams. And if you don't have the nutritional facts, guess what? It's not coming into the U.S. So there's so many different elements about what's needed to do international, to play in an international game, if you will.
Yes. Great. Awesome. So you want to go, let's roll this video, Tammy, if you could lead us, Lady T, if you could lead us into it.
Okay, so the video is what 7 national strategies to help support unsung heroes, our farmers, the whole agricultural community. And so this is it.
Number 1, create national movement in agriculture, farms, products, vegetable, meat, butter, milk, etc. with farmer. Number 2, purchase excess fresh produce and supply to vulnerable persons. Number 3, connect local farmers to local markets and avoid food loss. Number 4, match unemployed with farming statewide and national agriculture projects. Number 5, provide financial programs to smallholder farmers. Number 6, safeguard access to agriculture inputs and seeds for next season. Number 7, provide education and training programs to farmers, co-ops and producers. Farmers need support. Like, share, comment.
The reason why it was important, to talk about these 7 strategies, what that national movements can do is because if you create national movement, and I talked about it earlier, or social movement, if you will, in agriculture, guess what? It mobilizes farming resources. If a country would purchase all of the excess food produce and supply it to vulnerable persons, because you have countries that have internally displaced persons or people, so everybody still has to eat. So there are ways that you can still stimulate the economy and be participatory. Also, when you connect local farmers to local markets and avoid food loss, there's no waste of the various food commodities from a national and regional. So you're impacting the local areas, the urban areas, the people in the bush, the people that's in the village. And then if you match unemployed individuals with farming statewide or nationwide agricultural projects, again, you impact the economy, you change your GDP. Then if you look at, we all have been a participant in some form or fashion of being a benefactor of a financial program. When you give financial programs to smallholder farmers, then what do? You create sustainable development and you bring about capacity building for people who need it the most. And then when you look at the safeguard to access to agricultural inputs, inputs and seeds for the next season. Guess what? After COVID-19, people are still going to need to have continuity in farming and in agriculture. So we have to prevail beyond the pandemic. And then lastly, the best investment is in human capital. You have to provide educational and training programs. When you empower people and when you train them, that is the best and the most important key to human capital. So those 7 strategies are things that could be deployed, even if you didn't do it from a national level, and a community or a women's cooperative got together to figure out how they could take a piece of land and cultivate the land and figure out what they want to do with it in terms of food substitutiveness and or making it profitable. It can be done. I've done it time and time again. I've mentored over tens of thousands of individuals and stimulated entrepreneurship. So I know that we can do this. And I go back to what I said earlier. This COVID-19 is helping us all participate in revolutionary planning in agriculture, because at the end of the day, everyone, I don't care what your color, creed, race is, you have to eat.
You have to eat. Exactly.
You have to.
Tammy, yeah, what are some of the education programs you're doing? I know you're doing a lot with educating in the agricultural business too.
Well, we have 3 programs. The first one is called Seed Time Giving and Growing, where we bring a business in a box and we help to spark innovation in agriculture. Then the second one that we do, then bring a community to the United States. It's called 2 hectare harvesting, where we help to expand what a small scale farmer is doing. And we link them up with experts here in the US to help them expand. But guess what? We're creating a new model post this COVID-19 so that we'll have an online platform for that. And the third is just simple. We have an ag development program. For example, we recently, last year, we went to Ghana and we helped some farmers who were pepper farmers to help increase their irrigation systems. So we came and we solved problems with that program. So those are the 3 programs as it relates to educating and training that we offer.
Okay, all right, Dr. Tammy, what are some of the agricultural training programs that you have, Dr. Tammy Steele?
Yes, we have the first one we have is what we're doing here locally, that we actually invite people in from the community, from their direct community, train them on site as well as in the classroom how to produce food. But we are also asking different policy people on the city level to assist us to make sure that our people could sell their produce directly to the grocery store that's coming into their community. Our facility, the headquarters, is in the heart of the food desert in Oklahoma City, of course, in a minority community where there is one grocery store that is, not the best, but we are challenging or asking, I shouldn't say challenging, asking the local officials to help us have the people who grow the food in their community be able to sell directly to the grocery stores that's coming into their communities to actually have an economic type stimulus development there. One of the other programs we have is called Hip Hop Producers. That's for the young men primarily. That's something that we are developing. It's been there on the forefront, but we're bringing it more into tying it in more to the entertainers as well as the basketball players or NBA players, people like that, that could also assist the sports arena. We're working on a program where we are able to help our children stay out of the penitentiaries as well as save their lives by giving them these opportunities to come in our programs, learning how to eat locally grown foods, but at the same time working on athletic different trainings with some of the head coaches in the area. And this is a pilot program that we're starting here in Oklahoma City as soon as COVID lifts some more. We're not wanting to get everyone together all together. We're trying to stay as safe as possible. We also have the JADE, the Junior Agri-Diva Education Program, which is primarily named after my daughter named Jade. I have one biological daughter. That program looks at young and helps young ladies, mentors them as well, how to produce whatever when I say production, we go from the cattle, horticulture, pollinators. We try to introduce every aspect of agriculture, aquaculture, wherever it is. And that's the reason we partner with the local colleges when we don't have the expertise on hand. We have people come in, or maybe if it's not even college, but we make sure it's an expert that comes in, teach our children how to get involved, the young ladies. But one of the main things we try to teach them how to have self-efficient and self-responsibility about what they want to do going forward into their careers. So those are our three primary platforms, other than us getting ready to start doing some online, virtual type trainings, because we're not able to travel into the different states. We have some individual little gardening programs that we're doing for individual people that literally our organization is working on becoming a funder, because that's one of my passions. I hate to see people trying and have money as an issue. If you're trying to help someone grow food and be healthy, why would you stop them from giving resources to do so? And that's one of my passionate platforms I'm working on right now with Congress, to make sure that anyone that's willing to help someone grow food and want to feed a community and help them make income to help their families, why shouldn't we be able to help that individual with the resource without having to jump through thousands of unnecessary red tape and hoops? That's what our organization, that's what we're working on right now.
Wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Floyd, now what is, for the person who says, you know, I live in an apartment, I don't have land to grow, you know, but I am interested in growing my own food, what advice would you give them?
Well, the advice that I would give them would be to start off small. I mean, you can grow your food in a pot. You can grow it on your deck, on your porch. You don't have to have large varieties of food. Maybe grow something that you like, maybe tomato plants, strawberries, or what have you. But the idea is to grow something, because when you grow your own food, it gives you a sense of empowerment that you haven't experienced before. So I would advise them to grow something.
Same question for you, Atanuke. What advice would you give?
Okay, I will also tell them to grow something. They could start at the back of their houses, just like doctor said. You could plant now in your sitting room. So even if you don't want to use soil, you can go into vertical farming, soilless farming. So it's not until you have soil to cultivate or you have a land to cultivate. So you can do soilless farming in your house, which won't take you, it won't take a large space for you to start. You could start small. So for everyone, going into family gardening is actually very important. So if everybody is growing their own vegetables in their houses, it will help to reduce food insecurity and food scarcity. So everybody just needs to go into farming in one way or the other, because at this stage now, everybody wants to eat healthy, everybody wants to eat organic. And the only way this can be guaranteed is by you planting your own food and by you starting small. You don't need that large expanse of land. You can start just the way you are in your house. You can use bags. You can use your flower pots. You can use your flower beds to start growing your vegetable. So please do something.
Sarah, would you give any advice?
Well, Dr. Floyd and Atanuke have said the basic thing, which is you can start small and grow big. And aside having land or not having land, most of the time for people, especially who have not been doing agriculture before, I think it's better to always start small and scale up. So growing food in your backyard, there's this sack farming. The sack farming you can use to grow cucumbers, you can use to grow tomatoes. The sack farming, it takes less space and still helps you to maximize. You can do that. You can go into the soilless farming that Atanuke has said. and the hydroponics is part of the soilless farming too. There is a way you can grow stuff with just water, basically water and the medium like a plastic or something. So there are so many ways now. It's just about going on the internet, learning things, about learning from people around you. There are many ways now to grow stuff without having large expanse of land. And especially for beginners, it's best to start small, then scale up. That's what I have to say.
No, when you said, thank you, Sarah, but when you said that about hydroponics, growing stuff in water, there's this a farmer agriculture uses soil. You know, he's created like a vertical farm system, but with the use of soil. And what he's explained to me is that is the best practice, because water, using just water is unnatural. You know that everything is soil. So he thinks that's the most beneficial. So what are your thoughts on that?
Using water is good. It helps you have very organic food, but it could also be technical, and it requires a lot of research and all. But if not for commercial purpose, if you just want to do it in your house, I think it's a good deal. It's a good way to go about planting. Maybe when you want to go commercial, you might start having to deal with a lot of technicalities. But if it's just to grow your food in your house, hydroponics is good because it's very organic. You don't need so much soil, you don't need so much space, and you basically use just plastics, buckets, and water. And the good thing is, for instance, there is aquaponics. Sometimes it's not like you need to use the good water you're reserving for something, especially in places where people have to conserve water. You don't need to like get the best water or the good water. There's, for instance, people practicing aquaculture also practice hydroponics by using the water from the fish farm or from the hatchery to run hydroponics. So basically, I would also say is a way for some people who use a lot of water and feel bad just wasting out the water or pouring it out into drainage. It's another way of them converting that to something more beautiful. So I think it's a great idea, and it's very organic. The foods are mostly safe to eat because you even use less fertilizer or less chemicals when you're running hydroponics.
Okay, all right. Well, let's take some questions. We have some questions here. I'd like to address that. Please post organizations. The subject has been on my agenda considering the impact of COVID-19. Okay, so we will post organizations, His Excellency or Her Excellency. Someone wanted to know how to obtain seeds. So I think that was for you, Lady T.
Well, as I've said, I've been inundated with requests for seeds. Our seeds are only given out to communities. So we do community development. So when we go do training in areas where there's a minimum of 25 individuals or less, because there's far more accountability to what happens with the seeds, who's going to take how the responsibility of taking care of whatever they're going to cultivate. So we provide seeds to community hubs. And if anyone is interested in trying to figure out how we can do that, they can go to agrobiz.org, agrobiz.org.
Let's see what else. I think we had a couple of comments. Can you guys hear me?
They also, Nina, I know that the Native American tribes here in the Oklahoma area definitely helps with some of the seed distributions here in the state.
Oh, okay.
And that's something they may want to check on a state level or with their Department of Agriculture. Every state has a Department of Agriculture.
This is Dr. T's organization, National Women in Agriculture Association. I'm also the chairwoman of the California chapter. If you're in California, please contact with me. Become a member wherever you are, women farmers, wherever you are, internationally, locally. Contact NWIAA.org. She is doing some wonderful stuff as women farmers. Now headed over to Africa, right?
Yes, whenever you're ready, Nina, I'm ready to go, as well as with Lady T.
Yes,
Hey,
I'm going to bring you there.
Let's link up in Detroit, the Michigan area, rather. But most definitely, like I said, I do know that I could reach out to some of our USDA partners and see if they could assist in any way to get, if this is like Lady T was saying, our organization is one of the same. We like to give mostly to organizations on a community base that for the accountability purposes. That's one of the issues that we notice in our community. I go back to the basic sharing and caring. That's what strips us away of actually growing, because we have so many people trying to do their own individual survival without helping as a collective community. And that is really something that I look forward to working with all women as well as men. I'm sorry, Dr. Corey. Dr. Corey he's very quiet but very smart. I know him a lot. He's actually over our men's chapter for the organization. He spearheads this men chapter. We're trying to wake up here in a minute. Yes. But he's our hemp expert.
Yes. I love Dr. Corey Floyd. I'm taking him to Africa too.
Yes.
He's going with us. Okay, so my banner feature is not working. If Sarah and Atinuke, if you want to give your contact info, and Dr. Floyd, because I'm having issues with having a little technical issues. If you want to give your company name or website, how
I'm not hearing properly. Sorry, can you come again?
Do you have a website or email?
Yes, my email address is sarah.olamnet sarah.olabisi@olam sarah.olabisi@olamnet.com. SARAH.
Okay. And Atinuke, this is your website, right?
Yes, I just sent you a chat with the website and the email.
Okay, would you prefer a chat?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to put mine in the chat also, but you can reach me at Floyd Family Farm, TN@gmail.com. We're in the process of getting our website up and running. We're going to be selling hemp products. The two products that we're going to start out with are a hemp salve cream for pain relief. And then also we're going to be doing the hemp smokables for those people who like to smoke cigarettes but don't want the nicotine addiction or the things that go along with that. We're going to be doing the hemp cigarettes also. So they're not addictive, and they don't contain THC, so they won't give you that funny feeling. But they're very good. So again, Floyd Family Farm, TN@gmail.com, and I'm going to type that in now. Thank you.
So I sent it to your chat.
Okay.
So it's sarah.olabisi@olamnet.com or folabisisarah@gmail.com.
Can you spell it for them, Sarah?
Okay, FOLABI SARAH@gmail.com. folabisisarah@gmail.com.
Great. I think
let
did
me-
you get your comments?
Let me also say that, and I don't mean to cut you off. Let me also say that I also provide consultation for novice hemp growers and people that would like to get into growing hemp for flour. You can reach me, or you can reach out to Dr. Steele and the NWIAA to get in touch with me for that.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. Well, any last comments? Let's see. We got something here. Happy African Liberation Day. So this is our call to action, guys. What do we want to tell the communities as far as empowering themselves with agriculture and food security?
I know one of the things that I say is my personal and professional mantra, which is the best way to predict the future is to create it. And if you want to eat, if you want to survive, if you want to make some money, if you want to tap into your own purpose, passion, profitability, and potential, try agriculture. And you can do that by having us to come in at agribiz.org.
Perfect. Perfect.
I would say to make sure to get involved, just to get involved in agriculture some way. Maybe you're just a supporter some way in the background. If you're not a actual grower or a producer of any kind, just join the movement with someone that's in agriculture and support them. If it's $20 a month, some way you can contribute to the agricultural world, as far as especially with minorities that's really trying to do something to make a difference for the next generation. If you say you care, then share. And that's starting with the churches all the way back to our relatives and everyone. It's all about what you do, and it's everyone could do something.
So I also like to say everybody is important in agriculture. No matter the age, the gender, the color, we are all important in agriculture. No matter your profession, you are all important. Everybody just needs to come into agriculture.
Yes.
The rate of malnutrition is getting higher and higher every day. And the best way to address malnutrition is also through agriculture. So you just have to come in whatever capacity that you can come in. Like Tammy said, whether anybody you can support in the agricultural line, please do support. Most people don't need your money. All they need from you is just to share the news of what they're doing. Tell other person that needs to know the information. Tell them, okay, you can get information. Just spread the news of agriculture. So everybody's important. So there's no segregation in agriculture.
Yeah, I would just like to encourage more young people, more energetic people to come into agriculture. And I would like to advise and encourage more people who want to go to the university to start opting for agriculture as a course, and not just agriculture being the course you give to people who could not go into other courses like medicine and all of that. I want to see more young people opting and choosing to study agriculture as a course.
Okay, I'm a school teacher by trade, and so I'm going to give everybody some homework tonight. Okay, the first thing that you need to do, you need to write down 2 or 3 questions as far as agriculture is concerned. What is agriculture? How can agriculture help the world, and how can agriculture benefit me? And then do your research and find an organization or 2 that can answer those questions for you. Reach out to those organizations and get involved. And don't be afraid to grow anything. You can start out small, start out on your porch, but grow something. Get involved and grow something, and be inspired. No matter your age, no matter if you're 5 or 55 or 65, just make sure that you get involved and that you are inspired in agriculture, and that you're able to work with other people to give something back to the world.
That's right.
So we're going to wrap with this.
These workers are owners of the businesses West Oakland Farm. My name is Elaine Brown. I'm a former leading member of the Black Panther Party, and I'm the CEO of a nonprofit called Oakland and World Enterprise. I haven't given up on the principles that I adhered to back in the days when I was in the Black Panther Party. One thing we did right here in West Oakland is we started a program of gardens in the ghetto, believe it or not. And secondly, of course, everyone knows we had a lot of food programs because we recognize one of the greatest needs of the poor is food.
People who have been incarcerated looking for work, a lot of times we don't get hired because of our background. If you don't get be afforded a chance to get out and prove yourself and show that you have a work ethic, you kind of like left to fend for yourself out on the streets, you know, go back to dealing or whatever, which I choose not to do.
This site in the next several years will be built up to create a model for the country to recognize that people who have gone to prison have got to have some pathway, earn a living, and they can't keep getting denied on account of their previous incarceration.
I have something to look forward to. When someone asks you, well, what are you doing? I was like, I'm co-owner of a garden out in West Oakland. And so I'm happy about that. I'm always so much of a fool. I love the cook.
All right, you guys. Well, I just want to tell you that you guys are my hero and my sheroes. Thank you so much for the very important work that you're doing, and continue and keep it up. Happy African Liberation Day, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Bye.
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 All right. So next up, you guys, we are going into criminal justice and homelessness. So you don't want to miss this. Let's bring in Brad Carson. Brad, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey there.
Deputy Regina Scott in the house. Woo woo. And Ms. Reba, for having me. Reba, you're a little dark there. You have a light.
I don't know how to lighten it up.
I
don't know how to.
Okay, no light in the house, huh?
Oh, I could turn on some light. You think I should turn the light on?
Yeah, that would be great. All right, and then we're expecting.
Oh, there I am.
There you go. We want to see your pretty face.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, okay, so we're expecting one more panelist, but let's start with some introductions. So, Deputy Chief Regina Scott, if you could introduce yourself, that would be great.
Well, certainly, everyone, and thank you for having me. It really is a pleasure and an honor. So I'm Deputy Chief Regina Scott, and I'm with the Los Angeles Police Department. I've been with that police department for 32 years. So as you know, I have seen 3 decades of law enforcement, and I've seen that evolution and that transition that we are in the process of making and kind of making history. So I am your first and your only and your highest ranking African-American female in the history of, in the 150 years history of Los Angeles Police Department. And I'm proud of having that, because it's kind of like you take 2 steps forward and they seem to knock you 2 steps backwards. And for them to recognize who we are and recognize that at this time in law enforcement, that you need to see people that look like us, and you need to make sure that people that look like us are in position of influence. So I'm originally from New Jersey. I have 2 grown children who are, and a daughter who has, she's retired from a military, so I'm really proud of her. My son works with DWP. I've got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from USC. And I'm just happy to be here, and I don't want to speak too much about me. I really want to learn about what you're interested in, and hopefully when I leave here today, I will take away some things that will change the way policing is, especially in Los Angeles. And then as we move into the next century of law enforcement, we don't see history repeating itself. And then I'll turn that back over to the panel.
Yes, thank you so much. She is truly a hero. I mean, she's doing some amazing work as the first African-American deputy chief to oversee 640,000 people in the population. Isn't that right, Deputy Chief?
I command everything that is south of the 10 freeway. So I have all the 77 Division, all the Southeast Division, all the Southwest Division, and I have Harbor. So to put it in perspective, for those that are in Los Angeles, I go from the 10 freeway all the way to the ocean. I go all the way from La Cienega Boulevard all the way to East LA, which for me ends out right around Alameda Boulevard. So it is about 640,000 people. I have about 4,000 officers that are under me. And I will say, even in South Los Angeles, we represent, in our little small part of that city, we represent about 45% of the crime, where we are victims of crime 45% of the time.
Okay, all right, great. And Brad Carson, if you could introduce yourself to the listeners.
All right, thanks for having me. My name is Brad Carson, and I've been a probation officer for the LA County Probation Department for 32 years. I've been blessed in that my 32 years career, I've done nothing but first of its kind pilot program. So I want you to think of me as essentially a LA County Probation Department pilot test dummy. And for 29 of those 32 years, I've been getting jobs for what we call high-risk repeat criminal offenders, HROs, that are adults. We found that to be highly effective in increasing public safety, decreasing crime, decreasing recidivism, saving taxpayers money, and most importantly, saving lives. So anything I can't do as a LA County probation officer, getting jobs for high-risk repeat criminal offenders, I do exactly the same thing on my own time and on my own dime. So with that, I'm the founder of and chairman of Jobs Create Peace. I'm the founder and visionary of PV Jobs, that's Playa Vista Job Opportunity Business Services. I'm the founder and visionary of United Job Creation Council, and the fourth iteration is I'm the president of United Hood Nation. And what all those have in common is that jobs essentially create peace.
Thank you. All right, and Reba, let's hear from you, Miss Reba Stevens.
Yeah, well, I'm Reba Stevens, and I've lived experience in the area of criminal justice. I experienced 12 times being arrested, ended up facing 4.5 years in prison on a 3-year joint suspension with an enhancement, all stemmed from homelessness and alcohol and drug abuse. I am currently celebrated 21 years of sobriety, 21 years without being incarcerated, and 21 years of being housed. My background is also around homelessness, and my passion is homelessness and mental health, as well as teaching and supporting others to make better decisions and choices, to better understand what the situations and circumstances were in my life, as well as in the lives of others, that lead us to make unhealthy choices and decisions. And today I've been very blessed to be a part of many things. One is appointed mental health commissioner for the County of Los Angeles under Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas. The other is a member of the ad hoc on Black people experiencing homelessness. As we all know, we are overrepresented in that area. as well as in the criminal justice system, the child welfare system, and others. And today we have this pandemic, and we're finding that Black folks are once again overrepresented. So I'm a true advocate for change, but also one to hold hands with those who are less fortunate than many others, who are challenged and struggling, and showing them the way, but also being present with them. Because one of the things that I had learned early on in my sobriety and in my recovery process on this journey is the importance, the true importance of holding one's hand and being with someone in order to reach one and teach one. So, and thank you very much, Nina, for inviting me to be a part of this conversation.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Reba. Quincy, can you hear us? There you go. This is Quincy Coleman, a homeless advocate with Everyone In campaign. If you could talk a little bit about the work that you're doing. All right, we lost him. He will be back with us shortly, I'm sure. So the reason why I wanted you guys on this panel discussion is today is African Liberation Day. We've been taking people since this morning through the history of the transatlantic slave trade, how it's affected people of color through trauma. And then right now, you guys are at our midpoint discussion where we know that the 14th Amendment had been used to incarcerate Black males, people of color, and there had been a lot of police brutality that was very similar to when the KKK and the slave masters and so forth used to beat us. So I just want to address those topics and see what we can do to make a change, to make a difference. I think a great start is having people in office like Deputy Chief Regina, having Brad Carson, Reba, these advocates that are making a difference. So can you guys talk about historically how we were brutalized, and now the paradigm is changing, because I don't know if people realize that it's changing. Anybody want to take that? Brad, do you want to take it?
Sure, I'll start us off. So like I said, with my 32 years of being a probation officer, if you go back in time, 32 years ago was all about locking people up and throwing away the key. About 1990, a group of California, well, let me frame the question a little bit first. LA County Probation Department is the largest probation department in the world. And what probation is essentially is a reentry system that's connected to the largest jail system in the world, that's connected to the largest prison system in the world. So when we talk about LA County, which is larger than 43 states population-wise, and it's like the 15th or 16th largest economy in the world if it was its own country, then we're really talking about a really large criminal justice system right here in LA County. With that said, I've been a probation officer for 32 years, and 32 years ago it was all about lock them up and throw away the key. We were dishing out very long sentences, and in some cases for some minor offenses, like the 3 strikes law that gives a minimum of 25 years. Some famous or infamous cases in which the person was given 3 strikes for stealing a pizza, costing the taxpayers, millions of dollars for that pizza. With that said, in 1990, it started to change. A group of California inmates sued the state of California, stating that it was cruel and unusual punishment to be in an overcrowded prison system. That group went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court 20 years later and won their case, which led to the United States Supreme Court making it mandatory for the state of California to reduce their overcrowded prison population or be taken over in receivership. And so the state of California didn't want to do that. And so they have been reducing the prisons and changing their mentality of locking people up and throwing away the key essentially ever since. With that, several laws have been passed of significance is Assembly Bill 109, which makes it mandatory to reduce certain felons of what we would call low-risk felonies on their last strike and putting it in terms of 3 strikes, and they're now being released. The same thing happened in 2009. Assembly Bill 678 was passed that incentivized the probation departments. There's 58 probation departments in the state of California. LA County, as I stated, is the largest one. That incentivized the probation departments to no longer lock people up and throw away the key, but now to provide what's called evidence-based practices to actually reduce recidivism. Recidivism is a term meaning that if a person is granted probation or parole, what's the rate of which they return or get rearrested and convicted and go back to prison. So to reduce recidivism. Before that, we got paid to lock people up. Now we're getting paid to actually reduce crime, reduce recidivism, and there's 2 things that term to be true in order for that to happen: evidence-based practices. Besides the normal wraparound social services using Maslow's hierarchy of needs, 2 major factors definitely have to occur, and that is jobs and education. So a proven principle is that jobs and education will overcome crime and poverty for the targeted population within the targeted community, and that's what we're doing now. And that's where the entire state of California is going.
All right, Deputy Chief Regina, do you have any thoughts based on what Brad was talking about?
You know, absolutely, and I agree with him. That, it came to a certain point. So you got to remember, back in the 80s, right, when we had the, I'd have to say laws were perpetrated, and they used law enforcement to kind of do their will. So back in the 80s, when we had what they called the war on crime. And the war on crime was the war on drugs. And the war on drugs was really a war on our community, because we were putting people in jail for having sicknesses. And as you notice, if you look at today and you look at, 1980, it was that crack pandemic, and it was primarily hitting our African-American communities. But when they started doing the opiate committees, what did they do? They changed the laws and provided them with resources, and they went after the criminals. They actually went after the dealers than those who were providing the sicknesses. So in 2009, they realized that. And what they also realized is that the police department, although the police department were the ones that were actually doing the arrests and doing the incarceration, they were really just being agents of the state. And the agent of the state, it really was the people's will. And what I think had to happen was really this century where the information technology came, where people didn't just hear stories of things that were happening into the community of color. They were actually able to see it. And so what we were talking about was you still have a police department that has a mixed culture. You have the culture that still kind of has this, I want to say, this warrior type mentality where it's a us against them piece. And then you have this new generation that is coming on, and they understand the social justice, and they understand the injustices that has happened. I mean, then they're more compassion. And I think Brad was completely correct in the way we do that. You just can't lock them up, throw away the key, and then and after they do their time, let them come back into the community and expect them to be able to thrive. This world has changed so much, and without giving them a job and an opportunity, and without having our police officers having compassion and understanding and giving our officers a tool other than jail. And one thing I will say, with the laws changing and people coming out of jail, giving them an opportunity so that they don't fall into homelessness, that they do either learn a skill or they have a job where they're guaranteed that you can, what they call employing some of the people that are the hardest to employ. And then the second part is the compassion that has to come from law enforcement. Meaning, it's not for us to drive around and be this occupying force, meaning that we have to have this wraparound service, meaning that you have to go into a community and you have to know who they are. Meaning, and this is the big piece, is that sometimes when you're doing that, you have to have a police department, and they don't have to look exactly like you, but you want to have some that look somewhat like you so that they can understand, and not only just understand who the community is, but so that your partner officer, whoever that is that may have come from a different background and a different understanding, that they can understand the history of where it's come from. So one of the things that the Los Angeles Police Department is doing, it's one of those things called the Community Safety Partnership. And what they have done is they've provided a wraparound. One of the things that we're doing is we're not just bringing in officers and then six days later they bring in another set of officers that really have no foundation to the community. So they're trying to do a thing where an officer comes in a community and they're there for 2 years. And part of how they are being rated is not how many arrests, because that's one of the things we would pride ourselves on. Like, how many arrests did you make? How many, we would do our productivity. How many arrests did you make? How many citations did you make? You know, that was how you determined if you were a good cop and that you were a productive cop, or you was even a police officer that was going to get promoted. Now the matrix that we're using to promote our police officers and to show where, if a police officer has value, is how many times did you go on a foot beat? How many community members did you make? How many times did you had an opportunity to make an arrest and you, instead of making an arrest, you helped someone? And I think when you start changing the paradigm shift of what we look at as the productivity of a police officer, you start to change the heart and mind. I can change policy and I can tell you when and when you can't shoot. But then you have this broad perspective of officer involved shooting. And so it's not about can you shoot, it's did you have to shoot? And the only way you can get into that change of that culture is really to get into the heart and mind of the officer. And the only way you can get into the officer's heart and mind is they have to become a part of the community. And I will say that it is changing, but and as we move, as we evolve, as we go through this evolution, as the older cops, and I've been on the department for 32 years, there are other officers that don't look like me that have also been on the department for 32 years. And they also have a mindset that they're having some difficult changing, but eventually they will be leaving. And you'll have this new generation of officers who weren't even on the department when Rodney King came. Most of them weren't even born in 1965. They have lived and they have thrived in a community that is much diverse, and they have a lot more compassion. So I'm gonna stop talking because I could talk forever, but I do see, I see possibilities and I see hopefulness, and I see that when this next generation of police officers that come on, they're gonna be more compassion. I think for us as a community, as a state, as a nation, as a people, we just need to make sure that the laws don't go back to the way they were, and they use the laws to entrap us back into the same situation. And then you find yourself with a rinse and repeat, and history repeating ourselves. We are in a unique and a special opportunity that we can make some real changes, but it's not just making the changes on the law enforcement effort. It has to be a change in the way we think, in the way we, just in our whole nation's, the biases and the racial inequality that is in the nation. Because if the nation believes in these laws, then the police department will just be out there again enforcing what we allowed to be the law. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Would you say it's safe to say that you guys, the police department, is being more cognizant of putting in certain communities people of color or representative police officers that are representative of the community? Are you guys strategically doing that now, because it used to be mainly white officers handling our hoods?
So this is what I will say. It's hard. It is hard to get a brother and a sister to come on and be a police officer. So I would say, if you want that, you have to encourage it. And it's really hard. Like I was on a panel a couple of weeks ago, and I was talking to some young people who are about to graduate. And I asked them, how many people want to be a police officer? And they were like, heck no, no way. I will never be that. Oh my God, no, snitches. And they went on into a whole. So we have to change that narrative. Because if we don't change that narrative, someone else is going to come in. You're going to have police officers and people policing your community. That is going to be a given, right? The police department is not going to go away. So it's up to us as to who comes into that community and who police us, who has the compassion. So I will strongly, and like I said, recruiting African-American, and it's not just an LAPD, this is a nationwide struggle. And I get it. I got 2 kids, and not one of them said, oh, no, they do not want to be a police officer. Because I think some of it, you get it both ways. You know, you're trying to do your job, you've got your coworkers on the police department, and then you have the community, and it really is hard to try to get love. And I tell you that any African-American man or woman that comes into law enforcement, you just can't come in for a job. You got to come in for a purpose. You got to kind of know what you're going to do and how you're going to make a change, and know that just your presence, and it might not be that day, but your presence does make a difference. And I'll give one example. When I was a younger cop and I was out there, we had a car, and we believed that this car was involved in the shooting. It was the same make, same model, in the same vicinity as the time that the shooting occurred. So they stopped them, and of course, that's a felony high-risk stop. So part of that stop is they pulled them out at gunpoint. And so as I was approaching, and I was the cover officer on the side, so I'm kind of like in the cut, so that if there was going to be a shooting, you wouldn't even know I'm there. And I looked through that car, and I saw this young lady, looked like me, could have been my daughter. And what I had to do is I had to tell her, you know, sweetie, it's going to be okay. And she said, you promised me it's going to be okay. But if I wasn't there, this kid would have been traumatized, probably not came out. And then because she probably didn't come out, and she was maybe about 16, I mean, who knows how that would have turned. So we do make a difference when we are there, and we do make a difference when we're in that presence. And it has been a struggle on our law enforcement, on the police department, to rise in positions of influence. But if we don't do it, and if we don't do it now, then we get what we get.
Excellent point. Brad, how has the experience been for you in being a man of color as a probation officer? Have you gotten a lot of flack, or people looking down at you like you're the enemy? Brad?
Back in the 90s, yes, of course. Back in the 90s, we were doing community-based policing. I was assigned to a high crime, high gang, and high narcotic activity area. And everyone in that area was assigned to me for doing their adult probation period. And so it was a small community, about 10,000 people in a 1.1 square mile area. But they had the mentality of us versus them, that I was the man, the 5-0, Uncle Tom, the sellout, Mark, a buster. But after attending several hundred community events and I started getting them jobs and getting them education, then, you know, you start building up a rapport. And then once they get to know you as a person, then all of that us versus them falls away.
All right. Well, Quincy, can you introduce yourself and talk about the organization that you work with?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much for introducing me, Amina. My name is Quincy Coleman, and I'm a field organizer with the Everyone In campaign, powered by United Way. In terms of what I do, I provide insight to not only the homelessness crisis throughout the county of LA, but the solutions as it relates to supportive housing, bridge housing, and affordable housing. In addition to that, we actually conduct several workshops directly related to this particular crisis, not only to give you some in-depth insight as far as to the root causes of the issues of homelessness, but also some of the stigmas and factors related around it as well. In addition to that, we also have a messaging training. Outside of the messaging training, also strategies and tactics. But specifically for myself, I've been an organizer since my mid-teens, I guess you could say. Outside of that, at this point, with being an organizer, I'm rooted within South Central, as well as done some organizing within Oakland. At one point myself, consequently, from the fallout of what happened with the recession from the 2010s or the latter part of the 2000s into the 2010s, I was also a victim of such. And subsequently, I was homeless, unknowingly. But with being homeless, it puts you in the mindset of humbling yourself. And outside of that, you just can't put a monolithic picture or a monolithic experience when it comes to the homelessness crisis. Because you could literally be sheltered, have a roof over your head, food in your stomach and everything else, and still literally be destitute. So one of the things that I try to do is I try to make sure that people have a much more thorough, but a pretty logical understanding in terms of how homelessness can happen, but also understand that homelessness comes from different scopes and also different reasons as well. Now, specifically, what I wanted to touch on a little bit is that, when we talk about the issues as it relates to criminalization, specifically within the Black community as it relates to the homelessness crisis, that's been an ongoing thing for quite some time. And with it being such, Black people within the numbers itself, we are overrepresented as far as to what's going on with the crisis. And one of the things I tell people is that number, when we see and approximately within the 9% of the people who are within LA County, and our numbers being at approximately 39 to 40%, if not a little bit higher, because you have those who are Black who haven't been counted within the homeless count by LAHSA. One of the things I keep in mind when I tell people this is that this crisis didn't happen overnight. And while it didn't happen overnight, there's a number of factors that directly led to it. You had a number of good employment careers cut down or shut down, literally from the 60s into the 70s, and then into the 80s, you had the crack era that popped off. Then from that, you had the gang warfare literally taking place simultaneously. And then you also had gentrification playing the leading factor from the late 80s into the 90s and so forth. So there's a number of things that we could say from our standpoint that I could say, like as a native of South Central specifically, that I can literally say that there's always been this kind of tug of war in terms of whether or not you can really look into investing into the solutions or invest into what's being said as being what's being done as far as to trying to reconcile whatever level of loss, or even outside of loss, the level of separation that we have amongst each other, whether it be those who are supposed to serve or whether it's amongst ourselves within the community. So all of what we're dealing with, at least from my standpoint, in terms of how I've looked at it, and even within my own family, is that there is a level of trauma, an unreconciled level of trauma, almost in a sense PTSD, because a lot of the things that we've had to endure within South Central, literally it's literally along the lines of being a war victim or a war veteran. So you have some kids out there who probably didn't have a real clear understanding in terms of whether or not to trust thy neighbor, and even outside of trusting thy neighbor, being able to trust those who are part of law enforcement, or better yet, trusting the resources that are out there. So, and then you also have this note, you're also being told literally from the ground up, and and I've experienced this in my own life, is that you're being told that you could literally grow up to be XYZ this with this college degree, and then once you obtain that, then all of a sudden the jobs are not there. And then with the jobs not being there, you have all of these loans that you have to pay back, and outside of these loans you have to pay back, you literally have to deal with the fact that you probably invested into a broken dream. So it's not to put all levels of cynicism in terms of my dialogue. I try to be as real as possible with people, especially when it comes to this subject of homelessness, is that literally it can affect us, and how we deal with what's going on internally from a community standpoint is that we literally have to jump over hurdles to try to literally get over what we thought was what we were supposed to do by going to college, by going to school. by looking into the solutions, whether it's related to the mental health system, whether the drug rehabilitation system, or even some of the locations that are being developed throughout LA and even South Central. So I think the biggest obstacle for some of us as advocates in our areas is that we have to literally try to do as much work as possible to try to overcome all of the level of cynicism that's been developing over the amount of years. A lot of the things that have to be shown to our people is like, yeah, you could tell me a lot of things, but what do you have to prove with your efforts? You know, for myself as being a part of the Everyone In campaign, one of the things I often hear is that, okay, so what's being developed as far as with supportive housing or even bridge housing or anything of any such? And once you explain like, hey, this is the development that's taking place, this is the development that's taking place over here, this is what you need to be able to come down here to support at City Hall and this, that, and the other, there's still this level of uncertainty that happens. So it's not it's never to say that our efforts don't count, whether it be as Everyone In or whether it be our own selves as individual advocates. The amount of work that we have to literally put into our own communities is something that we're literally going through on a day-to-day challenge. And it's not something new. It's not something that I could definitely say that's going to be rectified overnight, but it's putting ourselves in a perspective to say that a lot of the things that we do, it's literally going to take a few more generations to overcome. But we're all dedicated in our own way, but with being dedicated, it's being as thorough to understand the root causes of these problems, but also understanding what we can do to not have them repeat itself, and also being able to make sure that we go forth in that process as well. So looking at what we have as far as to the Everyone In campaign, my standpoint is that, yes, I do provide that insight in terms of what's going on with the crisis, but with providing that insight, you also have to have these real conversations. And I often think that some of us may or may not have, like on a much more contextual level. It's like, you know, some of the people that I saw earlier today when I did some volunteering at this one location that was handing out every table meals, was that I was telling the sister that was literally over that particular operation is that you have those who probably are homeless right there at this point that probably saw you, and, you know, and there was probably some skepticism to say, okay, how are you helping our community? But they took a chance and wanted to work with you. I do see a lot of our people in our areas who are willing to take the opportunity to want to work with one another, considering especially what's going on right now with this pandemic. But I think in terms of what's going on with the homeless crisis, I think there could be a much more in-depth insight or a much more in-depth effort that we could all collectively have as far as to what's going on. And it's something literally a one-by-one, case-by-case kind of thing. That's one of the things I've had to realize. And some of our people are not only willing, but they're also willing to put themselves in a position to be able to say, those changes can be effective in my life, and I want to be a part of it.
Very well said. And on that note, Reba, you're with the homeless, the Black Ad Hoc Committee. Can you give us some statistics on where we are, what the last count is as it relates to people of color?
So, you know, the homeless count happens every year in the month of January. And unfortunately, we don't have the results of the 2019 count. It has not been released as of yet. But we can take a look at what happened in the previous year. So we had roughly almost 60,000 people who were homeless, and we still remained at over 40% of the population in reference to Black people who are experiencing homelessness. But I think what's important also to know is that in the continuum of care, which is across the county of Los Angeles, that 1 in 25 would be white, but 1 in 250, I'm sorry, would be white, and 1 in 40 would be Black. And so once again, the overrepresentation of that, but I think that it's important also to add that right now with this pandemic, because this is where we are currently right now, that we are still in a lot of trouble, because if you're paying attention to the data, in reference to race and ethnicity, we are once again overrepresented and dying at a very fast rate with COVID-19 and homeless. There are some wonderful things that are going on though, and it's important to talk about the Project Room Key, which is a project basically from the governor of California. And right now in LA County, I believe that there is at this point now 30 secured hotel rooms, hotels that is covering, I think it's somewhere around 22,000 people that are currently residing in Project Room Key. And Project Room Key is designed for people that are 65 years of age and older, or with an underlying health condition, or those who have an underlying health condition. So, there are some changes that are happening right now. What's interesting is that it would take a pandemic in order for, folks to finally start doing something serious about homelessness and moving folks up off the street. With the social distancing or physical, which I prefer to call physical distancing, and our shelters, our interim housing, we're finding that a lot of those folks are moving into our Project Room Key. There is a 100-day challenge that is launching as of tomorrow, which we will house 700 people within the 100 days. And so we are looking at that particular age range of 65 and older to start with, but also backing up to 55 years. We find that people are dying at the early age of 48 when they're homeless. So I don't have the count numbers. The initial question that you were asking was around the count. I don't have those numbers, but I think that we all should be asking, where are those numbers? I'm curious to know if Quincy, with everyone in, may have some information that perhaps he could provide in reference to those numbers. Do you have any information, Quincy, around the homeless count?
My mic is on mute. All right, thank you. No, there's actually no updated numbers that have been provided as of yet from the homeless count that took place earlier this year. I can imagine, literally just from what happened with this pandemic, that it may have some level of it has had some level of direct impact as far as to those particular numbers. And unfortunately, some of those numbers may actually include some of those who are first-time episodic homeless. So that right there, it's literally combating what already, in terms of what already may be, in terms of the numbers already increasing from the previous year, which in 2019, it was gradually increasing, and I saw it myself on the streets. But specifically, as far as to any immediate concrete numbers directly provided from LAHSA, that has yet to be released. Mm-hmm. So, but one thing that we have to keep in mind, and I tell everybody literally at any one of our workshops, with any of the numbers that are released from LAHSA, you always have to be able to put an asterisk mark next to that, because that's the closest accurate count that they may have as far as to what was actually counted. But you still have an abundance of those who are literally out there experiencing homelessness that have not been counted.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So Deputy Chief Regina, why do you think, and this is just your opinion, everybody, this is all, your opinions, but why do you think that it is such a high rate of mass incarceration for people of color, especially Black males? Do you think it's because of trauma, because of racial discrimination? Like, what's your theory on why it's that's the number one population that have been in prison?
You know what? I think it's historical. And if you read Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, you would really think about when law enforcement really came in about. We're talking back in the Jim Crow area for slavery. You used to have what we call the slave patrols, or the slave squadron. I mean, if you really think about it, and it was made, that law enforcement entity, when the 14th Amendment came up and said that everybody had the right to freedom if they were a citizen of the United States, they specifically made sure that they had a law enforcement agency way back then that controlled the population of the disenfranchised. And even then, if you look at that history and you read her book, it really talks about the history and how the laws were able to be put in place, policies that were able to put in place to make sure that it targeted the people that had less. So your homeless people, the people that were addicted to narcotics and drugs, all the people who was raised up and was part of a gang because they didn't have a family, all of the things that in our community that we have to endure and overcome, and we change and adapt so that we can just survive, to make sure that there are laws on books to make sure that they control us, that they control that particular Black and brown community. And if, like I said, so I think it's, like I said, I don't think it is a law enforcement issue. I think it is a nation issue. I think it is a racial issue. That's discrimination that has been biased and implicit in everything that we do, up into the way we watch TV, up into the way we do our training. And it's a culture that just has matured to where it is now. And I think the police department has always been the enforcement element of these policies that the broader nation or the broader society condone. And I said, as you're starting to see with Black Lives Matter, with the way of information coming through quickly, as you're starting to see people of color taking their positions in Congress and in the White House, they are having the ability to change policies that don't focus on the disenfranchised, the people that are less fortunate, and that possibly. So I don't think the police department or the police officers are more racist than anyone else in the nation. It's just that they have a job to do to enforce these laws that are unjust and unbiased. And things are changing. And I do agree with what we were talking about, some of the things that our young men and women have to see. I mean, they are seeing so much trauma and so much tragedy that they are suffering from PTSD, that there is a mental health a challenge that are in our community that we don't see. We don't see where young men and women are having difficulties controlling their emotions, their emotionals, because they do this fight or flight reaction that is just a natural way of survival. And I think the law enforcement, the reason why it's always us against them, or it's the law enforcement against the community, because we're the first part of the fence. And so I think yes, law enforcement has to change, and I think that is happening. I think policies are happening. I think there's a lot more transparency. I love that we have video cameras everywhere, because now it's not just your word or against the police officer word, but then the hearts and minds have to change. Society has to change. The law has to change, and resources have to come to our community to give our people a fighting chance to survive. And I do agree. And then we have to know about it, because there are tons of opportunities out there, but half of us don't even know. And then the other half don't even trust it. So like I said, I do believe that I was sitting on a panel earlier and we talked about, it's very unique to be living through evolution and actually see evolution change. I do think it's going to take a couple of generations ahead, but I think this pandemic sees that there is a disparity in the way laws are done, disparity in the way healthcare is done, disparity in the way housing comes back, even disparity in how we get our education. So everyone says, it's law enforcement because we're the first to see it. You see it, that it's violent. You see that it's in the news. But this is more than just a law enforcement issue. This is really a societal issue that has to change. I mean, it has to change now. And I think that people are seeing it, and I think we're in position to make the change. And I think that it is happening. We just got to make sure that we don't slip back, because history does repeat itself. We take 2 steps forward, and something comes in, and it pushes us. It pushes us backwards. So as long as we keep forward and we keep people like us that's on this panel today that have a mission, that have a purpose, that know that we're not going to take it anymore, you will see the change. And then again, we do need to have more people that look like us on our police department so that when we're enforcing the laws, we're enforcing them with compassion and with purpose. But until that happens, everything else has to change. And I do see it changing. I never thought in my life when I grew up and I came through the police department, I'll give an example. And Brad, you'll probably remember that too. When we were doing our use of force or we were doing any type of controlling type of techniques, and we were watching it on TV or on video, our suspects were either Hispanic or they were Black. You didn't see in our training that. So that puts a visual in your mind. And all of those little small nuances that changes the biases, your implicit biases, those have to change. And you'll see, you're starting to see it a little bit on TV, but until all of those things change, until the nation doesn't have that bias that'll allow these laws to come on books, that the police department will enforce if it's on the book, will have to change. You might see it repeat itself, and we can't allow that to happen.
So Nina, this takes me back to when I was a young girl, many years ago. And I remember when boys were excited to become police officers when they grew up. I remember when the police walked what they called the beat. And we knew the police that were assigned in our community that was creating community. And everybody knew them and nobody was running away from them. Instead, we were running toward them. And we were able to go inside their cars, and it was exciting to go inside the car and mess with the siren or do whatever. I also remember that during that particular era, you had what was called like the teen posts or community centers, and there was after school programs, and there were a host of things in which we were able to actually be a part of that would prevent us from actually even thinking about creating crime or doing something that we didn't have no business doing. But when those resources were removed, what do you think that it left you with? You know, and I don't mind is the devil's workshop. And so there's things in which the resources that were once in our community that made a difference and allowed us to really have some partnership with the police department was totally removed. But, you know, when we think about, when you had mentioned earlier about us versus them, the truth of the matter is the way I see it is us versus them. And it will always continue to be that way until resources are back in our community and the support and the advocacy coming from the police department, encouraging the state, the city, and all of our elected officials to put those things back in place. Who could trust? You know, there's a real trust factor here. And when I think about when I was homeless, I experienced 21 years of my life homeless. And I did not desire to become homeless. I woke up one day and, you know, situations, circumstances in my life that led me to homelessness. It was thereafter that I found alcohol and drugs, not to feel the feelings from the thoughts that were going on inside of my head as a result of the trauma and the PTSD that I was experiencing, the depression that I had no idea what I was actually experiencing while experiencing homelessness. I was arrested 10 times. And listen, when I was arrested, it's not just about the police, it's also about the laws. The laws changed. Petty theft was a misdemeanor. And then the laws changed one day to petty with a prior, which became a felony. And I was looking at 3.5 years in prison. But then I also ended up with an enhancement of 4.5 years. You know, by God's grace, I never had to go to prison, so I don't have a prison story to tell. But it is also a disadvantage that on this particular panel because prison was mentioned on many occasions, we have a chief of the police department, we have a probation officer, but we don't have anyone who's actually, unless someone has and I don't know about it, actually speak to that prison life or what happens in that transition, which I think is equally important. But bringing it back around, I really believe that we are at a total disadvantage based on the fact that we don't have the proper resources. And then we have technology today, and we keep getting further and further away from what it used to be. And I'm not expecting us to bring back what once was, but until we actually are providing in our community something that is positive for our children, Brad talked about education and jobs. You know, one of the things that I truly believe as a result of the life that I ended up living as a result of homelessness, and when I think about education and jobs, is the mere fact that I needed something before that. You know, by the time I got sober and housed, I needed something more than education and jobs. I needed someone to help me to learn and how to live again. And I needed to build a solid foundation upon me and under me in order to actually begin to do anything moving forward that's positive in my life. So where is that piece in the midst of all of this, where we're actually able to help others to really grow? Earlier, Quincy had spoke about everyone in and the campaign and around homelessness. Homelessness for me and crime went together simply because for me, it was about surviving. It was surviving on two different levels. Either it was surviving to get a place for me to sleep that night, or it was surviving to get some substance, not to feel the feelings. And so many would look at that and say, well, you know, you stole and you committed crime to get high. Well, that's true because I ended up getting high. But what was the real underline of all of that? It wasn't about getting loaded. It was truly about not feeling, you know? And I just think that we should have more conversations like this, but we should begin to look back at where all of the things in which we've lost. I have a 20-year-old son, and I don't, you know, we're in the house, we're on lockdown, you know, COVID is here. And it's amazing that we're able to live together in this house 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But at the same time, I'm looking at how this pandemic is affecting my son, who was working, had been on his job for 2 years, had taken a total different course from which I know and many of my other children had known. And what resources are available for him right now? There's absolutely nothing. What? $600 extra a week? And what does that do? What's provided? What's available? You know, and I'm asking this question to you, Brad. What's available to our children, our youth today who are not in trouble, who've never experienced trouble, but who are sitting on a host of idle time? What's available? Help me. Because I'm seeking for some, I'm looking for help.
Well, I deal with workforce development. I deal with workforce development, as you already know, getting jobs. And so what we've done is organize the community so that every time we spend our tax-paying dollars to build a road, a school, a bridge, a harbor, a park, the MTA light rail going down Crenshaw, or even the California high-speed light rail, we created as a public policy local hiring. And then also in that public policy of local hiring, we created a construction careers policy. So we all know the difference between policy and implementation. So implementation of that public policy was through project labor agreements, which makes them union. So that's not just a job, but a career now with the apprenticeship programs. And then we also did what's called community benefits agreements. All of that was implemented through a jobs coordinator. Once we tied those public policies, those implementations together in a proof of concept prototype model, then we scaled that up. And that's how we institutionalized that whole process to where we came to today. You mentioned the homelessness. So in between 2016 and 2018, we passed homelessness Measure H and Measure HHH, $4.2 billion. So essentially, it was housing the homeless. That measure. In that measure, we have local hiring. In that local hiring, we need to build all those houses and hire our own people
recycle our own dollars within our own community, and there's resources. That's $4.2 billion. In that same the time period between 2016 and 2018, we, the people of LA County, we passed and taxed ourselves Measure M, which is LA Metro. That's $100 billion. LA Metro has local hiring. We passed Measure A for Parks and Recs. That's $95 million annually. We passed Measure W for water. That's $90 million. And we passed Measure CC, which was the LA Community College District for Education. That was $9.5 billion. And all of those measures had local hiring that we've now institutionalized. So that's education, parks, housing the homeless, transportation, and water. These are all infrastructure taxpayers' money that we can that we have with. With that local hiring, we bring that to the WIOA Workforce Development System. That's where you can go to anybody can go to a workforce one-stop career center. There's 40 of them in LA County. Job place. With that, we need to take it to the next level, particularly with COVID-19, and go to small businesses, because small businesses creates the most jobs in our community. Not the very large businesses, but the very small businesses. That's what we have to go to next. So with that, we created the public policy once again as a goal, a minimum mandatory obligation, but as a goal, 25% of all procurement contracts in LA County is supposed to be set aside for small businesses. It is not. We need a drastic improvement in that, but at least we have the public policy of that. And so with those things in place institutionally and public as public policies, we now have a foundation to build wealth upon. And it's up to us, people on this panel and the audience, to all come together to recycle, to essentially do 10 things. Buy up the land, build on the land, which is construction, building, trade industry, do business on the land, which is a social enterprise of small businesses, educate our own people, mentor our own people, train our own people, hire our own people, and recycle our own dollars within our own community. Until we do that, then we're going to have this conversation for another few years that we have been here as Blacks in America, or another way of putting it, American descendants of slaves. And we will not overcome this structural, systemic, institutionalized racism that we've been struggling for and against for the last 400 years. So those are the things that we have to do, and it's up to us to actually do it.
Thank you, Brad.
Thanks, Brad. And also, some of you guys may not know, I'm sure everybody on this panel knows, but because I'm on the neighborhood council for the north area of Los Angeles. And so Assemblyman Reggie Jones Sawyer came to our one of our meetings, and he made an announcement that he was able to get a bill passed and allocate millions, at least over $1 million, to the youth to transform them with various training programs and so forth. And he wants to rebrand the youth from at-risk youth to at-promise youth. So this is a recent initiative, and I think that that's a great way too, that the dynamic, the paradigm is changing. Quincy, you had something to say? You have to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You went
Not
back.
anymore, Quincy. Can't hear you.
Okay.
Okay, what about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. So there's a number of things that I kind of want to touch on in terms of, we're talking about Black men being overrepresented when it comes to the numbers of those who are incarcerated. So, let's touch on the point of origin when we look at that, because one of the common things that I often hear, from everyone that's a part of this panel is that foundation. So when we look at the foundation of, the modern generation, the modern young adults that are literally living right now, we have to really understand, what was their scope of life when it came to looking at being able to have your own business? Better yet, even in terms of being able to have a job. We talk about jobs quite often, but one of the things that we don't really necessarily mention too much is retention. So you may be hired at a particular job, but the reality is that while you may be hired and may be a part of the new numbers and saying, hey, I hired this Black employee to do X, Y, Z, the reality is that a couple of months later, they may not be hired. That right there plays a factor in terms of what's going on with underemployment and unemployment. But then also one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that when we see the abundance of Black men who are out there, or young Black boys who are out there who are being perceived as being criminals, in some instances, systemic. So you already have a society that's before you that already wants to criminalize you just on the basis of the color of your skin. Then when you go to school, in some instances, you may have some of the teachers who may actually make some of the remarks that they may look at you as being one of the statistics. Then let's also add this factor into it. When you see some Black boys who are out there right now who are looking at that next dude who has this level of admiration in the community, and it can be false admiration in some respects, they'll try to gravitate towards that. Just that scene of or that imagery of success, it's like, okay, that's the allure of it. Let me go ahead and go towards that. And then there's other vices that comes in, whether it be the women, the drugs, and everything else. But a lot of that plays into why you see some of these Black men who are young Black boys, who are at one point young Black men who gravitate towards that. But then when they gravitate towards that, this is another thing that we also have to realize too. Some of us criminalized ourselves in the same process. Some of us were told at home that we wouldn't be anything, or that we would be seen being on the streets doing whatever for whatever reason or another. These are literally contributing factors to your own psyche. So with these being contributing factors to your psyche, you automatically act out in that way to try to get some sense of grounding. Maybe this is who I am. Maybe if I act this way, maybe this will give me some level of sense of validation. But then we also have to realize that some of our people have been misguided. But with being misguided, we have to ask ourselves, what's led to us being misguided? And outside of what's led to us being misguided, are we willing to look into outside of just being able to have a job, outside of being able to have outside of being able to have your own home? Because you can have your own home and you could literally be crazed out in your own home and not necessarily understand the importance that you have of yourself as well as to your society or even your own community. So it's literally having these extensive dialogues. But outside of having the extensive dialogues, be willing to do the work to be able to have that level of self-improvement to come to manifest. Because what often happens, at least how I've looked at it, is that when, it's interesting that you just mentioned, Brad, and I highly appreciate the fact that you said American descendants of slavery. Because that literally puts it out there. That makes us distinct in our own way more than what people would like to admit. And while we have this abundance of money that's being allocated for all of these various programs, and that's being voted upon with some of the propositions that we have out there, we have to be real with ourselves. Based upon our own experiences being descendants of slaves in this particular country, there's an abundance. There's an abundance of money that should be allocated for that, and that is reparations. But then even outside of reparations, we also have to look at a number of factors that directly aligns with that too. That does come in with land ownership. That does come in with being able to own our own businesses. Even outside of owning our own businesses, being able to develop generational wealth. Because all of what we're going through right now is being Black people being a part of this community, especially when it comes to our people being either underemployed or unemployed. A lot of these disadvantages are based on what's the root causes from slavery up until this point. So I think when we don't look at those distinct correlations, it kind of puts us in a tailspin where we're asking the questions of why, but it's like if you really jump at the root causes of what's going on in terms of what caused us to be homeless in our own areas, then we link that directly with Jim Crow, then Jim Crow being directly related to slavery, we'll literally answer our own questions. Now, in terms of what has to be done on a much more political legislative level, that has to happen. But all of us have to be on one accord. So considering what we're seeing right now, particularly with this election year, we should take those stances, whether it be on a local scale, whether it be on a statewide scale, countywide scale, and even on a national scale. But we have to be real with ourselves in terms of the root causes of these problems and what are the real solutions to these particular problems. And a lot of what we talk about as far as being able to have our own companies or have our own businesses and even looking into the mental health challenges that people face, all of this is tied into slavery in one way or another. Whether it's in the modern context or whether it's in the postmodern context, the reality is that all of this is the cause and effect of such. But I think all of what we're doing right now is literally touching as many angles, as many sides as possible with this. The reality is that there has to be something done on a much more thorough, much more legislative level that we probably haven't done in quite some time. We probably wanted to explore that, but then there was this pushback from whatever reason or another. But I think we're at the time right now because we're in a really critical state right now within this pandemic and this homeless crisis where Black people, if we don't really put ourselves in a position to really align ourselves, we're literally going to be destitute within the next few years or so. Now, whether that speaks for the next generation remains to be seen, but I think the next generation, at least that's after me, they have it together in that instance. They want to be able to work together, but they're looking at us and saying, what does it take for y'all to be able to want to work together from y'all standpoint? What are the barriers? And are y'all willing to be honest about those barriers?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And on that note, I was on I watched a panel on, this was a couple of weeks ago, on Black health and the COVID-19. And it was 6 panelists. 5 were all white males in the health field and 1 Black woman in the health field. And all the white males and the women clearly unanimously agreed that we are more prone to deaths with the COVID-19 because of the racism and discrimination within the healthcare industry, that the doctors in there are not looking at Black patients like they do white patients. They don't refer them to specialists like they do white patients. They don't acknowledge our pain threshold like they do white patients. So these were all white men almost that clearly agreed that there's racism and discrimination within the healthcare industry. And it's the same thing with what Deputy Chief Regina Scott was saying, like, if we don't come in there and do something, then the system is not going to change. I read that like 6% of doctors are of color. We have 6% of the medical industry doctors are Black. So how can we really expect the majority of the doctors who are white to care for us? They don't know our culture. There's, some hidden discriminations and so forth that they've been conditioned to receiving. And it's the same thing with the police department, the criminal justice system. If we don't get in there as people of color, then, it may not change. So let's not complain, but be proactive on how can we come in and step in and make a difference so this changes.
That's definitely true. And it's also being able to have as much education with that as possible. Because it's one thing I noticed is that you could be proactive and you could want to look into doing this, that, and the other, but if you're not thoroughly versed in terms of what are the root causes of that, or even in terms of how long has this system been going on? Because even before this pandemic popped off, the reality in terms of the healthcare system as it relates to the Black community has been a hit or miss kind of thing in the first place. Mm-hmm. So it's like, what's causing this to happen and how is this happening? But then also, with that being said, it also links into our claim in terms of what's needed for ourselves. Because in terms of what's going on right now, I really look at the pandemic it's almost like literally giving everybody a reason to say why we shouldn't help this community, and specifically the Black community. You know, whether in terms of, you know, the numbers being staggeringly representing us as being those who are suffering from that, but then also with us being in the hospitals, us being underserved. So it's literally like you're supposed to go for help, but then when you don't receive the help, but people were trying to get you to gravitate towards that help, but this is the treatment you receive. So just to touch on that a little bit earlier, Chief Scott, like, you know, in terms of the trust issue, just on that alone is a trust issue within itself with Black people in the system itself. So it's like, how am I supposed to look into engaging on the level of whether being served by those who are a part of the LAPD? Essentially, that's a culture that has to be overcome within that itself, and also from your own personal upbringing, and that's another thing within itself too. But then we're looking at the healthcare system as being botched, being a botched system. It's like, I don't know if you're trying to help me or you're trying to harm me. So it literally leaves Black people in limbo to some extent. And that's one of the things that I think we have to really be honest about in terms of this, because this is something that can literally play a cause and effect where you have people that feel as if they've been mistreated or being uninformed or better yet misinformed. That literally could convert itself into rage. I don't think people really touch on that. If I'm someone who is seeing my great-grandparents or parents being mistreated by this, eventually that's going to convert itself into something that it probably shouldn't have converted to in the first place. If we truly want to be able to say that we live in a level of democracy or a level of care that's supposed to be given to you by being a citizen. So at that point, we have to ask ourselves, am I a citizen or am I a sub-citizen? And even outside of being a sub-citizen, do you even consider to be human? So that right there plays into a human crisis within itself amongst ourselves. So we have an abundance of questions to ask ourselves and to answer, but the authenticity, the level of integrity to be able to answer and to ask such questions is crucial.
Exactly. So what are the solutions, Brad? What are you doing with Jobs for Peace and the United Hood Nation? What are the solutions now?
Well, solutions are we have to come together. I mean, that hadn't changed in 400 years. So we have to unify. We have to collaborate with each other. We have to do what I would call a collective impact model. From there, we can do what I also call an asset-based community development approach, in which we identify what our strengths are, what assets that we have in each community, and we build on those strengths. We identify our needs from a Maslow's hierarchy of needs point of view. We meet people exactly where they are. We know what Maslow's hierarchy of needs are: air, water, food, shelter, and then mental health, substance abuse, education, life skills, and then employment. And then from employment, entrepreneurship. We meet people exactly where they are. We mentor and train ourselves, and hopefully we hire ourselves and we recycle our dollars. So none of the ideas are new. We've been doing them for 400 years, and we have to do them again.
All right, thank you. All right. Deputy Chief Regina, any last words?
I think my last words are that we're kind of at this tipping point, right? We know what has to get done. We've looked at where history has rewritten itself over and over again. And what we have to do is we just got to make sure that we're present. And I agree, we need to be present. We need to be informed, and we need to have a unified kind of mission. And the mission is in education. It has to be in our healthcare, has to be in our law enforcement. It has to be in our politics. It has to be in almost everything that we do, because there are jobs out there. There are programs that are out there. And I'll even tell you, even in law enforcement, there are programs out there. But when I go and we have a big conference, we bring all the kids together that are all in the program, and all the mentoring and the scholarships that we give out in law enforcement as part of that, we're missing. we are not there. We're not getting, our kids are not taking advantage of that. And I agree, and we have to make sure that we talk about the mental health part, because as a community and as a race, we have been beat down, broke down. We've been promised a lot of things that never come to fruition. And then again, I do agree, becomes rage. And out of that rage becomes the 1965 and 1992. But it seems to me as this cycle that just keeps going around, because nothing really gets done and nothing really gets heard. And I think that we have to be smarter. We have to be more strategic in what we have to do. And we have to know, like, you're talking of these millions and millions and millions of dollars, right? And I was at a meeting and they were talking about this opportunity zone. So I was at the meeting and we were talking about the opportunity zone because they wanted to talk about what does that look like with all these people that are going to come into the Crenshaw district through the Crenshaw piece. And this opportunity zone, and I'll tell you, that room was full of people that did not look like us, that was taking advantage of the opportunity to invest in our community. And so all I'm saying is this is a start. We have some bright young kids that are coming out here that are willing to protest and say their voice. We just have to make sure that we channel our energies in the right place. And then I will say, your son is looking for a job. We are hiring 21 and a half. You could start off making almost $80,000 a year. And the Los Angeles Police Department is so big that if he does not like patrol, after he does his basic, he can work with kids. He could be a community cop. He can fly helicopters. He can work with a dog. He can ride a freaking horse if that's what he likes to do. But what he will be is for African American in law enforcement, we represent about 2.5%, 3% of law enforcement in the nation. The nation. So when you're looking at 18,000 police departments, we're only 3%. On my own department, we're only about 3%. So if we're gonna make a change, we have to be the change we want to see, but we have to be smarter than what we do, and we've got to get involved. And I commend you for getting on the neighborhood council, because a lot of things that come into your community have to come through you. And if you're not on that, and you're not making the policy, and you're not the voice that is saying, when we do our budget, you're talked about funding that doesn't come through. You know, Los Angeles City as a whole is they thrive on fear. So they're gonna put the money for protection for them. So we have to make sure when that budget comes and that community is out there, when I turn around and we're looking for our budget, our community has to talk about what we want in that community. But if we're silent, we sit back, we don't take advantage of the opportunities that we don't have that voice. We don't make sure that we get our say. We don't take control of how we are medical, because I'll tell you one thing, I was a victim of the same disparity when I went to the doctor and how they treated me, because I had COVID. I had the coronavirus, and my husband had it, and another friend of mine, they all got tested. I didn't get tested. And I had to keep going back, and I had to control what they did for me and how they did it, almost to the point where, almost came this 415 woman that, they were like calling security. But you have to make sure that you get the right treatment, and that comes from you. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, but this choir now has to go out and sing to the rest of the community, because we know it needs to get done, but sometimes we get tired because we've been beat up so much that we sit in the background. Or we'll get a politician that will come in and hear our song. They'll love it because that's going to help propel them. But then once they get propelled and they move into that position, they forget about who helped them there. And so we got an election coming up. We've got people that sit on these committees that are in the city. We need to make sure that they look like us. We have laws and funding that's coming through. We need to make sure that it gets down, not to say it's coming to our community, but we have to make sure that not just come to our community, that it is getting to the people that need it. And then my final thing that I say, and as a law enforcement, I shouldn't preach on that, but we are killing our own people. We have more African-American young men and women dying by violence within our community by our own Black and brown brothers. And you don't see it on the media, you don't see it on the news. And I'll just give you an example. May 6th, I had 32 drive-by shootings. I had 12 victims that were shot, and I had 4 homicides. Did you see it on the news? I don't think so. And that is a piece of the community that they are allowing us to just deal with on our own. And I agree with you. That is people who are afraid to come outside because they just might get shot just because of standing on the wrong corner. And we need to address that. So that is my, I'm encouraged because we're no longer doing this in these little silos. We are out there speaking the truth. People know where we need to go. We just need to do it.
Excellent. Very well said. Reba, make some comments before we wrap up.
Wow. Well, again, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And I'm thinking about, what time it is with COVID, and more so the importance of us coming together. And what does that look like? Educating and informing each other. You mentioned, and I know that you have a seat at the neighborhood council, but how many of us really are informed and aware of the importance of attending the neighborhood council? The Everyone In campaign. How many of us are really educated and informed to know more about the Everyone In campaign? And, I want to thank you, Chief Scott. I didn't know whether I was going to thank you or not. But, it's interesting because I felt like you kept something real there in reference to what's really going on and how we are unaware of that. And I truly believe that we have to find means and ways to continue to educate and inform each other and make certain that it gets out there wherever there is. And, in reference to probation, it's funny because I have not experienced any of that stuff since in over 21 years. I've matched the time in which I was homeless, drinking, and in and out of jail and all of that. But I think about this probation officer that I had, and I considered her the probation officer from hell because I was really afraid of her. Now, I think I needed some of that. I don't know if I needed all of it, but the only thing that softened her heart was the report that came back from the Department of Mental Health. And she found the report to be impressive. Well, does it really take a report in order for you to recognize that I'm a human being? And so I think that we all could do some self-work. And I believe that across every sector that we have to get to a place of recognizing that we need to meet people where they are. And what does that look like? Because it may be different for me than it would be for someone else. How do we actually, go to work and be kind and be thoughtful and be considerate? And where is your spirit? And this is a place in which I'm striving to want to touch at every single day through the course of my day, to ask myself, how did I say that? Could I have said that differently? What is this approach? How am I holding your hand? I'm saying I'm a hand holder. What does that look like? How does that feel to you as a person? The person in which I'm holding their hand. So I think it's really about kindness. But at the end of the day, right now, I cannot be quiet without speaking about COVID and what that's like for me and my mental health today. I can't remember the last time that I recognized heavy stress, heavy depression, as I have in these last few weeks. And it's not like I'm in trouble. It's just a mere fact that I recognize that it's there. I'm very blessed and thankful that I have tools and that I had been given something, and I have the right people around me in my circle that I can have conversations with about how I'm really feeling and what's really going on in reference to this pandemic. We don't want to talk about that. I don't know if there's any segments, and if there are, Nina, and I haven't missed it, I would love to hear about it, where we're really talking about the mental health of folks today as a result of this pandemic, being safer inside.